Dedication and Preface to Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ralph Kerwin. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Dedication. To the men and women of America who have grown up since his tragic death and who have yet to learn the story of his life, this record of Abraham Lincoln's career is faithfully inscribed. Preface. A quarter of a century has well nigh rolled by since the tragic death of Abraham Lincoln. The prejudice and bitterness with which he was assailed have disappeared from the minds of men, and the world is now beginning to view him as a great historical character. Those who knew and walked with him are gradually passing away, and ere long the last man who ever heard his voice or grasped his hand will have gone from earth. With a view to throwing a light on some attributes of Lincoln's character heretofore obscure, and thus contributing to the great fund of history which goes down to posterity, these volumes are given to the world. If Mr. Lincoln is destined to fill that exalted station in history, or attain that high rank in the estimation of the coming generations which has been predicted of him, it is alike just to his memory and the proper legacy of mankind that the whole truth concerning him should be known. If the story of his life is truthfully and courageously told, nothing colored or suppressed, nothing false either written or suggested, the reader will see and feel the presence of the living man. He will, in fact, live with him and be moved to think and act with him. If, on the other hand, the story is colored, or the facts in any degree suppressed, the reader will not only be misled, but imposed upon as well. At last the truth will come, and no man need hope to evade it. "There is but one true history in the world," said one of Lincoln's closest friends, to whom I confided the project of writing a history of his life several years ago, "and that is the Bible. It is often said of the old characters portrayed there that they were bad men. They are contrasted with other characters in history, and much to the detriment of the old worthies. The reason is that the biblical historian told the whole truth, the inner life. The heart and secret acts are brought to light and faithfully photographed. In other histories, virtues are perpetuated and vices concealed. If the life of King David had been written by an ordinary historian, the affair of Uriah would at most have been a quashed indictment with a denial of all the substantial facts. You should not forget there is a skeleton in every house. The finest character dug out thoroughly, photographed honestly, and judged by that standard of morality or excellence which we exact for other men, is never perfect. Some men are cold, some lewd, some dishonest, some cruel, and many a combination of all. The trail of the serpent is over them all. Excellence consists not in the absence of these attributes, but in the degree in which they are redeemed by the virtues and graces of life. Lincoln's character will, I am certain, bear close scrutiny. I am not afraid of you in this direction. Don't let anything deter you from digging to the bottom. Yet don't forget that if Lincoln had some faults, Washington had more. Few men have less. In drawing the portrait, tell the world what the skeleton was with Lincoln. What gave him that peculiar melancholy? What cancer had he inside? Some persons will doubtless object to the narration of certain facts which appear here for the first time, and which they contend should have been consigned to the tomb. Their pretense is that no good can come from such ghastly exposures. To such oversensitive souls, if any such exist, my answer is that these facts are indispensable to a full knowledge of Mr. Lincoln in all the walks of life. In order properly to comprehend him and the stirring, bloody times in which he lived, and in which he played such an important part, we must have all the facts. We must be prepared to take him as he was. In determining Lincoln's title to greatness, we must not only keep in mind the times in which he lived, but we must, to a certain extent, measure him with other men. Many of our great men and our statesmen, it is true, have been self-made, rising gradually through struggles to the topmost round of the ladder. But Lincoln rose from a lower depth than any of them, from a stagnant, putrid pool, like the gas which, set on fire by its own energy and self-combustible nature, rises in jets, blazing clear and bright. I should be remiss in my duty if I did not throw the light on this part of the picture, so that the world may realize what marvelous contrast one phase of his life presents to another. The purpose of these volumes is to narrate facts, avoiding as much as possible any expression of opinion, and leaving the reader to form his own conclusions. Use has been made of the views and recollections of other persons, but only those known to be truthful and trustworthy. A thread of the narrative of Lincoln's life runs through the work, but an especial feature is an analysis of the man and a portrayal of his attributes and characteristics. The attempt to delineate his qualities, his nature and its manifestations, may occasion frequent repetitions of fact. But if truthfully done, this can only augment the store of matter from which posterity is to learn what manner of man he was. The object of this work is to deal with Mr. Lincoln individually and domestically, as lawyer, as citizen, as statesman. Especial attention is given to the history of his youth and early manhood. And while dwelling on this portion of his life, the liberty is taken to insert many things that would be omitted or suppressed in other places, where the cast-iron rules that govern magazine writing are allowed to prevail. Thus much is stated in advance, so that no one need be disappointed in the scope and extent of the work. The endeavor is to keep Lincoln in sight all the time, to cling close to his side all the way through, leaving to others the more comprehensive task of writing a history of his times. I have no theory of his life to establish or destroy. Mr. Lincoln was my warm, devoted friend. I always loved him, and I revere his name to this day. My purpose to tell the truth about him need occasion no apprehension, for I know that God's naked truth, as Carlyle puts it, can never injure the fame of Abraham Lincoln. It will stand that or any other test, and at last untarnished will reach the loftiest niche in American history. My long personal association with Mr. Lincoln gave me special facilities in the direction of obtaining materials for these volumes. Such were the relations during all that portion of his life when he was rising to distinction that I had only to exercise a moderate vigilance in order to gather and preserve the real data of his personal career. Being strongly drawn to the man, and believing in his destiny, I was not unobservant or careless in this respect. It thus happened that I became the personal depositary of the larger part of the most valuable Lincolniana in existence. Out of this store the major portion of the materials of the following volumes has been drawn. I take this, my first general opportunity, to return thanks to the scores of friends in Kentucky, Indiana, Illinois, and elsewhere for the information they have so generously furnished and the favors they have so kindly extended me. Their names are too numerous for separate mention, but the recompense of each one will be the consciousness of having contributed a share towards a true history of the first American. Over 20 years ago I began this book, but an active life at the bar has caused me to postpone the work of composition. Until now, being somewhat advanced in years, I find myself unable to carry out the undertaking. Within the past 3 years I have been assisted in the preparation of the book by Mr. Jesse W. Weik of Greencastle, Indiana, whose industry, patience, and literary zeal have not only lessened my labors, but have secured for him the approbation of Lincoln's friends and admirers. Mr. Weik has by his personal investigation greatly enlarged our common treasure of facts and information. He has for several years been indefatigable in exploring the course of Lincoln's life. In no particular has he been satisfied with anything taken at second hand. He has visited, as I also did in 1865, Lincoln's birthplace in Kentucky, his early homes in Indiana and Illinois, and together, so to speak, he and I have followed our hero continuously and attentively till he left Springfield in 1861 to be inaugurated president. We have retained the original manuscripts in all cases, and they have never been out of our hands. In relating facts, therefore, we refer to them in most cases, rather than to the statements of other biographers. This brief preliminary statement is made so that posterity, in so far as posterity may be interested in the subject, may know that the vital matter of this narrative has been deduced directly from the consciousness, reminiscences, and collected data of William H. Herndon, Springfield, Illinois, November 1st, 1888. End of preface. Recording by Ralph Kerwin, Belmont, California. Chapter I of Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ralph Kerwin. Beyond the fact that he was born on the 12th day of February, 1809, in Hardin County, Kentucky, Mr. Lincoln usually had but little to say of himself, the lives of his parents, or the history of the family before their removal to Indiana. If he mentioned the subject at all, it was with great reluctance and significant reserve. There was something about his origin he never cared to dwell upon. His nomination for the presidency in 1860, however, made the publication of his life a necessity, and attracted to Springfield an army of campaign biographers and newspapermen. They met him in his office, stopped him in his walks, and followed him to his house. Artists came to paint his picture, and sculptors to make his bust. His autographs were in demand, and people came long distances to shake him by the hand. This sudden elevation to national prominence found Mr. Lincoln unprepared in a great measure for the unaccustomed demonstrations that awaited him. While he was easy of approach and equally courteous to all, yet, as he said to me one evening after a long day of hand-shaking, he could not understand why people should make so much over him. Among the earliest newspaper men to arrive in Springfield after the Chicago Convention was the late J.L. Scripps of the Chicago Tribune, who proposed to prepare a history of his life. Mr. Lincoln deprecated the idea of writing even a campaign biography. "Why, Scripps," said he, "it is a great piece of folly to attempt to make anything out of me or my early life. It can all be condensed into a single sentence, and that sentence you will find in Gray's Elegy, the short and simple annals of the poor. That's my life, and that's all you or anyone else can make out of it." He did, however, communicate some facts and meager incidents of his early days, and with the matter thus obtained, Mr. Scripps prepared his book. Soon after the death of Lincoln, I received a letter from Scripps, in which, among other things, he recalled the meeting with Lincoln and the view he took of the biography matter. "Lincoln seemed to be painfully impressed," he wrote, "with the extreme poverty of his early surroundings and the utter absence of all romantic and heroic elements. He communicated some facts to me concerning his ancestry, which he did not wish to have published then, and which I have never spoken of or alluded to before." What the facts were referred to by Mr. Scripps we do not know, for he died several years ago without, so far as is known, revealing them to anyone. On the subject of his ancestry and origin, I only remember one time when Mr. Lincoln ever referred to it. It was about 1850, when he and I were driving in his one-horse buggy to the court in Menard County, Illinois. The suit we were going to try was one in which we were likely, either directly or collaterally, to touch upon the subject of hereditary traits. During the ride he spoke, for the first time in my hearing, of his mother, dwelling on her characteristics and mentioning or enumerating what qualities he inherited from her. Footnote: Dennis and John Hanks have always insisted that Lincoln's mother was not a Hanks, but a Sparrow. Both of them wrote to me that such was the fact. Their object in insisting on this is apparent when it is shown that Nancy Hanks was the daughter of Lucy Hanks, who afterward married Henry Sparrow. It will be observed that Mr. Lincoln claimed that his mother was a Hanks. End footnote. He said, among other things, that she was the illegitimate daughter of Lucy Hanks and a well-bred Virginia farmer or planter. And he argued that from this last source came his power of analysis, his logic, his mental activity, his ambition, and all the qualities that distinguished him from the other members and descendants of the Hanks family. His theory in discussing the matter of hereditary traits had been that, for certain reasons, illegitimate children are oftentimes sturdier and brighter than those born in lawful wedlock, and in his case he believed that his better nature and finer qualities came from this broad-minded, unknown Virginian. The revelation, painful as it was, called up the recollection of his mother, and as the buggy jolted over the road, he added ruefully, "God bless my mother. All that I am or ever hope to be, I owe to her," and immediately lapsed into silence. Footnote: If anyone will take the pain to read the Fell Autobiography, they will be struck with Lincoln's meager reference to his mother. He even fails to give her maiden or Christian name, and devotes but 3 lines to her family. A history of the Lincolns occupies almost an entire page. End footnote. Our interchange of ideas ceased, and we rode on for some time without exchanging a word. He was sad and absorbed, burying himself in thought and musing no doubt over the disclosure he had just made. He drew round him a barrier which I feared to penetrate. His words and melancholy tone made a deep impression on me. It was an experience I can never forget. As we neared the town of Petersburg, we were overtaken by an old man who rode beside us for a while and entertained us with reminiscences of days on the frontier. Lincoln was reminded of several Indiana stories, and by the time we had reached the unpretentious courthouse at our destination, his sadness had passed away. In only 2 instances did Mr. Lincoln over his own hand leave any record of his history or family descent. One of these was the modest bit of autobiography furnished to Jesse W. Fell in 1859, in which, after stating that his parents were born in Virginia of undistinguished or second families, he makes the brief mention of his mother, saying that she came of a family of the name of Hanks. The other record was the register of marriages, births, and deaths, which he made in his father's Bible. The latter now lies before me. That portion of the page, which probably contained the record of the marriage of his parents, Thomas Lincoln and Nancy Hanks, has been lost. But fortunately the records of Washington County, Kentucky, and the certificate of the minister who performed the marriage ceremony, the Reverend Jesse Head, fix the fact and date of the latter on the 12th day of June, 1806. On the 10th day of February in the following year, a daughter Sarah was born, and 2 years later, on the 12th of February, the subject of these memoirs came into the world. After him came the last child, a boy named Thomas after his father, who lived but a few days. No mention of his existence is found in the Bible record. Footnote. Most biographers of Lincoln, in speaking of Mr. Lincoln's sister, call her Nancy. Some, notably Nicolay and Hay, insisting that she was known by that name among her family and friends. In this they are in error. I have interviewed the different members of the Hanks and Lincoln families who survived the president, and her name was invariably given as Sarah. The mistake, I think, arises from the fact that in the Bible record referred to, all that portion relating to the birth of Sarah, daughter of Thomas and Nancy Lincoln, down to the word Nancy, has been torn away, and the latter name has therefore been erroneously taken for that of the daughter. Reading the entry of Abraham's birth satisfies one that it must refer to the mother. End footnote. Second footnote. Regarding the paternity of Lincoln, a great many surmises and a still larger amount of unwritten or at least unpublished history have drifted into the currents of Western lore and journalism. A number of such traditions are extant in Kentucky and other localities. Mr. Weik has spent considerable time investigating the truth of a report current in Bourbon County, Kentucky, that Thomas Lincoln, for a consideration from one Abraham Inlow, a miller there, assumed the paternity of the infant child of a poor girl named Nancy Hanks, and after marriage removed with her to Washington or Hardin County, where the son, who was named Abraham after his real and Lincoln after his putative father, was born. A prominent citizen of the town of Mount Sterling in that state, who was at one time judge of the court and subsequently editor of a newspaper, and who was descended from the Abraham Inlow mentioned, has written a long argument in support of his alleged kinship through this source to Mr. Lincoln. He emphasizes the striking similarity in stature, facial features, and length of arms, notwithstanding the well-established fact that the firstborn child of the real Nancy Hanks was not a boy but a girl, and that the marriage did not take place in Bourbon but in Washington County. End footnote. After Mr. Lincoln had obtained some prominence in the world, persons who knew both himself and his father were constantly pointing to the want of resemblance between the two. The old gentleman was not only devoid of energy and shiftless, but dull, and these persons were unable to account for the source of his son's ambition and his intellectual superiority over other men. Hence the charge so often made in Kentucky that Mr. Lincoln was in reality the offspring of a Hardin or a Marshall, or that he had in his veins the blood of some of the noted families who held social and intellectual sway in the western part of the state. These serious hints were the outgrowth of the campaign of 1860, which was conducted with such unrelenting prejudice in Kentucky that in the county where Lincoln was born, only 6 persons could be found who had the courage to vote for him. Information from R.L. Wintersmith of Elizabethtown, Kentucky. I remember that after his nomination for the presidency, Mr. Lincoln received from Kentucky many inquiries about his family and origin. This curiosity on the part of the people in one who had attained such prominence was perfectly natural, but it never pleased him in the least. In fact, to one man who was endeavoring to establish a relationship through the Hanks family, he simply answered, "You are mistaken about my mother," without explaining the mistake or making further mention of the matter. Samuel Haycraft, the clerk of the court in Hardin County, invited him to visit the scenes of his birth and boyhood, which led him to say this in a letter, June 4, 1860. "You suggest that a visit to the place of my nativity might be pleasant to me. Indeed it would, but would it be safe? Would not the people lynch me?" That reports reflecting on his origin and descent should arise in a community in which he felt that his life was unsafe is by no means surprising. Abraham Lincoln, the grandfather of the President, emigrated to Jefferson County, Kentucky, from Virginia about 1780. And from that time forward, the former state became an important one in the history of the family, for in it was destined to be born its most illustrious member. Footnote. Regarding the definition of the names Lincoln and Hanks, it is said, the first is merely a local name without any special meaning, and the second is an old English diminutive of Hal or Harry. End footnote. Second footnote. From a letter of Charles Friend, March 19, 1866. They, the Lincolns, were also called Linkhorns. The old settlers had a way of pronouncing names not as they were spelled, but rather, it seemed, as they pleased. Thus they called Medcalf Medcap, and Castor they pronounced Custard. End footnote. About 5 years before this, a handful of Virginians had started across the mountains for Kentucky, and in the company, besides their historian, William Kalk, whose diary recently came to light, was one Abraham Hanks. They were evidently a crowd of jolly young men bent on adventure and fun, but their sport was attended with frequent disasters. Their journey began at Mr. Preague's Tavern on the Rapidan. When only a few days out, Hank's dog's leg got broke. Later in the course of the journey, Hanks and another companion became separated from the rest of the party and were lost in the mountains for 2 days. in crossing a stream, Abraham's saddle turned over and his load all fell in Indian Creek. Finally, they meet their brethren from whom they have been separated, and then pursue their way without further interruption. Returning emigrants whom they meet, according to the Journal of Calk, tell such news of the Indians that certain members of the company are afraid to go any further. The following day, more or less demoralization takes place among the members of this pioneer party when the announcement is made, as their chronicler so faithfully records it, that Philip Drake bakes bread without washing his hands. This was an unpardonable sin, and at it they revolted. A day later, the record shows that Abraham turns back. Beyond this, we shall never know what became of Abraham Hanks, for no further mention of him is made in this or any other history. He may have returned to Virginia and become, for aught we know, one of the President's ancestors on the maternal side of the house. But if so, his illustrious descendant was never able to establish the fact or trace his lineage satisfactorily beyond the first generation which preceded him. He never mentioned who his maternal grandfather was, if indeed he knew. His paternal grandfather, Abraham Lincoln, the pioneer from Virginia, met his death within 2 years after his settlement in Kentucky at the hands of the Indians. Not in battle, as his distinguished grandson tells us, but by stealth, when he was laboring to open a farm in the forest. The story of his death in sight of his youngest son, Thomas, then only 6 years old, is by no means a new one to the world. In fact, I have often heard the President describe the tragedy as he had inherited the story from his father. The dead pioneer had 3 sons, Mordecai, Josiah, and Thomas, in the order named. When the father fell, Mordecai, having hastily sent Josiah to the neighboring fort after assistance, ran into the cabin, and pointing his rifle through a crack between the logs, prepared for defense. Presently an Indian came stealing up to the dead father's body. Beside the latter sat the little boy Thomas. Mordecai took deliberate aim at a silver crescent, which hung suspended from the Indian's breast, and brought him to the ground. Josiah returned from the fort with the desired relief, and the savages were easily dispersed, leaving behind 1 dead and 1 wounded. The tragic death of his father filled Mordecai with an intense hatred of the Indians, a feeling from which he never recovered. It was ever with him like an avenging spirit. From Jefferson County he removed to Grayson, where he spent the remainder of his days. A correspondent from there, W.T. Claggett, wrote me in 1865, "Old Mordecai was easily stirred up by the sight of an Indian. One time, hearing of a few Indians passing through the county, he mounted his horse and, taking his rifle on his shoulder, followed on after them and was gone 2 days. When he returned, he said he had left one lying in a sinkhole. The Indians, he said, had killed his father, and he was determined before he died to have satisfaction." The youngest boy, Thomas, retained a vivid recollection of his father's death, which, together with other reminiscences of his boyhood, he was fond of relating later in life to his children to relieve the tedium of long winter evenings. Mordecai and Josiah, both remaining in Kentucky, became the heads of good-sized families, and although never known or heard of outside the limits of the neighborhoods in which they lived, were intelligent, well-to-do men. Footnote: A letter of Henry Purtle, June 17, 1865. "I knew Mordecai and Josiah Lincoln intimately. They were excellent men, plain, moderately educated, candid in their manners and intercourse, and looked upon as honorable as any men I have ever heard of. Mordecai was the oldest son, and his father having been killed by the Indians before the law of primogeniture was repealed, he inherited a very competent estate. The others were poor. Mordecai was celebrated for his bravery and had been in the early campaigns of the West. End footnote. In Thomas, roving and shiftless, to whom was, quote, reserved the honor of an illustrious paternity, unquote, are we alone interested. He was, we are told, 5 feet 10 inches high, weighed 195 pounds, had a well-rounded face, dark hazel eyes, coarse black hair, and was slightly stoop-shouldered. His build was so compact that Dennis Hanks used to say he could not find the point of separation between his ribs. He was proverbially slow of movement, mentally and physically, was careless, inert, and dull, was sinewy, and gifted with great strength, was inoffensively quiet and peaceable, but when roused to resistance, a dangerous antagonist. He had a liking for jokes and stories, which was one of the few traits he transmitted to his illustrious son, was fond of the chase, and had no marked aversion for the bottle, though in the latter case he indulged no more freely than the average Kentuckian of his day. At the time of his marriage to Nancy Hanks, he could neither read nor write, but his wife, who was gifted with more education, and was otherwise his mental superior, taught him, it is said, to write his name and to read. At least, he was able in later years to spell his way slowly through the Bible. In his religious belief, he first affiliated with the Free Will Baptists. After his removal to Indiana, he changed his adherence to the Presbyterians, or Predestinarians as they were then called, and later united with the Christian, vulgarly called Campbellite, church, in which latter faith he is supposed to have died. He was a carpenter by trade and essayed farming too, but in this, as in almost every other undertaking, he was singularly unsuccessful. He was placed in possession of several tracts of land at different times in his life, but was never able to pay for a single one of them. The farm on which he died was one his son purchased, providing a life estate therein for him and his wife. He never fell in with the routine of labor, was what some people would call unfortunate or unlucky in all his business ventures, if in reality he ever made one, and died near the village of Farmington in Coles County, Illinois, on the 17th day of January, 1851. His son, on account of sickness in his own family, was unable to be present at his father's bedside or witness his death. To those who notified him of his probable demise, he wrote, "I sincerely hope that father may yet recover his health, but at all events tell him to remember to call upon and confide in our great and good and merciful Maker, who will not turn away from him in any extremity. He notes the fall of a sparrow and numbers the hairs on our heads, and he will not forget the dying man who puts his trust in him. Say to him that if we could meet now, it is doubtful whether it would not be more painful than pleasant, but that if it is to be his lot to go now, he will soon have a joyous meeting with the many loved ones gone before, and where the rest of us, through the help of God, hope ere long to join them." Letter to John Johnston, January 12, 1851. Nancy Hanks, the mother of the President, at a very early age was taken from her mother Lucy, afterward married to Henry Sparrow, and sent to live with her aunt and uncle, Thomas and Betsy Sparrow, Under this same roof, the irrepressible and cheerful waif, Dennis Hanks, whose name will frequently be seen in these pages, also found a shelter. Footnote: Dennis Hanks, still living at the age of 90 years in Illinois, was the son of another Nancy Hanks, the aunt of the President's mother. I have his written statement that he came into the world through nature's back door. He never stated, if he knew it, who his father was. End footnote. At the time of her marriage to Thomas Lincoln, Nancy was in her 23rd year. She was above the ordinary height and stature, weighed about 130 pounds, was slenderly built, and had much the appearance of one inclined to consumption. Her skin was dark, hair dark brown, eyes gray and small, forehead prominent, face sharp and angular, with a marked expression of melancholy which fixed itself in the memory of everyone who ever saw or knew her. Though her life was seemingly beclouded by a spirit of sadness, she was in disposition amiable and generally cheerful. Mr. Lincoln himself said to me in 1851, on receiving the news of his father's death, that whatever might be said of his parents, and however unpromising the early surroundings of his mother may have been, she was highly intellectual by nature, had a strong memory, acute judgment, and was cool and heroic. From a mental standpoint, she no doubt rose above her surroundings, and had she lived, the stimulus of her nature would have accelerated her son's success, and she would have been a much more ambitious prompter than his father ever was. As a family, the Hankses were peculiar to the civilization of early Kentucky. Illiterate and superstitious, they corresponded to that nomadic class still to be met with throughout the South and known as poor whites. They are happily and vividly depicted in the description of a camp meeting held at Elizabethtown, Kentucky in 1806, which was furnished me in August 1865 by an eyewitness, J.B. Helm. The Hanks girls, narrates the latter, were great at camp meetings. I remember one in 1806. I will give you a scene, and if you will then read the books written on the subject, you may find some apology for the superstition that was said to be in Abe Lincoln's character. It was at a camp meeting, as before said, when a general shout was about to commence. Preparations were being made. A young lady invited me to stand on a bench by her side where we could see all over the altar. To the right, a strong, athletic young man about 25 years old was being put in trim for the occasion, which was done by divesting him of all apparel except shirt and pants. On the left, a young lady was being put in trim in much the same manner, so that her clothes would not be in the way, and so that when her combs flew out, her hair would go into graceful braids. She, too, was young, not more than 20 perhaps. The performance commenced about the same time by the young man on the right and the young lady on the left. Slowly and gracefully they worked their way towards the center, singing, shouting, hugging, and kissing, generally their own sex, until at last nearer and nearer they came. The center of the altar was reached, and the two closed, with their arms around each other, the man singing and shouting at the top of his voice, "I have Jesus in my arms, sweet as honey, strong as bacon ham." Just at this moment, the young lady holding my arm whispered, "They are to be married next week. Her name is Hanks." There were very few who did not believe this true religion, inspired by the Holy Spirit, and the man who could not believe it did well to keep it to himself. The Hankses were the finest singers and shouters in our country. Here my informant stops, and on account of his death several years ago, I failed to learn whether the young lady shouter who figured in the foregoing scene was the President's mother or not. The fact that Nancy Hanks did marry that year gives color to the belief that it was she. As to the probability of the young man being Thomas Lincoln, it is difficult to say. Such a performance as the one described must have required a little more emotion and enthusiasm than the tardy and inert carpenter was in the habit of manifesting. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Ralph Kerwin, Belmont, California. Chapter 2, Part 1 of Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ralph Kerwin. Sarah, the sister of Abraham Lincoln, though in some respects like her brother, lacked his stature. She was thick-set, had dark brown hair, deep gray eyes, and an even disposition. In contact with others, she was kind and considerate. Her nature was one of amiability, and God had endowed her with that invincible combination, modesty and good sense. Strange to say, Mr. Lincoln never said much about his sister in after years, and we are really indebted to the Hankses, Dennis and John, for the little we have learned about this rather unfortunate young woman. She was married to Aaron Grigsby in Spencer County, Indiana, in the month of August, 1826, and died January 20th, 1828. Her brother accompanied her to school while they lived in Kentucky, but as he was only 7, and as she had not yet finished her 9th year when their father removed with them to Indiana, it is to be presumed that neither made much progress in the matter of school education. Still, it is authoritatively stated that they attended 2 schools during this short period. One of these was kept by Zachariah Riney, the other by Caleb Hazel. It is difficult at this late day to learn much of the boy Abraham's life during those 7 years of residence in Kentucky. One man, John B. Helm, who was a clerk in the principal store in the village where the Lincolns purchased their family supplies, remembers him as a small boy who came sometimes to the store with his mother. He would take his seat on a keg of nails, and I would give him a lump of sugar. He would sit there and eat it like any other boy. But these little acts of kindness, observes my informant in an enthusiastic statement made in 1865, so impressed his mind that I made a steadfast friend in a man whose power and influence have since been felt throughout the world. A schoolmate of Lincoln's at Hazel's school, Samuel Haycraft, speaking of the master, says, "He perhaps could teach spelling and reading and indifferent writing, and possibly could cipher to the rule of 3, but he had no other qualification of a teacher, unless we accept large size and bodily strength. Abe was a mere spindle of a boy, had his due proportion of harmless mischief, but as we lived in a country abounding in hazel switches, in the virtue of which the master had great faith, Abe of course received his due allowance." This part of the boy's history is painfully vague and dim, and even after arriving at man's estate, Mr. Lincoln was significantly reserved when reference was made to it. It is barely mentioned in the autobiography furnished to Fell in 1859. In 1867, John Duncan, afterwards a preacher of some prominence in Kentucky, relates how he and Abe on one occasion ran a groundhog into a crevice between 2 rocks, and after working vainly almost 2 hours to get him out, Abe ran off about a quarter of a mile to a blacksmith shop, and returned with an iron hook fastened to the end of a pole, and with this rude contrivance they virtually hooked the animal out of his retreat. Austin Gollaher of Hodgensville, claims to have saved Lincoln from drowning one day as they were trying to coon it across Knob Creek on a log. The boys were in pursuit of birds when young Lincoln fell into the water, and his vigilant companion, who still survives to narrate the thrilling story, fished him out with a sycamore branch. Meanwhile, Thomas Lincoln was becoming daily more dissatisfied with his situation and surroundings. He had purchased, since his marriage, on the easy terms then prevalent, 2 farms or tracts of land in succession. But none was easy enough for him, and the land, when the time for the payment of the purchase money rolled around, reverted to its former owner. Kentucky, at that day, afforded few, if any, privileges, and possessed fewer advantages to allure the poor man, and no doubt so it seemed to Thomas Lincoln. The land he occupied was sterile and broken, a mere barren glade and destitute of timber. It required a persistent effort to coax a living out of it, and to one of his easy-going disposition, life there was a never-ending struggle. Stories of vast stretches of rich and unoccupied lands in Indiana reaching his ears, and despairing of the prospect of any betterment in his condition so long as he remained in Kentucky, he resolved at last to leave the state and to seek a more inviting lodgment beyond the Ohio. The assertion made by some of Mr. Lincoln's biographers, and so often repeated by sentimental writers, that his father left Kentucky to avoid the sight of or contact with slavery, lacks confirmation. In all Hardin County, at that time a large area of territory, there were not over 50 slaves, and it is doubtful if he saw enough of slavery to fill him with the righteous opposition to the institution with which he has so frequently been credited. Moreover, he never in later years manifested any especial aversion to it. Having determined on emigrating to Indiana, he began preparations for removal in the fall of 1816 by building for his use a flatboat. Loading it with his tools and other personal effects, including in the invoice, as we are told, 400 gallons of whiskey, he launched his crazy craft on a tributary of Salt Creek known as the Rolling Fork. Along with the current, he floated down to the Ohio River. But his rudely made vessel, either from the want of experience in its navigator, or because of its ill adaptation to withstand the force and caprices of the currents in the great river, capsized one day, and boat and cargo went to the bottom. The luckless boatman set to work, however, and by dint of great patience and labor succeeded in recovering the tools and the bulk of the whiskey. Riding his boat, he continued down the river, landing at a point called Thompson's Ferry in Perry County on the Indiana side. Here he disposed of his vessel, and placing his goods in the care of a settler named Posey, he struck out through the interior in search of a location for his new home. 16 miles back from the river he found one that pleased his fancy, and he marked it off for himself. His next move in the order of business was a journey to Vincennes, to purchase the tract at the land office, under the $2 an acre law, as Dennis Hanks puts it, and to return to the land to identify it by blazing the trees and piling up brush on the corners to establish the proper boundary lines. Having secured a place for his home, he trudged back to Kentucky, walking all the way, for his family. 2 horses brought them and all their household effects to the Indiana shore. Posey kindly gave or hired them the use of a wagon, into which they packed not only their furniture and carpenter tools, but the liquor, which it is presumed had lain undisturbed in the former's cellar. Slowly and carefully picking their way through the dense woods, they at last reached their destination on the banks of Little Pigeon Creek. There were some detentions on the way, but no serious mishaps. The head of the household now set resolutely to work to build a shelter for his family. The structure, when completed, was 14 feet square and was built of small unhewn logs. In the language of the day, it was called a half-faced camp, being enclosed on all sides but one. It had neither floor, door, nor windows. In this forbidding hovel, these doughty immigrants braved the exposure of the varying seasons for an entire year. At the end of that time, Thomas and Betsy Sparrow followed, bringing with them Dennis Hanks, and to them Thomas Lincoln surrendered the half-faced camp, while he moved into a more pretentious structure, a cabin enclosed on all sides. The country was thickly covered with forests of walnut, beech, oak, elm, maple, and an undergrowth of dogwood, sumac, and wild grapevine. In places where the growth was not so thick, grass came up abundantly, and hogs found plenty of food in the unlimited quantity of mast the woods afforded. The country abounded in bear, deer, turkey, and other wild game, which not only satisfied the pioneer's love for sport, but furnished his table with its supply of meat. Thomas Lincoln, with the aid of the Hankses and the Sparrows, was for a time an attentive farmer. The implements of agriculture then in use were as rude as they were rare, and yet there is nothing to show that in spite of the slow methods then in vogue, he did not make commendable speed. "We raised corn mostly," relates Dennis, "and some wheat, enough for a cake Sunday morning. Hog and venison hams were legal tender, and coon skins also. We raised sheep and cattle, but they did not bring much. Cows and calves were only worth $6 to $8. Corn 10 cents, and wheat 25 cents a bushel." So, with all his application and frugality, the head of this ill-assorted household made but little headway in the accumulation of the world's goods. We are told that he was indeed a poor man, and that during his entire stay in Indiana, his land barely yielded him sufficient return to keep his larder supplied with the most common necessities of life. His skill as a hunter, though never brought into play unless at the angered demand of a stomach hungry for meat, in no slight degree made up for the lack of good management in the cultivation of his land. His son Abraham never evinced the same fondness for hunting, although his cousin Dennis with much pride tells us how he could kill a wild turkey on the wing. Footnote: in a letter of 1865, Dennis Hanks states, "Abe was a good boy, an affectionate one, a boy who loved his parents well and was obedient to their every wish. Although anything but an impudent or rude boy, he was sometimes uncomfortably inquisitive. When strangers would ride along or pass by his father's fence, he always, either through boyish pride or to tease his father, would be sure to ask the first question. His father would sometimes knock him over. When thus punished, he never bellowed, but dropped a kind of silent, unwelcome tear, as evidence of his sensitiveness or other feelings." End footnote. At that time, relates one of the latter's playmates, David Turnham, descanting on the abundance of wild game, "there were a great many deer licks, and Abe and myself would go to these licks sometimes and watch of nights to kill deer, though Abe was not so fond of a gun or the sport as I was." Footnote: Mr. Lincoln used to relate the following coon story. His father had at home a little yellow house dog, which invariably gave the alarm if the boys undertook to slip away unobserved after night had set in, as they oftentimes did to go coon hunting. One evening, Abe and his step-brother, John Johnston, with the usual complement of boys required in a successful coon hunt, took the insignificant little cur with them. They located the coveted coon, killed him, and then in a sportive vein sewed the hide on the diminutive yellow dog. The latter struggled vigorously during the operation of sewing on, and being released from the hands of his captors, made a bee-line for home. Other large and more important canines on the way, scenting coon, tracked the little animal home, and possibly mistaking him for real coon, speedily demolished him. The next morning old Thomas Lincoln discovered lying in his yard the lifeless remains of Yellow Joe, with strong proof of coonskin accompaniment. "Father was much incensed at his death," observed Mr. Lincoln in relating the story, "but as John and I, scantily protected from the morning wind, stood shivering in the doorway, we felt assured little Yellow Joe would never be able again to sound the call for another coon hunt." End footnote. The cabin to which the Lincoln family removed after leaving the little half-faced camp to the sparrows was in some respects a pretentious structure. It was of hewed logs, and was 18 feet square. It was high enough to admit of a loft where Abe slept, and to which he ascended each night by means of pegs driven in the wall. The rude furniture was in keeping with the surroundings. 3-legged stools answered for chairs. The bedstead, made of poles fastened in the cracks of the logs on one side, and supported by a crotched stick driven in the ground floor on the other, was covered with skins, leaves, and old clothes. A table of the same finish as the stools, a few pewter dishes, a Dutch oven, and a skillet completed the household outfit. In this uninviting frontier structure, the future president was destined to pass the greater part of his boyhood. Withal, his spirits were light, and it cannot be denied that he must have enjoyed unrestrained pleasure in his surroundings. It is related that one day the only thing that graced the dinner table was a dish of roasted potatoes. The elder Lincoln, true to the custom of the day, returned thanks for the blessing. The boy, realizing the scant proportions of the meal, looked up into his father's face and irreverently observed, "Dad, I call these," meaning the potatoes, "mighty poor blessings." Among other children of a similar age, he seemed unconsciously to take the lead, and it is no stretch of the truth to say that they, in turn, looked up to him. He may have been a little precocious, children sometimes are, but in view of the summary treatment received at the hands of his father, it cannot truthfully be said he was a spoiled child. One morning when his mother was at work, he ran into the cabin from the outside to inquire, with a quizzical grin, who was the father of Zebedee's children? As many another mother before and since has done, she brushed the mischievous young inquirer aside to attend to some more important detail of household concern. Story from Harriet Chapman. The dull routine of chores and household errands in the boy's everyday life was brightened now and then by a visit to the mill. I often in later years heard Mr. Lincoln say that going to mill gave him the greatest pleasure of his boyhood days. "We had to go 7 miles to mill," relates David Turnham, the friend of his youth, "and then it was a hand mill that would only grind from 15 to 20 bushels of corn in a day. There was but little wheat grown at that time, and when we did have wheat we had to grind it in the mill described and use it without bolting, as there were no bolts in the country. Abe and I had to do the milling, frequently going twice to get 1 grist." Reader's note: bolting means sifting. End note. In his 11th year he began that marvelous and rapid growth in stature for which he was so widely noted in the Pigeon Creek settlement. "As he shot up," says Turnham, "he seemed to change in appearance and action. Although quick-witted and ready with an answer, he began to exhibit deep thoughtfulness, and was so often lost in studied reflection that we could not help noticing the strange turn in his actions. He disclosed rare timidity and sensitiveness, especially in the presence of men and women, and although cheerful enough in the presence of the boys, he did not appear to seek our company as earnestly as before. It was only the development we find in the history of every boy. Nature was a little abrupt in the case of Abraham Lincoln. She tossed him from the nimbleness of boyhood to the gravity of manhood in a single night. In the fall of 1818, the scantily settled region in the vicinity of Pigeon Creek, where the Lincolns were then living, suffered a visitation of that dread disease common in the West in early days, and known in the vernacular of the frontier as the milk sick. It hovered like a specter over the Pigeon Creek settlement for over 10 years, and its fatal visitation and inroads among the Lincolns, Hankses, and Sparrows finally drove that contingent into Illinois. To this day, the medical profession has never agreed upon any definite cause for the malady, nor have they in all their scientific wrangling determined exactly what the disease itself is. A physician who has in his practice met a number of cases describes the symptoms to be a whitish coat on the tongue, burning sensation of the stomach, severe vomiting, obstinate constipation of the bowels, coolness of the extremities, great restlessness and jactitation, pulse rather small, somewhat more frequent than natural, and slightly corded. In the course of the disease, the coat on the tongue becomes brownish and dark, the countenance dejected, and the prostration of the patient is great. A fatal termination may take place in 60 hours, or life may be prolonged for a period of 14 days. These are the symptoms of the disease in an acute form. Sometimes it runs into the chronic form, or it may assume that form from the commencement, and after months or years the patient may finally die or recover only a partial degree of health. When the disease broke out in the Pigeon Creek region, it not only took off the people, but it made sad havoc among the cattle. One man testifies that he, quote, lost 4 milch cows and 11 calves in 1 week, unquote. This, in addition to the risk of losing his own life, was enough, he declared, to ruin him, and prompted him to leave for points further west. Reader's note: the cause of this mysterious disease was finally identified as the poisoning of the cow's milk, and eventually the cow itself, by a toxin found within white snake root, a plant which grows in the shade of Midwestern forests. End note. Early in October of the year 1818, Thomas and Betsy Sparrow fell ill of the disease and died within a few days of each other. Thomas Lincoln performed the services of undertaker. With his whipsaw he cut out the lumber, and with commendable promptness he nailed together the rude coffins to enclose the forms of the dead. The bodies were borne to a scantily cleared knoll in the midst of the forest, and there, without ceremony, quietly let down into the grave. Meanwhile, Abe's mother had also fallen a victim to the insidious disease. Her sufferings, however, were destined to be of brief duration. Within a week, she too rested from her labors. "She struggled on day by day," says one of the household, "a good Christian woman, and died on the 7th day after she was taken sick. Abe and his sister Sarah waited on their mother and did the little jobs and errands required of them. There was no physician nearer than 35 miles. The mother knew she was going to die and called the children to her bedside. She was very weak, and the children leaned over while she gave her last message. Placing her feeble hand on little Abe's head, she told him to be kind and good to his father and sister. To both she said, 'Be good to one another,' expressing a hope that they might live as they had been taught by her, to love their kindred and worship God." Amid the miserable surroundings of a home in the wilderness, Nancy Hanks passed across the dark river. Though of lowly birth, the victim of poverty and hard usage, she takes a place in history as the mother of a son who liberated a race of men. At her side stands another mother, whose son performed a similar service for all mankind 1800 years before. After the death of their mother, little Abe and his sister Sarah began a dreary life. Indeed, one more cheerless and less inviting seldom falls to the lot of any child. In a log cabin without a floor, scantily protected from the severities of the weather, deprived of the comfort of a mother's love, they passed through a winter the most dismal either one ever experienced. Within a few months, and before the close of the winter, David Elkin, an itinerant preacher whom Mrs. Lincoln had known in Kentucky, happened into the settlement, and in response to the invitation from the family and friends, delivered a funeral sermon over her grave. No one is able now to remember the language of Parson Elkin's discourse, but it is recalled that he commemorated the virtues and good phases of character, and passed in silence the few shortcomings and frailties of the poor woman sleeping under the winter's snow. She had done her work in this world, stoop-shouldered, thin-breasted, sad, at times miserable, groping through the perplexities of life, without prospect of any betterment in her condition. She passed from earth, little dreaming of the grand future that lay in store for the ragged, hapless little boy who stood at her bedside in the last days of her life. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Recording by Ralph Kerwin, Belmont, California. Chapter 2, Part 2 of 2 of Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Ralph Kerwin. Thomas Lincoln's widowerhood was brief. He had scarcely mourned the death of his first wife a year until he reappeared in Kentucky at Elizabethtown in search of another. His admiration centered for a second time on Sally Bush, the widow of Daniel Johnston, the jailer of Hardin County, who had died several years before of a disease known as the cold plague. The tradition, still kept alive in the Kentucky neighborhood, is that Lincoln had been a suitor for the hand of the lady before his marriage to Nancy Hanks, but that she had rejected him for the hand of the more fortunate Johnston. However that may have been, it is certain that he began his campaign in earnest this time, and after a brief siege won her heart. He made a very short courtship, wrote Clerk of the Court Samuel Haycraft to me in a letter, December 7, 1866. He came to see her on the first day of December, 1819, and in a straightforward manner told her that they had known each other from childhood. "Miss Johnston," said he, "I have no wife, and you have no husband. I came a purpose to marry you. I knowed you from a gal, and you knowed me from a boy. I've no time to lose, and if you're willin', let it be done straight off." She replied that she could not marry him right off, as she had some little debts which she wanted to pay first. He replied, "Give me a list of them." He got the list and paid them that evening. Next morning I issued the license, and they were married within 60 yards of my house. Lincoln's brother-in-law, Ralph Kroom, and his 4 horses and spacious wagon were again brought into requisition. With commendable generosity he transported the newly married pair and their household effects to their home in Indiana. The new Mrs. Lincoln was accompanied by her 3 children, John, Sarah, and Matilda. Her social status is fixed by the comparison of a neighbor, who observed that life among the Hankses, the Lincolns, and the Enlows was a long ways below life among the Bushes. In the eyes of her spouse she could not be regarded as a poor widow. She was the owner of a goodly stock of furniture and household goods, bringing with her, among other things, a walnut bureau valued at $50. What effect the new family, their collection of furniture, cooking utensils, and comfortable bedding must have had on the astonished and motherless pair, who from the door of Thomas Lincoln's forlorn cabin watched the well-filled wagon as it came creaking through the woods, can better be imagined than described. Surely Sarah and Abe, as the stores of supplies were rolled in through the doorless doorways,
must have believed that a golden future awaited them. The presence and smile of a motherly face in the cheerless cabin radiated sunshine into every neglected corner. If the Lincoln mansion did not in every respect correspond to the representations made by its owner to the new Mrs. Lincoln before marriage, the latter gave no expression of disappointment or even surprise. With true womanly courage and zeal, she set resolutely to work to make right that which seemed wrong. Her husband was made to put a floor in the cabin, as well as to supply doors and windows. The cracks between the logs were plastered up. A clothes press filled the space between the chimney jamb and the wall, and the mat of corn husks and leaves on which the children had slept in the corner gave way to the comfortable luxuriance of a feather bed. She washed the two orphans and fitted them out in clothes taken from the stores of her own. The work of renovation in and around the cabin continued until even Thomas Lincoln himself, under the general stimulus of the new wife's presence, caught the inspiration and developed signs of intense activity. The advent of Sarah Bush was certainly a red-letter day for the Lincolns. She was not only industrious and thrifty, but gentle and affectionate. And her newly adopted children, for the first time perhaps, realized the benign influence of a mother's love. Of young Abe she was especially fond, and we have her testimony that her kindness and care for him were warmly and bountifully returned. Her granddaughter, Harriet Chapman, furnished me in after years with this description of her. My grandmother is a very tall woman, straight as an Indian, of fair complexion, and was, when I first remember her, very handsome, sprightly, talkative, and proud. She wore her hair curled till gray, is kind-hearted and very charitable, and also very industrious. In September 1865, I visited the old lady and spent an entire day with her. She was then living on the farm her stepson had purchased and given her, 8 miles south of the town of Charleston in Illinois. She died on the 10th of April, 1869. During my interview with this old lady, I was much and deeply impressed with the sincerity of her affection for her illustrious stepson. She declined to say much in answer to my questions about Nancy Hanks, her predecessor in the Lincoln household, but spoke feelingly about the latter's daughter and son. Describing Mr. Lincoln's last visit to her in February 1861, she broke into tears and wept bitterly. "I did not want Abe to run for president," she sobbed, "and I did not want to see him elected. I was afraid that something would happen to him, and when he came down to see me after he was elected president, I still felt, and my heart told me, that something would befall Abe, and that I should never see him again. Abe and his father are in heaven now, I am sure, and I expect soon to go there and meet them." The two sets of children in the Lincoln household, to their credit be it said, lived together in perfect accord. Abe was in his 10th year, and his stepmother, awake to the importance of an education, made a way for him to attend school. To her he seemed full of promise, and although not so quick of comprehension as other boys, yet she believed in encouraging his every effort. He had had a few weeks of schooling under Riney and Hazel in Kentucky, but it is hardly probable that he could read. He certainly could not write. As illustrating his moral make-up, I diverge from the chronological order of the narrative long enough to relate an incident which occurred some years later. In the Lincoln family, Matilda Johnston, or Tilda, as her mother called her, was the youngest child. After Abe had reached the estate of manhood, she was still in her teens. It was Abe's habit each morning one fall to leave the house early, his axe on his shoulder, to clear a piece of forest which lay some distance from the home. He frequently carried his dinner with him and remained all day. Several times the young and frolicsome Tilda sought to accompany him, but was each time restrained by her mother, who firmly forbade a repetition of the attempt. One morning the girl escaped maternal vigilance and slyly followed after the young woodsman, who had gone some distance from the house and was already hidden from view behind the dense growth of trees and underbrush. Following a deer path, he went singing along, little dreaming of the girl in close pursuit. The latter gained on him, and when within a few feet, darted forward and with a cat-like leap landed squarely on his back. With one hand on each shoulder, she planted her knee in the middle of his back and dexterously brought the powerful frame of the rail splitter to the ground. It was a trick familiar to every schoolboy. Abe, taken by surprise, was unable at first to turn around or learn who his assailant was. In the fall to the ground, the sharp edge of the axe embedded itself in the young lady's ankle, inflicting a wound from which there came a generous effusion of blood. With sundry pieces of clothing torn from Abe's shirt and the young lady's dress, the flow of blood was stanched, and the wound rudely bound up. The girl's cries having lessened somewhat, her tall companion, looking at her in blank astonishment, knowing what an infraction the whole thing was of her mother's oft-repeated instructions, asked, "Tilda, what are you going to tell Mother about getting hurt?" "Tell her I did it with the axe," she sobbed. "That'll be the truth, won't it?" To which last inquiry Abe manfully responded, "Yes, that's the truth, but it's not all the truth. Tell the whole truth, Tilda, and trust your good mother for the rest." This incident was, many years afterward, related to me by Tilda, who was then the mother of a devoted and interesting family herself. Hazel Dorsey was Abe's first teacher in Indiana. He held forth 1.5 miles from the Lincoln farm. The schoolhouse was built of round logs and was just high enough for a man to stand erect under the loft. The floor was of split logs, or what were called puncheons. The chimney was made of poles and clay, and the windows were made by cutting out parts of 2 logs, placing pieces of split boards a proper distance apart, and over the aperture thus formed, pasting pieces of greased paper to admit light. At school, Abe evinced ability enough to gain him a prominent place in the respect of the teacher and the affection of his fellow scholars. Elements of leadership in him seem to have manifested themselves already. E. R. Burba, in a letter of March 31st, 1866, stated, "He always appeared to be very quiet during playtime, never was rude, seemed to have a liking for solitude, was the one chosen in almost every case to adjust difficulties between boys of his age and size, and when appealed to, his decision was an end of the trouble. He was also rather noted for keeping his clothes clean longer than any of the others, and although considered a boy of courage, had few, if any, difficulties." Nathaniel Grigsby, whose brother Aaron afterwards married Abe's sister, Sarah, attended the same school. He certifies to Abe's proficiency and worth in glowing terms. "He was always at school early," writes Grigsby, in a manuscript of September 12, 1865, "and attended to his studies. He was always at the head of his class, and passed us rapidly in his studies. He lost no time at home, and when he was not at work was at his books. He kept up his studies on Sunday, and carried his books with him to work, so that he might read them when he rested from labor. Now and then, the family exchequer running low, it would be found necessary for the young rail splitter to stop school, and either work with his father on the farm or render like service for the neighbors. These periods of work continued so often and continued so long that all his school days added together would not make a year in the aggregate. When he attended school, his sister Sarah usually accompanied him. Sally was a quick-minded young woman, is the testimony of a schoolmate, Nat Grigsby. She was more industrious than Abe, in my opinion. I can hear her good-humored laugh now. Like her brother, she could greet you kindly and put you at ease. She was really an intelligent woman. Abe's love for books and his determined effort to obtain an education in spite of so many obstacles induced the belief in his father's mind that book learning was absorbing a greater proportion of his energy and industry than the demands of the farm. The old gentleman had but little faith in the value of books or paper, and hence the frequent drafts he made on the sun to aid in the drudgery of daily toil. On September 8, 1865, Mrs. Thomas Lincoln told me, "I induced my husband to permit Abe to read and study at home as well as at school. At first he was not easily reconciled to it, but finally he too seemed willing to encourage him to a certain extent. Abe was a dutiful son to me always, and we took particular care when he was reading not to disturb him, would let him read on and on till he quit of his own accord." Thomas undertook to teach Abe his own trade. He was a carpenter and joiner. But Abe manifested such a striking want of interest that the effort to make a carpenter of him was soon abandoned. Footnote: a little walnut cabinet 2 feet high and containing 2 rows of neat drawers, now in the possession of Captain J. W. Wortman, clerk of the United States Court in Evansville, Indiana, is carefully preserved as a specimen of the joint work of Lincoln and his father at this time. Noted by Jesse William Weik. At Dorsey's school, Abe was 10 years old. At the next one, Andrew Crawford's, he was about 14. And at Swaney's, he was in his 17th year. The last school required a walk of over 4 miles, and on account of the distance his attendance was not only irregular but brief. Schoolmaster Crawford introduced a new feature in his school, and we can imagine its effect on his pupils, whose training had been limited to the social requirements of the backwoods settlement. It was instruction in manners. One scholar was required to go outside and re-enter the room as a lady or gentleman would enter a drawing-room or parlor. Another scholar would receive the first party at the door and escort him or her about the room, making polite introductions to each person in the room. How the gaunt and clumsy Abe went through this performance we shall probably never know. If his awkward movements gave rise to any amusement, his schoolmates never revealed it. The books used at school were Webster's Spelling Book and the American Speller. All the scholars learned to cipher, and afterwards used Pike's Arithmetic. Mr. Lincoln told me in later years that Murray's English Reader was the best schoolbook ever put into the hands of an American youth. I conclude, therefore, he must have used that also. At Crawford's school, Abe was credited with the authorship of several literary efforts, short dissertations in which he strove to correct some time-honored and wanton sport of the schoolboy. While in Indiana, I met several persons who recalled a commendable and somewhat pretentious protest he wrote against cruelty to animals. The wholesome effects of a temperate life and the horrors of war were also subjects which claimed the services of his pen then, as they in later years demanded the devoted attention of his mind and heart. He was now over 6 feet high and growing at a tremendous rate, for he added 2 inches more before the close of his 17th year, thus reaching the limit of his stature. He weighed in the region of 160 pounds, was wiry, vigorous, and strong. His feet and hands were large, arms and legs long and in striking contrast with his slender trunk and small head. His skin was shriveled and yellow, declares one of the girls who attended Crawford's school. This was Miss Kate Roby, who later married Allen Gentry. His shoes, when he had any, were low. He wore buckskin breeches, linsey-woolsey shirt, and a cap made of the skin of a squirrel or coon. His breeches were baggy and lacked by several inches meeting the tops of his shoes, thereby exposing his shin bone, sharp, blue, and narrow. In one branch of school learning he was a great success. That was spelling. We are indebted to Kate Roby, a pretty miss of 15, for an incident which illustrates alike his proficiency in orthography and his natural inclination to help another out of the mire. The word defied had been given out by Schoolmaster Crawford, but had been misspelled several times when it came Miss Roby's turn. Abe stood on the opposite side of the room, related Miss Roby to me in 1865, and was watching me. I began D, E, F, and then I stopped, hesitating whether to proceed with an I or a Y. Looking up, I beheld Abe, a grin covering his face, and pointing with his index finger to his eye. I took the hint, spelled the word with an I, and it went through all right. There was more or less an attachment between Miss Roby and Abe, although the lady took pains to assure me they were never in love. She described with self-evident pleasure, however, the delightful experience of an evening stroll down to the river with him, where they were wont to sit on the bank and watch the moon as it slowly rose over the neighboring hills. Dangling their youthful feet in the water, they gazed on the pale orb of night, as many a fond pair before them had done, and will continue to do until the end of the world. One evening, when thus engaged, their conversation and thoughts turned on the movement of the planets. I did not suppose that Abe, who had seen so little of the world, would know anything about it, but he proved to my satisfaction that the moon did not go down at all, that it only seemed to, that the earth, revolving from west to east, carried us under, as it were. We do the sinking, he explained, while to us the moon is comparatively still. The moon's sinking is only an illusion. I at once dubbed him a fool, but later developments convinced me that I was the fool, not he. He was well acquainted with the general laws of astronomy and the movements of the heavenly bodies, but where he could have learned so much, or how to put it so plainly, I never could understand. Absalom Roby is authority for the statement that even at that early day, Abe was a patient reader of a Louisville newspaper, which someone at Gentryville kindly furnished him. Among the books he read were the Bible, Aesop's Fables, Robinson Crusoe, Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress, a History of the United States, and Weem's Life of Washington. A little circumstance attended the reading of the last-named book, which only within recent years found its way into public print. The book was borrowed from a close-fisted neighbor, Josiah Crawford, and one night, while lying on a little shelf near a crack between two logs in the Lincoln cabin during a storm, the covers were damaged by rain. Crawford, not the schoolmaster, but Old Blue Nose, as Abe and the others called him, assessed the damages to his book at 75 cents, and the unfortunate borrower was required to pull fodder for 3 days at 25 cents a day in settlement of the account. While at school, it is doubtful if he was able to own an arithmetic. His stepmother was unable to remember his ever having owned one. She gave me, however, a few leaves from a book made and bound by Abe, in which he had entered in a large, bold hand the tables of weights and measures, and the sums to be worked out in illustration of each table. Where the arithmetic was obtained I could not learn. On one of the pages which the old lady gave me, and just underneath the table which tells how many pints there are in a bushel, the facetious young student had scrawled these 4 lines of schoolboy doggerel. Abraham Lincoln, his hand and pen. He will be good, but God knows when. On another page were found in his own hand a few lines which it is also said he composed. Nothing indicates they were borrowed, and I have always, therefore, believed that they were original with him. Although a little irregular in meter, the sentiment would, I think, do credit to an older head. Time, what an empty vapor 'tis, and days how swift they are. Swift as an Indian arrow, fly on like a shooting star. The present moment just as here, then slides away in haste. That we can never say they're ours, but only say they're past. His penmanship, after some practice, became so regular in form that it excited the admiration of other and younger boys. One of the latter, Joseph C. Richardson, said that Abe Lincoln was the best penman in the neighborhood. At Richardson's request, he made some copies for practice. During my visit to Indiana, I met Richardson, who showed these 2 lines which Abe had prepared for him. Good boys who to their books apply will all be great men by and by. To comprehend Mr. Lincoln fully, we must know in substance not only the facts of his origin, but also the manner of his development. It will always be a matter of wonder to the American people, I have no doubt, as it has been to me, that from such restricted and unpromising opportunities in early life, Mr. Lincoln grew into the great man he was. The foundation for his education was laid in Indiana and in the little town of New Salem in Illinois, and in both places he gave evidence of a nature and characteristics that distinguished him from every associate and surrounding he had. He was not peculiar or eccentric, and yet a shrewd observer would have seen that he was decidedly unique and original. Although imbued with a marked dislike for manual labor, it cannot be truthfully said of him that he was indolent. From a mental standpoint, he was one of the most energetic young men of his day. He dwelt altogether in the land of thought. His deep meditation and abstraction easily induced the belief among his horny-handed companions that he was lazy. In fact, a neighbor, John Romine, makes that charge. He works for me, testified the latter, but was always reading and thinking. I used to get mad at him for it. I say he was awful lazy. He would laugh and talk, crack his jokes, and tell stories all the time. Didn't love work half as much as his pay. He said to me one day that his father taught him to work, but he never taught him to love it. Verily, there was but one Abraham Lincoln. His chief delight during the day, if unmolested, was to lie down under the shade of some inviting tree to read or study. At night, lying on his stomach in front of the open fireplace, with a piece of charcoal he would cipher on a broad wooden shovel. When the latter was covered over on both sides, he would take his father's drawing knife, or plane, and shave it off cleanly, ready for a fresh supply of inscriptions the next day. He often moved about the cabin with a piece of chalk, writing and ciphering on boards in the flat sides of hewn logs. When every bare wooden surface had been filled with his letters and ciphers, he would erase them and begin anew. Thus it was always, and the boy whom dull old Thomas Lincoln and rustic John Romine conceived to be lazy was in reality the most tireless worker in all the region around Gentryville. His stepmother told me he devoured everything in the book line within his reach. If in his reading he came across anything that pleased his fancy, he entered it down in a copybook, a sort of repository in which he was wont to store everything worthy of preservation. Frequently, related his stepmother, he had no paper to write his pieces down on. Then he would put them with chalk on a board or plank, sometimes only making a few signs of what he intended to write. When he got paper, he would copy them, always bringing them to me and reading them. He would ask my opinion of what he had read, and often explained things to me in his plain and simple language. How he contrived at the age of 14 to absorb information is thus told by John Hanks. When Abe and I returned to the house from work, he would go to the cupboard, snatch a piece of cornbread, sit down, take a book, cock his legs up as high as his head, and read. We grubbed, plowed, mowed, and worked together barefooted in the field. Whenever Abe had a chance in the field while at work or at the house, he would stop and read. He kept the Bible and Aesop's fables always within reach, and read them over and over again. These 2 volumes furnished him with the many figures of speech and parables which he used with such happy effect in his later and public utterances. Amid such restricted and unromantic environments, the boy developed into the man. The intellectual fire burned slowly, but with a steady and intense glow. Although denied the requisite training of the schoolroom, he was none the less competent to cope with those who had undergone that discipline. No one had a more retentive memory. If he read or heard a good thing, it never escaped him. His powers of concentration were intense, and in the ability through analysis to strip bare a proposition he was unexcelled. His thoughtful and investigating mind dug down after ideas, and never stopped till bottom facts were reached. With such a mental equipment, the day was destined to come when the world would need the services of his intellect and heart. That he was equal to the great task when the demand came is but another striking proof of the grandeur of his character. End of Chapter 2, Part 2 of 2. Reading by Ralph Kerwin, Belmont, California.
Chapter 3 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 4. The first law book Lincoln ever read was The Statutes of Indiana. He obtained the volume from his friend David Turnham, who testifies that he fairly devoured the book in his eager efforts to abstract the store of knowledge that lay between the lids. No doubt, as Turnham insists, the study of the statutes at this early day led Abe to think of the law as his calling in maturer years. At any rate, he now began to evince no little zeal in the matter of public speaking, in compliance with the old notion, no doubt, that a lawyer can never succeed unless he has the elements of the orator or advocate in his construction, and even when at work in the field he could not resist the temptation to mount the nearest stump and practice on his fellow laborers. The latter would flock around him, and active operations would cease whenever he began. A cluster of tall and stately trees often made him a most dignified and appreciative audience during the delivery of these maiden forensic efforts. He was old enough to attend musters, log rollings, and horse races, and was rapidly becoming a favored as well as a favorite character. The first time I ever remembered of seeing Abe Lincoln, is the testimony of one of his neighbors, was when I was a small boy and had gone with my father to attend some kind of an election. One of our neighbors, James Larkins, was there. Larkins was a great hand to brag on anything he owned. This time it was his horse. He stepped up before Abe, who was in the crowd, and commenced talking to him, boasting all the while of his animal. "I have got the best horse in the country," he shouted to his young listener. "I ran him 3 miles in exactly 9 minutes, and he never fetched a long breath." "I presume," said Abe rather dryly, "he fetched a good many short ones, though." With all his peaceful propensities, Abe was not averse to a contest of strength, either for sport or in settlement, as in one memorable case, of grievances. Personal encounters were of frequent occurrence in Gentryville in those days, and the prestige of having thrashed an opponent gave the victor marked social distinction. Green B. Taylor, with whom Abe worked the greater part of one winter on a farm, furnished me with an account of the noted fight between John Johnson, Abe's stepbrother, and William Grigsby, in which stirring drama Abe himself played an important role before the curtain was rung down. Taylor's father was the second for Johnston, and William Whitten officiated in a similar capacity for Grigsby. They had a terrible fight, writes Taylor, and it soon became apparent that Grigsby was too much for Lincoln's man Johnston. After they had fought a long time without interference, it having been agreed not to break the ring, Abe burst through, caught Grigsby, threw him off and some feet away. There he stood, proud as Lucifer, and swinging a bottle of liquor over his head, swore he was the big buck of the lick. If anyone doubts it, he shouted, he has only to come on and whet his horns. A general engagement followed this challenge, but at the end of hostilities the field was cleared, and the wounded retired amid the exultant shouts of their victors. Much of the latter end of Abe's boyhood would have been lost in the midst of tradition, but for the store of information and recollections I was fortunate enough to secure from an interesting old lady whom I met in Indiana in 1865. She was the wife of Josiah Crawford, Blue Nose, as Abe had named him, and possessed rare accomplishments for a woman reared in the backwoods of Indiana. Footnote. In one of her conversations with me, Mrs. Crawford told me of the exhibitions with which at school they often entertained the few persons who attended the closing day. Sometimes, in warm weather, the scholars made a platform of clean boards covered overhead with green boughs. Generally, however, these exhibitions took place in the schoolroom. The exercises consisted of the varieties offered at this day at the average seminary or school, declamations and dialogues or debates. The declamations were obtained principally from a book called The Kentucky Preceptor, which volume Mrs. Crawford gave me as a souvenir of my visit. Lincoln had often used it himself, she said. The questions for discussion were characteristic of the day and age, the relative merits of the bee and the ant, the difference in strength between wind and water, taxed their knowledge of physical phenomena, and the all-important question, which has the most right to complain, the Indian or the Negro, called out their conceptions of a great moral or national wrong. In the discussion of all these grave subjects, Lincoln took a deep interest. End of footnote. She was not only impressed with Abe's early efforts, but expressed great admiration for his sister, Sarah, whom she often had with her at her own hospitable home, and whom she described as a modest, industrious, and sensible sister of a humorous and equally sensible brother. From Mrs. Crawford I obtained the few specimens of Abe's early literary efforts, and much of the matter that follows in this chapter. The introduction here of the literary feature as affording us a glimpse of Lincoln's boyhood days may to a certain extent grate harshly on over-refined ears, but still no apology is necessary, for, as intimated at the outset, I intend to keep close to Lincoln all the way through. Some writers would probably omit these songs and backwoods recitals as savoring too strongly of the bacchanalian nature, but that would be a narrow view to take of history. If we expect to know Lincoln thoroughly, we must be prepared to take him as he really was. In 1826, Abe's sister Sarah was married to Aaron Grigsby, and at the wedding the Lincoln family sang a song composed in honor of the event by Abe himself. It is a tiresome doggerel and full of painful rhymes. I reproduce it here from the manuscript furnished me by Mrs. Crawford. The author and composer called it Adam and Eve's Wedding Song. When Adam was created, he dwelt in Eden's shade, as Moses has recorded, and soon a bride was made. 10,000 times 10,000 of creatures swarmed around before a bride was formed, and yet no mate was found. The Lord then was not willing that man should be alone, but caused a sleep upon him, and from him took a bone, and closed the flesh instead thereof, and then he took the same, and of it made a woman, and brought her to the man. Then Adam he rejoiced to see his loving bride, a part of his own body, the product of his side. The woman was not taken from Adam's feet, we see, so he must not abuse her, the meaning seems to be. The woman was not taken from Adam's head, we know, to show she must not rule him. 'Tis evidently so. The woman, she was taken from under Adam's arm, so she must be protected from injuries and harm. Poor Sarah, at whose wedding this song was sung, never lived to see the glory nor share in the honor that afterwards fell to the lot of her tall and angular brother. Within 2 years after her marriage, she died in childbirth. Something in the conduct of the Grigsbys and their treatment of his sister gave Abe great offense, and for a long time the relations between him and them were much strained. The Grigsbys were the leading family in Gentryville, and consequently were of no little importance in a social way. Abe, on the contrary, had no reserve of family or social influence to draw upon. He was only awaiting an opportunity to even up the score between them. Neither his father nor any of the Hankses were of any avail, and he therefore for the first time resorted to the use of his pen for revenge. He wrote a number of pieces in which he took occasion to lampoon those who provoked in any way his especial displeasure. It was quite natural to conceive, therefore, that with the gift of satire at command he should not have permitted the Grigsbys to escape. These pieces were called Chronicles, and although rude and coarse, they served the purpose designed by their author of bringing public ridicule down on the heads of his victims. They were written in an attempted scriptural vein, and on so many different subjects that one might consistently call them social ventilators. Their grossness must have been warmly appreciated by the early denizens of Gentryville, for the descendants of the latter up to this day have taken care that they should not be buried from sight under the dust of long-continued forgetfulness. I reproduce here, exactly as I obtained it, the particular chapter of the Chronicles which reflected on the Grigsbys so severely, and which must serve as an example of all the others. Footnote. The original chapter in Lincoln's handwriting came to light in a singular manner after having been hidden out or lost for years. Shortly before my trip to Indiana in 1865, a carpenter in Gentryville was rebuilding a house belonging to one of the Grigsbys. While so engaged, his son and assistant had climbed through the ceiling to the inner side of the roof to tear away some of the timbers, and there found tucked away under the end of a rafter a bundle of yellow and dust-covered papers. Carefully withdrawing them from their hiding place, he opened and was slowly deciphering them, when his father, struck by the boy's silence, and hearing no evidence of work, inquired of him what he was doing. "Reading a portion of the scriptures that haven't been revealed yet," was the response. He had found the Chronicles of Reuben. End of footnote. Reuben and Charles Grigsby on the same day married Betsy Ray and Matilda Hawkins, respectively. The day following, they, with their brides, returned to the Grigsby mansion, where the father, Reuben Grigsby, Sr., gave them a cordial welcome. Here an old-fashioned infare, with feasting and dancing, and the still older fashion of putting the bridal party to bed, took place. When the invitations to these festivities were issued, Abe was left out, and the slight led him to furnish an appreciative circle in Gentryville with what he was pleased to term the first Chronicles of Reuben. Footnote. Lincoln had shrewdly persuaded someone who was on the inside at the infare to slip upstairs while the feasting was at its height and change the beds, which Mamma Grigsby had carefully arranged in advance. This transposition of beds produced a comedy of errors which gave Lincoln as much satisfaction and joy as the Grigsby household embarrassment and chagrin. End of footnote. Now there was a man, begins this memorable chapter of backwoods lore, whose name was Reuben, and the same was very great in substance, in horses and cattle and swine, and a very great household. It came to pass, when the sons of Reuben grew up, that they were desirous of taking to themselves wives, and being too well known as to honor in their own country, they took a journey into a far country, and there procured for themselves wives. It came to pass also that when they were about to make the return home, they sent a messenger before them to bear the tidings to their parents. These, inquiring of the messengers what time their sons and wives would come, made a great feast, and called all their kinsmen and neighbors in, and made great preparations. When the time drew near, they sent out 2 men to meet the grooms and their brides with a trumpet, to welcome them and to accompany them. When they came near unto the house of Reuben the father, the messenger came on before them and gave a shout, and the whole multitude ran out with shouts of joy and music, playing on all kinds of instruments. Some were playing on harps, some on viols, and some blowing on rams' horns. Some also were casting dust and ashes toward heaven, and chief among them all was Josiah, blowing his bugle and making sound so great the neighboring hills and valleys echoed with the resounding acclamation. When they had played and their harps had sounded till the grooms and brides approached the gate, Reuben the father met them and welcomed them to his house. The wedding feast being now ready, they were all invited to sit down to eat, placing the bridegrooms and their wives at each end of the table. Waiters were then appointed to serve and wait on the guests. When all had eaten, and were full and merry, they went out again and played and sung until night. And when they had made an end of feasting and rejoicing, the multitude dispersed, each going to his own home. The family then took seats with their waiters to converse while preparations were being made in an upper chamber for the brides and grooms to be conveyed to their beds. This being done, the waiters took the 2 brides upstairs, placing one in a bed at the right hand of the stairs and the other on the left. The waiters came down, and Nancy the mother then gave directions to the waiters of the bridegrooms, and they took them upstairs, but placed them in the wrong beds. The waiters then all came downstairs, but the mother, being fearful of a mistake, made inquiry of the waiters, and learning the true facts, took the light and sprang upstairs. It came to pass she ran to one of the beds and exclaimed, "O Lord, Reuben, you are in bed with the wrong wife." The young men, both alarmed at this, sprung up out of bed and ran with such violence against each other they came near knocking each other down. The tumult gave evidence to those below that the mistake was certain. At last they all came down and had a long conversation about who made the mistake, but it could not be decided. So endeth the chapter. Footnote. The reader will readily discern that the waiters had been carefully drilled by Lincoln in advance for the parts they were to perform in this rather unique piece of backwoods comedy. He also improved the rare opportunity which presented itself of caricaturing Blue Nose Crawford, who had exacted of him such an extreme penalty for the damage done to his Weems' Life of Lincoln. He is easily identified as Josiah blowing his bugle. The latter was also the husband of my informant, Mrs. Elizabeth Crawford. End of footnote. As the reader will naturally conclude, the revelation of this additional chapter of the Scriptures stirred up the social lions of Gentryville to the fighting point. Nothing but the blood of the author, who was endeavoring to escape public attention under the anonymous cloak, would satisfy the vengeance of the Grigsbys and their friends. But while the latter were discussing the details of discovery and punishment, The versatile young satirist was at work finishing up William, the remaining member of the Grigsby family, who had so far escaped the sting of his pen. The lines of rhyme in which William's weaknesses are handed down to posterity, Mrs. Crawford had often afterwards heard Abe recite, but she was very reluctant, from a feeling of modesty, to furnish them to me. At last, through the influence of her son, I overcame her scruples and obtained the coveted verses. A glance at them will convince the reader that the people of a community who could tolerate these lines would certainly not be surprised or offended at anything that might be found in the chronicles. I will tell you a joke about Joel and Mary. It is neither a joke nor a story, for Reuben and Charles have married 2 girls, but Billy has married a boy. The girls he had tried on every side, but none could he get to agree. All was in vain. He went home again, and since then he's married to Natty. So Billy and Natty agreed very well, and Mamma is well pleased with the match. The egg it is laid, but Natty's afraid the shell is so soft it never will hatch. But Betsy, she said, you cursed bald head, my suitor you never can be. Besides, your ill shape proclaims you an ape, and that never can answer for me. That these burlesques and the publicity they attained aroused all the ire in the Grigsby family and eventually made Abe the object on which their fury was spent is not surprising in the least. It has even been contended, and with some show of truth, too, that the fight between John Johnston and William Grigsby was the outgrowth of these caricatures, and that Abe forbore measuring strength with Grigsby, who was considered his physical inferior, and selected Johnston to represent him and fight in his stead. These crude rhymes and awkward imitations of scriptural lore demonstrated that their author, if assailed, was merciless in satire. In after years, Lincoln, when driven to do so, used this weapon of ridicule with telling effect. He knew its power, and on one occasion, in the rejoinder of a debate, drove his opponent in tears from the platform. Although devoid of any natural ability as a singer, Abe nevertheless made many efforts and had great appreciation of certain songs. In after years he told me he doubted if he really knew what the harmony of sound was. The songs in vogue then were principally of the sacred order. They were from Watts and Dupuy's hymn books. David Turnham furnished me with a list, marking as especial favorites the following: Am I a Soldier of the Cross? How Tedious and Tasteless the Hours? There is a Fountain Filled with Blood? And Alas, and Did My Savior Bleed? One song pleased Abe not a little. I used to sing it for old Thomas Lincoln, relates Turnham, at Abe's request. The old gentleman liked it and made me sing it often. I can only remember one couplet. There was a Romish lady who was brought up in popery. Dennis Hanks insists that Abe used to try his hand and voice at poor old Ned, but never with any degree of success. Rich, racy verses were sung by the big boys in the country villages of that day with as keen a relish as they are today. There is no reason, and less evidence, for the belief that Abe did not partake of this forbidden fruit along with other boys of the same age and condition in life. Among what Dennis called field songs are a few lines from this one. The turbaned Turk that scorns the world and struts about with his whiskers curled, for no other man but himself to see. Of another ballad we have this couplet: Hail Columbia, happy land! If you ain't drunk, I will be damned. We can imagine the merry Dennis, hilarious with the exhilaration of deep potations at the village grocery, singing this field song as he and Abe wended their way homeward. A stanza from a campaign song, which Abe was in the habit of rendering, according to Mrs. Crawford, attests his earliest political predilections. Let old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind. May Jackson be our president and Adams left behind. A mournful and distressing ballad, John Anderson's Lamentation, as rendered by Abe, was written out for me by Mrs. Crawford, but the first lines, O sinners, poor sinners, take warning by me, the fruits of transgression behold now and see, will suffice to indicate how mournful the rest of it was. The center of wit and wisdom in the village of Gentryville was at the store. This place was in charge of one Jones, who soon after embarking in business seemed to take quite a fancy to Abe. He took the only newspaper sent from Louisville, and at his place of business gathered Abe, Dennis Hanks, Baldwin, the blacksmith, and other kindred spirits to discuss such topics as are the exclusive property of a store lounger. Abe's original and ridiculous stories not only amused the crowd, but the display of his unique faculties made him many friends. One who saw him at this time says, "Lincoln would frequently make political speeches to the boys. He was always calm, logical, and clear. His jokes and stories were so odd, original, and witty, all the people in town would gather around him. He would keep them till midnight. Abe was a good talker, a good reasoner, and a kind of newsboy." He attended all the trials before the squire, as that important functionary was called, and frequently wandered off to Boonville, a town on the river distant 15 miles, and the county seat of Warwick County, to hear and see how the courts were conducted there. On one occasion at the latter place he remained during the trial of a murderer, and attentively absorbed the proceedings. A lawyer named Breckinridge represented the defense, and his speech so pleased and thrilled his young listener that the latter could not refrain from approaching the eloquent advocate at the close of his address and congratulating him on his signal success. How Breckinridge accepted the felicitations of the awkward, hapless youth we shall probably never know. The story is told that during Lincoln's term as president, he was favored one day at the White House with a visit by this same Breckinridge, then a resident of Texas, who had called to pay his respects. In a conversation about early days in Indiana, the president, recalling Breckinridge's argument in the murder trial, remarked, "If I could, as I then thought, have made as good a speech as that, my soul would have been satisfied, for it was up to that time the best speech I had ever heard." No feature of his backwoods life pleased Abe so well as going to mill. It released him from a day's work in the woods, besides affording him a much-desired opportunity to watch the movement of the mill's primitive and cumbersome machinery. It was on many of these trips that David Turnham accompanied him. In later years, Mr. Lincoln related the following reminiscence of his experience as a miller in Indiana. One day, taking a bag of corn, he mounted the old flea-bitten gray mare and rode leisurely to Gordon's mill. Arriving somewhat late, his turn did not come till almost sundown. In obedience to the custom requiring each man to furnish his own power, he hitched the old mare to the arm, and as the animal moved round, the machinery responded with equal speed. Abe was mounted on the arm, and at frequent intervals made use of his whip to urge the animal on to better speed. With a careless "Get up, you old hussy," he applied the lash at each revolution of the arm. In the midst of the exclamation, or just as half of it had escaped through his teeth, the old jade, resenting the continued use of the goad, elevated her shoeless hoof, and striking the young engineer in the forehead, sent him sprawling to the earth. Miller Gordon hurried in, picked up the bleeding, senseless boy, whom he took for dead, and at once sent for his father. Old Thomas Lincoln came as soon as embodied listlessness could move, loaded the lifeless boy in a wagon, and drove home. Abe lay unconscious all night, but toward break of day the attendants noted signs of returning consciousness. The blood beginning to flow normally, his tongue struggled to loosen itself, his frame jerked for an instant, and he awoke, blurting out the words, "You old hussy," or the latter half of the sentence interrupted by the mare's heel at the mill. Mr. Lincoln considered this one of the remarkable incidents of his life. He often referred to it, and we had many discussions in our law office over the psychological phenomena involved in the operation. Without expressing my own views, I may say that his idea was that the latter half of the expression, "Get up, you old hussy," was cut off by a suspension of the normal flow of his mental energy, and that as soon as life's forces returned he unconsciously ended the sentence, or, as he in a plainer figure put it, "Just before I struck the old mare, my will through the mind had set the muscles of my tongue to utter the expression, and when her heels came in contact with my head, the whole thing stopped, half cocked, as it were, and was only fired off when mental energy or force returned." By the time he had reached his 17th year, he had attained the physical proportions of a full-grown man. He was employed to assist James Taylor in the management of a ferry boat across the Ohio River near the mouth of Anderson's Creek, but was not allowed a man's wages for the work. He received 37 cents a day, for what he afterwards told me was the roughest work a young man could be made to do. In the midst of whatever work he was engaged on, he still found time to utilize his pen. He prepared a composition on the American government, calling attention to the necessity of preserving the Constitution and perpetuating the Union, which, with characteristic modesty, he turned over to his friend and patron, William Woods, for safekeeping and perusal. Through the instrumentality of Woods, it attracted the attention of many persons, among them one Pitcher, a lawyer at Rockport, who, with fairly concealed enthusiasm, declared, "The world couldn't beat it." Footnote: This gentleman, Judge John Pitcher, 93 years old, is still living in Mount Vernon, Indiana. He says that young Lincoln often called at his office and borrowed books to read at home during leisure hours. On one occasion he expressed a desire to study law with Pitcher, but explained that his parents were so poor that he could not be spared from the farm on which they lived. "He related to me in my office one day," says Pitcher, "an account of his payment to Crawford of the damage done to the latter's book, Weem's Life of Lincoln. Lincoln said, 'You see, I am tall and long-armed, and I went to work in earnest. At the end of the 2 days there was not a corn blade left on a stalk in the field. I wanted to pay full damage for all the wetting the book got, and I made a clean sweep.'" End of footnote. An article on temperance was shown under similar circumstances to Aaron Farmer, a Baptist preacher of local renown, and by him furnished to an Ohio newspaper for publication. The thing, however, which gave him such prominence, a prominence, too, which could have been attained in no other way, was his remarkable physical strength, for he was becoming not only one of the longest, but one of the strongest men around Gentryville. He enjoyed the brief distinction his exhibitions of strength gave him more than the admiration of his friends for his literary or forensic efforts. Some of the feats attributed to him almost surpass belief. One witness declares he was equal to 3 men, having on a certain occasion carried a load of 600 pounds. At another time he walked away with a pair of logs which 3 robust men were skeptical of their ability to carry. "He could strike with a maul a heavier blow, could sink an axe deeper into wood than any man I ever saw," is the testimony of another witness. After he had passed his 19th year and was nearing his majority, he began to chafe and grow restless under the restraints of home rule. Seeing no prospect of betterment in his condition so long as his fortune was interwoven with that of his father, he at last endeavored to strike out into the broad world for himself. Having great faith in the judgment and influence of his fast friend Wood, he solicited from him a recommendation to the officers of some one of the boats plying up and down the river, hoping thereby to obtain employment more congenial than the dull, fatiguing work of a farm. To this project the judicious Wood was much opposed, and therefore suggested to the would-be boatman the moral duty that rested on him to remain with his father till the law released him from that obligation. With deep regret, he traced his steps to the paternal mansion, seriously determined not to evade the claim from which in a few weary months he would be finally released. Meanwhile occurred his first opportunity to see the world. In March 1828, James Gentry, for whom he had been at work, had fitted out a boat with a stock of grain and meat for a trading expedition to New Orleans, and placed his son Allen in charge of the cargo for the voyage. Abe's desire to make a river trip was at last satisfied, and he accompanied the proprietor's son, serving as bow hand. His pay was $8 a month and board. In due course of time, the navigators returned from their expedition with the evidence of profitable results to gladden the heart of the owner. The only occurrence of interest they could relate of the voyage was the encounter with a party of marauding negroes at the plantation of Madame Duchesne, a few miles below Baton Rouge. Abe and Gentry, having tied up for the night, were fast asleep on their boat when aroused by the arrival of a crowd of negroes bent on plunder. They set to work with clubs, and not only drove off the intruders, but pursued them inland. Then, hastily returning to their quarters, they cut loose their craft and floated downstream till daylight. Before passing on further, it may not be amiss to glance for a moment at the social side of life as it existed in Gentryville in Abe's day. "We thought nothing," said an old lady whom I interviewed when in Indiana, "of going 8 or 10 miles to church. The ladies did not stop for the want of a shawl, cloak, or riding dress in winter time, but would put on their husbands' old overcoats and wrap up their little ones and take 1 or 2 of them on their breasts. Their husbands would walk, and thus they would go to church, frequently remaining till the second day before they returned home. The old men starting from the fields and out of the woods would carry their guns on their shoulders and go also. They dressed in deerskin pants, moccasins, and coarse hunting shirts, the latter usually fastened with a rope or leather strap. Arriving at the house where services were to be held, they would recite to each other thrilling stories of their hunting exploits and smoke their pipes with the old ladies. They were treated, and treated each other, with utmost kindness. A bottle of liquor, a pitcher of water, sugar, and glasses were set out for them, also a basket of apples or turnips, with, now and then, a pie or cakes. Thus they regaled themselves till the preacher found himself in a condition to begin. The latter, having also partaken freely of the refreshments provided, would take his stand, draw his coat, open his shirt collar, read his text, and preach and pound till the sweat, produced alike by his exertions and the exhilarating effects of the toddy, rolled from his face in great drops. Shaking hands and singing ended the service. The houses were scattered far apart, but the people traveled great distances to participate in the frolic and coarse fun of a log rolling and sometimes a wedding. Unless in midwinter, the young ladies carried their shoes in their hands, and only put them on when the scene of the festivities was reached. The ladies of maturer years drank whiskey toddy, while the men took the whiskey straight. They all danced merrily, many of them barefooted, to the tune of a cracked fiddle the night through. We can imagine the gleeful and more hilarious swaggering home at daybreak to the tune of Dennis Hanks's festive lines, "Hail Columbia, happy land, if you ain't drunk, I will be damned." Although gay, prosperous, and light-hearted, these people were brimming over with superstition. It was at once their food and drink. They believed in the baneful influence of witches, pinned their faith to the curative power of wizards in dealing with sick animals, and shot the image of a witch with a silver ball to break the spell she was supposed to have over human beings. They followed with religious minuteness the directions of the water wizard with his magic divining rod, and the faith doctor, who wrought miraculous cures by strange sounds and signals to some mysterious agency. The flight of a bird in at the window, the breath of a horse on a child's head, the crossing by a dog of a hunter's path, all betokened evil luck in store for someone. The moon exercised greater influence on the actions of the people and the growth of vegetation than the sun and all the planetary system combined. Fence rails could only be cut in the light of the moon, and potatoes planted in the dark of the moon. Trees and plants which bore their fruit above ground could be planted when the moon shone full. Soap could only be made in the light of the moon, and it must only be stirred in one way, and by one person. They had the horror of Friday, which, with many, exists to this day. Nothing was to be begun on that unlucky day, for if the rule were violated, an endless train of disasters was sure to follow. Surrounded by people who believed in these things, Lincoln grew to manhood. With them he walked, talked, and labored, and from them he also absorbed whatever of superstition showed itself in him thereafter. His early Baptist training made him a fatalist up to the day of his death, and listening in boyish wonder to the legends of some toothless old dame led him to believe in the significance of dreams and visions. His surroundings helped to create that unique character which in the eyes of a great portion of the American people was only less curious and amusing than it was august and noble. The winter of 1829 was marked by another visitation of that dreaded disease, the milk sick. It was making the usual ravages among the cattle. Human victims were falling before it every day, and it caused the usual stampede in southern Indiana. Dennis Hanks, discouraged by the prospect and grieving over the loss of his stock, proposed a move further westward. Returning emigrants had brought encouraging news of the newly developed state of Illinois. Vast stretches of rich alluvial lands were to be had there on the easiest of terms. Besides this, Indiana no longer afforded any inducements to the poor man. The proposition of Dennis met with the general assent of the Lincoln family, and especially suited the roving and migratory spirit of Thomas Lincoln. He had been induced to leave Kentucky for the hills of Indiana by the same rosy and alluring reports. He had moved 4 times since his marriage, and in point of worldly goods was no better off than when he started in life. His land groaned under the weight of long neglected encumbrance, and like many of his neighbors, he was ready for another change. Having disposed of his land to James Gentry, and his grain and stock to young David Turnham, he loaded his household effects into a wagon drawn by 2 yoke of oxen, and in March, 1830, started for Illinois. The 2 daughters of Mrs. Lincoln had meanwhile married Dennis Hanks and Levi Hall, and with these additions the party numbered 13 in all. Abe had just passed his 21st birthday. The journey was a long and tedious one. The streams were swollen and the roads were muddy almost to the point of impassability. The rude, heavy wagon with its primitive wheels creaked and groaned as it crawled through the woods, and now and then stalled in the mud. Many were the delays, but none ever disturbed the equanimity of its passengers. They were cheerful in the face of all adversity, hopeful, and some of them determined, but none of them more so than the tall, ungainly youth in buckskin breeches and coonskin cap, who wielded the gad and urged the patient oxen forward. As these humble immigrants entered the new state, little did the curious people in the towns through which they passed dream that the obscure and penniless driver who yelled his commands to the oxen would yet become chief magistrate of the greatest nation of modern times. Footnote: Mr. Lincoln once described this journey to me. He said the ground had not yet yielded up the frosts of winter, that during the day the roads would thaw out on the surface and at night freeze over again, thus making traveling, especially with oxen, painfully slow and tiresome. There were, of course, no bridges, and the party were consequently driven to ford the streams, unless by a circuitous route they could avoid them. In the early part of the day the latter were also frozen slightly, and the oxen would break through a square yard of thin ice at every step. Among other things which the party brought with them was a pet dog, which trotted along after the wagon. One day the little fellow fell behind and failed to catch up till after they had crossed the stream. Missing him, they looked back, and there on the opposite bank he stood, whining and jumping about in great distress. The water was running over the broken edges of the ice, and the poor animal was afraid to cross. It would not pay to turn the oxen and wagon back and ford the stream again in order to recover a dog, and so the majority, in their anxiety to move forward, decided to go on without him. "But I could not endure the idea of abandoning even a dog," related Lincoln. "Pulling off shoes and socks, I waded across the stream and triumphantly returned with the shivering animal under my arm. His frantic leaps of joy and other evidences of a dog's gratitude amply repaid me for all the exposure I had undergone." End of footnote. End of section 4.
Chapter 4 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 5. Chapter 4. After a fortnight of rough and fatiguing travel, the colony of Indiana immigrants reached a point in Illinois 5 miles northwest of the town of Decatur in Macon County. John Hanks, son of that Joseph Hanks, in whose shop at Elizabethtown Thomas Lincoln had learned what he knew of the carpenter's art, met and sheltered them until they were safely housed on a piece of land which he had selected for them 5 miles further westward. He had preceded them over a year, and had in the meantime hewed out a few timbers to be used in the construction of their cabin. The place he had selected was on a bluff overlooking the Sangamon River, for these early settlers must always be in sight of a running stream, well supplied with timber. It was a charming and picturesque sight, and all hands set resolutely to work to prepare the new abode. One felled the trees, one hewed the timbers for the cabin, while another cleared the ground of its accumulated growth of underbrush. All was bustle and activity. Even old Thomas Lincoln, infused with the spirit of the hour, was spurred to unwonted exertion. What part of the work fell to his lot our only chronicler, John Hanks, fails to note, but it is conjectured from the old gentleman's experience in the art of building that his services corresponded to those of the more modern supervising architect. With the aid of the oxen and a plow, John and Abe broke up 15 acres of sod, and Abe and myself, observes Hanks in a matter-of-fact way, split rails enough to fence the place in. As they swung their axes, or with wedge and maul split out the rails, how strange to them the thought would have seemed that those self-same rails were destined to make one of them immortal. If such a vision flashed before the mind of either, he made no sign of it, but each kept steadily on in his simple, unromantic task. Abe had now attained his majority, and began to throw from his shoulders the vexations of parental restraint. He had done his duty to his father, and felt able to begin life on his own account. As he steps out into the broad and inviting world, we take him up for consideration as a man. At the same time we dispense with further notice of his father, Thomas Lincoln. In the son are we alone interested. The remaining years of his life marked no change in the old gentleman's nature. He still listened to the glowing descriptions of prosperity in the adjoining counties, and before his death moved 3 times in search of better times and a healthy location. In 1851 we find him living on 40 acres of land on Goose Nest Prairie in Coles County, Illinois. The land bore the usual encumbrance, a mortgage for $200, which his son afterwards paid. On the 17th of January, after suffering for many weeks from a disorder of the kidneys, he passed away at the ripe old age, as his son tells us, of 73 years and 11 days. For a long time after beginning life on his own account, Abe remained in sight of the parental abode. He worked at odd jobs in the neighborhood, or wherever the demand for his services called him. As late as 1831 he was still in the same parts, and John Hanks is authority for the statement that he made 3,000 rails for Major Warnick, walking daily 3 miles to his work. During the intervals of leisure he read the few books obtainable, and continued the practice of extemporaneous speaking to the usual audience of undemonstrative stumps and voiceless trees. His first attempt at public speaking after landing in Illinois is thus described to me by John Hanks, whose language I incorporate. After Abe got to Decatur, or rather to Macon County, a man by the name of Posey came into our neighborhood and made a speech. It was a bad one, and I said Abe could beat it. I turned down a box, and Abe made his speech. The other man was a candidate. Abe wasn't. Abe beat him to death, his subject being the navigation of the Sangamon River. The man, after Abe's speech was through, took him aside and asked him where he had learned so much and how he could do so well. Abe replied, stating his manner and method of reading and what he had read. The man encouraged him to persevere. For the first time we are now favored with the appearance on the scene of a very important personage, one destined to exert no little influence in shaping Lincoln's fortunes. It is Denton Offutt, a brisk and venturesome businessman whose operations extended up and down the Sangamon River for many miles. Having heard glowing reports of John Hanks' successful experience as a boatman in Kentucky, he had come down the river to engage the latter's services to take a boatload of stock and provisions to New Orleans. He wanted me to go badly, observes Hanks, but I waited a while before answering. I hunted up Abe, and I introduced him and John Johnston, his stepbrother, to Offutt. After some talk, we at last made an engagement with Offutt at 50 cents a day and $60 to make the trip to New Orleans. Abe and I came down the Sangamon River in a canoe in March 1831, landed at what is now called Jamestown, 5 miles east of Springfield, then known as Judy's Ferry. Here Johnston joined them, and leaving their canoe in charge of one Uriah Mann, they walked to Springfield, where after some inquiry they found the genial and enterprising Offutt regaling himself with the good cheer dispensed at the Buckhorn Inn. This hostelry, kept by Andrew Elliott, was the leading place of its kind in the then unpretentious village of Springfield. The figure of a buck's head painted on a sign swinging in front of the house gave rise to its name. Offutt had agreed with Hanks to have a boat ready for him and his 2 companions at the mouth of Spring Creek on their arrival, but too many deep potations with the newcomers who daily thronged about the Buckhorn had interfered with the execution of his plans, and the boat still remained in the womb of the future. Offutt met the 3 expectant navigators on their arrival, and deep were his regrets over his failure to provide the boat. The interview resulted in the trio engaging to make the boat themselves. From what was known as Congress land, they obtained an abundance of timber, and by the aid of the machinery at Kirkpatrick's mill, they soon had the requisite material for their vessel. While the work of construction was going on, a shanty was built in which they were lodged. Lincoln was elected cook, a distinction he never underestimated for a moment. Within 4 weeks the boat was ready to launch. Offutt was sent for, and was present when she slid into the water. It was the occasion of much political chat and buncombe, in which the Whig party and Jackson alike were, strangely enough, lauded to the skies. It is difficult to account for the unanimous approval of such strikingly antagonistic ideas, unless it be admitted that Offutt must have brought with him some substantial reminder of the hospitality on draft at the Buckhorn Inn. Many disputes arose, we are told, in which Lincoln took part and found a good field for practice and debate. A traveling juggler halted long enough in Sangamon town, where the boat was launched, to give an exhibition of his art and dexterity in the loft of Jacob Carman's house. In Lincoln's low-crowned, broad-brimmed hat, the magician cooked eggs. As explanatory of the delay in passing up his hat, Lincoln drolly observed, "It was out of respect for the eggs, not care for my hat." Having loaded the vessel with pork in barrels, corn, and hogs, these sturdy boatmen swung out into the stream, On April 19, they reached the town of New Salem, a place destined to be an important spot in the career of Lincoln. There they met with their first serious delay. The boat stranded on Rutledge's Mill Dam and hung helplessly over it a day and a night. "We unloaded the boat," narrated one of the crew to explain how they obtained relief from their embarrassing situation. "That is, we transferred the goods from our boat to a borrowed one. We then rolled the barrels forward. Lincoln bored a hole in the end, projecting over the dam. The water which had leaked in ran out, and we slid over." Offutt was profoundly impressed with this exhibition of Lincoln's ingenuity. In his enthusiasm he declared to the crowd who covered the hill and who had been watching Lincoln's operation that he would build a steamboat to plow up and down the Sangamon, and that Lincoln should be her captain. She would have rollers for shoals and dams, runners for ice, and with Lincoln in charge, by thunder she'd have to go. After release from their embarrassing, not to say perilous, position, the boat and her crew floated away from New Salem and passed on to a point known as Blue Banks, where, as the historian of the voyage says, "We had to load some hogs bought of Squire Godby. We tried to drive them aboard, but could not. They would run back past us. Lincoln then suggested that we sew their eyes shut. Thinking to try it, we caught them, Abe holding their heads and I their tails, while Offutt sewed up their eyes. Still they wouldn't drive. At last, becoming tired, we carried them to the boat. Abe received them and cut open their eyes, Johnston and I handing them to him. After thus disposing of the hog problem, they again swung loose and floated downstream. From the Sangamon they passed to the Illinois. At Beardstown, their unique craft, with its sails made of planks and cloth, excited the amusement and laughter of those who saw them from the shore. Once on the bosom of the broad Mississippi, they glided past Alton, St. Louis, and Cairo in rapid succession, tied up for a day at Memphis, and made brief stops at Vicksburg and Natchez. Early in May, they reached New Orleans, where they lingered a month, disposing of their cargo and viewing the sights which the Crescent City afforded. In New Orleans, for the first time, Lincoln beheld the true horrors of human slavery. He saw negroes in chains, whipped and scourged. Against this inhumanity his sense of right and justice rebelled, and his mind and conscience were awakened to a realization of what he had often heard and read. No doubt, as one of his companions has said, slavery ran the iron into him then and there. One morning in their rambles over the city, the trio passed a slave auction. A vigorous and comely mulatto girl was being sold. She underwent a thorough examination at the hands of the bidders. They pinched her flesh and made her trot up and down the room like a horse, to show how she moved, and in order, as the auctioneer said, that bidders might satisfy themselves whether the article they were offering to buy was sound or not. The whole thing was so revolting that Lincoln moved away from the scene with a deep feeling of unconquerable hate. Bidding his companions follow him, he said, "By God, boys, let's get away from this. If ever I get a chance to hit that thing," meaning slavery, "I'll hit it hard." This incident was furnished me in 1865 by John Hanks. I have also heard Mr. Lincoln refer to it himself. In June, the entire party, including Offutt, boarded a steamboat going up the river. At St. Louis they disembarked, Offutt remaining behind, while Lincoln, Hanks, and Johnston started across Illinois on foot. At Edwardsville they separated, Hanks going to Springfield, while Lincoln and his stepbrother followed the road to Coles County, to which point old Thomas Lincoln had meanwhile removed. Here Abe did not tarry long, probably not over a month, but long enough to dispose most effectually of one Daniel Needham, a famous wrestler who had challenged the returned boatman to a test of strength. The contest took place at a locality known as Wabash Point. Abe threw his antagonist twice with comparative ease, and thereby demonstrated such marked strength and agility as to render him forever popular with the boys of that neighborhood. In August, the waters of the Sangamon River washed Lincoln into New Salem. This once sprightly and thriving village is no longer in existence. Not a building, scarcely a stone, is left to mark the place where it once stood. To reach it now, the traveler must ascend a bluff 100 feet above the general level of the surrounding country. The brow of the ridge, 250 feet broad, where it overlooks the river, widens gradually as it extends westwardly to the forest and ultimately to broad pastures. Skirting the base of the bluff is the Sangamon River, which, coming around a sudden bend from the southeast, strikes the rocky hill and is turned abruptly north. Here is an old mill, driven by water power, and reaching across the river is the mill dam, on which Offutt's vessel hung stranded in April 1831. As the river rolled her turbid waters over the dam, plunging them into the whirl and eddy beneath, the roar of waters, like low, continuous, distant thunder, could be distinctly heard through the village day and night. The country in almost every direction is diversified by alternate stretches of hills and level lands, with streams between each struggling to reach the river. The hills are bearded with timber, oak, hickory, walnut, ash, and elm. Below them are stretches of rich alluvial bottom land, and the eye ranges over a vast expanse of foliage, the monotony of which is relieved by the alternating swells and depressions of the landscape. Between peak and peak, through its bed of limestone sand and clay, sometimes kissing the feet of one bluff and then hugging the other, rolls the Sangamon River. The village of New Salem, which once stood on the ridge, was laid out in 1828. It became a trading place, and in 1836 contained 20 houses and 100 inhabitants. In the days of land offices and stagecoaches, it was a sprightly village with a busy market. Its people were progressive and industrious. Propitious winds filled the sails of its commerce. Prosperity smiled graciously on its every enterprise, and the outside world encouraged its social pretensions. It had its day of glory, but singularly enough, contemporaneous with the departure of Lincoln from its midst, it went into a rapid decline. A few crumbling stones here and there are all that attest its former existence. How it vanished, observes one writer, like a mist in the morning, to what distant places its inhabitants dispersed, and what became of the abodes they left behind, shall be questions for the local historian. Lincoln's return to New Salem in August 1831 was, within a few days, contemporaneous with the reappearance of Offutt, who made the gratifying announcement that he had purchased a stock of goods which were to follow him from Beardstown. He had again retained the services of Lincoln to assist him when his merchandise should come to hand. The tall stranger, destined to be a stranger in New Salem no longer, pending the arrival of his employer's goods, lounged about the village with nothing to do. Leisure never sat heavily on him. To him there was nothing uncongenial in it, and he might very properly have been dubbed at the time a loafer. He assured those with whom he came in contact that he was a piece of floating driftwood, that after the winter of deep snow he had come down the river with a freshet. Borne along by the swelling waters, and aimlessly floating about, he had accidentally lodged at New Salem. Looking back over his history, we are forced to conclude that Providence or chance, or whatever power is responsible for it, could not have assigned him to a more favorable refuge. His introduction to the citizens of New Salem, as Mentor Graham, the school teacher, tells us, was in the capacity of clerk on an election board. Graham furnishes ample testimony of the facility, fairness, and honesty which characterized the new clerk's work, and both teacher and clerk were soon bound together by the warmest of ties. During the day, when votes were coming in slowly, Lincoln began to entertain the crowd at the polls with a few attempts at storytelling. My cousin, J.R. Herndon, was present and enjoyed this feature of the election with the keenest relish. He never forgot some of Lincoln's yarns, and was fond of repeating them in after years. The recital of a few stories by Lincoln easily established him in the good graces of all New Salem. Perhaps he did not know it at the time, but he had used the weapon nearest at hand and had won. A few days after the election, Lincoln found employment with one Dr. Nelson, who after the style of dignitaries of later days started with his family and effects in his private conveyance, which in this instance was a flatboat, for Texas. Lincoln was hired to pilot the vessel through to the Illinois River. Arriving at Beardstown, the pilot was discharged and returned on foot across the sand and hills to New Salem. In the meantime, Offutt's long-expected goods had arrived, and Lincoln was placed in charge. Offutt relied in no slight degree on the business capacity of his clerk. In his effusive way, he praised him beyond reason. He boasted of his skill as a businessman and his wonderful intellectual acquirements. As for physical strength and fearlessness of danger, he challenged New Salem and the entire world to produce his equal. In keeping with his widely known spirit of enterprise, Offutt rented the Rutledge and Cameron Mill, which stood at the foot of the hill, and thus added another iron to keep company with the half dozen already in the fire. As a further test of his business ability, Lincoln was placed in charge of this also. William G. Greene was hired to assist him, and between the two a lifelong friendship sprang up. They slept in the store, and so strong was the intimacy between them that when one turned over, the other had to do likewise. At the head of these varied enterprises was Offutt, the most progressive man by all odds in the village. He was certainly an odd character, if we accept the judgment of his contemporaries. By some he is given the character of a clear-headed, brisk man of affairs. By others he is variously described as wild, noisy, and reckless, or windy, rattle-brained, unsteady, and improvident. Despite the unenviable traits ascribed to him, he was good at heart and a generous friend of Lincoln. His boast that the latter could outrun, whip, or throw down any man in Sangamon County was soon tested, as we shall presently see, for as another has truthfully expressed it, honors such as Offutt accorded to Abe were to be won before they were worn at New Salem. In the neighborhood of the village, or rather a few miles to the southwest, lay a strip of timber called Clary's Grove. The boys who lived there were a terror to the entire region, seemingly a necessary product of frontier civilization. They were friendly and good-natured. They could trench a pond, dig a bog, build a house. They could pray and fight, make a village, or create a state. They would do almost anything for sport or fun, love or necessity. Though rude and rough, though life's forces ran over the edge of the bowl, foaming and sparkling in pure deviltry for deviltry's sake, yet place before them a poor man who needed their aid, a lame or sick man, a defenseless woman, a widow, or an orphaned child, they melted into sympathy and charity at once. They gave all they had, and willingly toiled or played cards for more. Though there never was under the sun a more generous parcel of rowdies, a stranger's introduction was likely to be the most unpleasant part of his acquaintance with them. They conceded leadership to one Jack Armstrong, a hardy, strong, and well-developed specimen of physical manhood, and under him they were in the habit of cleaning out New Salem whenever his order went forth to do so. Offutt and Bill Clary, the latter skeptical of Lincoln's strength and agility, ended a heated discussion in the store one day over the new clerk's ability to meet the tactics of Clary's Grove by a bet of $10 that Jack Armstrong was, in the language of the day, a better man than Lincoln. The new clerk strongly opposed this sort of an introduction, but after much entreaty from Offutt, at last consented to make his bow to the social lions of the town in this unusual way. He was now 6 feet 4 inches high, and weighed, as his friend and confidant William Greene tells us with impressive precision, 214 pounds. The contest was to be a friendly one and fairly conducted. All New Salem adjourned to the scene of the wrestle. Money, whiskey, knives, and all manner of property were staked on the result. It is unnecessary to go into the details of the encounter. Everyone knows how it ended, how at last the tall and angular rail-splitter, enraged at the suspicion of foul tactics, and profiting by his height and the length of his arms, fairly lifted the great bully by the throat, and shook him like a rag. How by this act he established himself solidly in the esteem of all New Salem, and secured the respectful admiration and friendship of the very man whom he had so thoroughly vanquished. From this time forward, Jack Armstrong, his wife Hannah, and all the other Armstrongs became his warm and trusted friends. None stood readier than they to rally to his support, none more willing to lend a helping hand. Lincoln appreciated their friendship and support, and in after years proved his gratitude by saving one member of the family from the gallows. The business done over Offutt's counter gave his clerk frequent intervals of rest, so that, if so inclined, an abundance of time for study was always at his disposal. Lincoln had long before realized the deficiencies of his education, and resolved, now that the conditions were favorable, to atone for early neglect by a course of study. Nothing was more apparent to him than his limited knowledge of language, and the proper way of expressing his ideas. Moreover, it may be said that he appreciated his inefficiency in a rhetorical sense, and therefore determined to overcome all these obstacles by mastering the intricacies of grammatical construction. Acting on the advice of Mentor Graham, he hunted up one Vayner, who was the reputed owner of Kirkham's Grammar, and after a walk of several miles, returned to the store with a coveted volume under his arm. With zealous perseverance, he at once applied himself to the book. Sometimes he would stretch out at full length on the counter, his head propped up on a stack of calico prints, studying it, or he would steal away to the shade of some inviting tree, and there spend hours at a time in a determined effort to fix in his mind the arbitrary rule that adverbs qualify verbs, adjectives, and other adverbs. From the vapidity of grammar, it was now and then a great relaxation to turn to the more agreeable subject of mathematics, and he might often have been seen lying face downwards, stretched out over 6 feet of grass, figuring out on scraps of paper some problem given for solution by a quizzical store lounger, or endeavoring to prove that multiplying the denominator of a fraction divides it, while dividing the denominator multiplies it. Rather a poor prospect, one is forced to admit, for a successful man of business. At this point in my narrative I am pained to drop from further notice our buoyant and effusive friend Offutt. His business ventures failing to yield the extensive returns he predicted, and too many of his obligations maturing at the same time, he was forced to pay the penalty of commercial delinquency and went to the wall. He soon disappeared from the village, and the inhabitants thereof never knew whither he went. In the significant language of Lincoln, he petered out. As late as 1873, I received a letter from Dr. James Hall, a physician living at St. Denis near Baltimore, Maryland, who, referring to the disappearance of Offutt, relates the following reminiscence. Of what consequence to know or learn more of Offutt I cannot imagine, but be assured he turned up after leaving New Salem. On meeting the name it seemed familiar, but I could not locate him. Finally I fished up from memory that some 25 years ago one Denton Offutt appeared in Baltimore, hailing from Kentucky, advertising himself in the city papers as a veterinary surgeon and horse-tamer, professing to have a secret to whisper in the horse's ear, or a secret manner of whispering in his ear which he could communicate to others, and by which the most refractory and vicious horse could be quieted and controlled. For this secret he charged $5, binding the recipient by oath not to divulge it. I know several persons, young fancy horsemen, who paid for the trick. Offutt advertised himself not only through the press, but by his strange attire. He appeared in the streets on horseback and on foot in plain citizen's dress of black, but with a broad sash across the right shoulder, of various colored ribbons, crossed on his left hip under a large rosette of the same material, the whole rendering his appearance most ludicrously conspicuous. Having occasion to purchase a horse, I encountered him at several of our stables, and was strongly urged to avail myself of his secret. So much for Offutt, but were he living in '61, I doubt not Mr. Lincoln would have heard of him. The early spring of 1832 brought to Springfield and New Salem a most joyful announcement. It was the news of the coming of a steamboat down the Sangamon River, proof incontestable that the stream was navigable. The enterprise was undertaken and carried through by Captain Vincent Bogue of Springfield, who had gone to Cincinnati to procure a vessel and thus settle the much-mooted question of the river's navigability. When, therefore, he notified the people of his town that the steamboat Talisman would put out from Cincinnati for Springfield, we can well imagine what great excitement and unbounded enthusiasm followed the announcement. Springfield, New Salem, and all the other towns along the now interesting Sangamon were to be connected by water with the outside world. Public meetings with the accompaniment of long subscription lists were held. The merchants of Springfield advertised the arrival of goods direct from the east per steamboat Talisman. The mails were promised as often as once a week from the same direction. All the land adjoining each enterprising and aspiring village along the river was subdivided into town lots. In fact, the whole region began to feel the stimulating effects of what in later days would have been called a boom. I remember the occasion well for two reasons. It was my first sight of a steamboat, and also the first time I ever saw Mr. Lincoln, although I never became acquainted with him till his second race for the legislature in 1834. In response to the suggestion of Captain Bogue made from Cincinnati, a number of citizens, among the number Lincoln, had gone down the river to Beardstown to meet the vessel as she emerged from the Illinois. These were armed with axes having long handles to cut away, as Bogue had recommended, branches of trees hanging over from the banks. After having passed New Salem, I and other boys on horseback followed the boat, riding along the river's bank as far as Bogue's mill, where she tied up. There we went aboard, and lost in boyish wonder, feasted our eyes on the splendor of her interior decorations. The Sangamon Journal of that period contains numerous poetical efforts celebrating the Talisman's arrival. A few lines under date of April 5, 1832, unsigned but supposed to have been the product of a local poet, one Oliphant, were sung to the tune of Clar de Kitchen. I cannot refrain from inflicting a stanza or two of this ode on the reader. "O Captain Bogue he gave the load, and Captain Bogue he showed the road, and we came up with a right good will, and tied our boat up to his mill. Now we are up the Sangamo, and here we'll have a grand hurrah, so fill your glasses to the brim, of whiskey, brandy, wine, and gin. Illinois suckers, young and raw, were strong along the Sangamo. To see a boat come up by stream, they surely thought it was a dream." On its arrival at Springfield, or as near Springfield as the river ran, the crew of the boat were given a reception and dance in the courthouse. The cream of the town society attended to pay their respects to the newly arrived guests. The captain in charge of the boat, not Captain Bogue, but a vainly dressed fellow from the East, was accompanied by a woman, more gaudily attired than himself, whom he introduced as his wife. Of course the most considerate attention was shown them both, until later in the evening, when it became apparent that the gallant officer and his fair partner had imbibed too freely, for in those days we had plenty of good cheer, and were becoming unpleasantly demonstrative in their actions. This breach of good manners openly offended the high-toned nature of Springfield's fair ladies, but not more than the lamentable fact, which they learned on the following day, that the captain's partner was not his wife after all, but a woman of doubtful reputation whom he had brought with him from some place further east. But to the return of the Talisman. That now interesting vessel lay for a week longer at Bogue's Mill, when the receding waters admonished her officers that unless they purposed spending the remainder of the year there, they must head her downstream. In this emergency, recourse was had to my cousin, Rowan Herndon, who had had no little experience as a boatman, and who recommended the employment of Lincoln as a skillful assistant. These two inland navigators undertook therefore the contract of piloting the vessel, which had now become elephantine in proportions, through the uncertain channel of the Sangamon to the Illinois River. The average speed was 4 miles a day, At New Salem, safe passage over the mill dam was deemed impossible, unless the same could be lowered or a portion removed. To this, Cameron and Rutledge, owners of the mill, entered their most strenuous protest. The boat's officers responded that under the federal Constitution and laws, no one had the right to dam up or in any way obstruct a navigable stream, and they argued that as they had just demonstrated that the Sangamon was navigable, they proposed to remove enough of the obstruction to let the boat through. Rowan Herndon, describing it to me in 1865, said, "When we struck the dam, she hung. We then backed off and threw the anchor over. We tore away part of the dam, and raising stream ran her over on the first trial." The entire proceeding stirred up no little feeling, in which mill owners, boat officers, and passengers took part. The effect the return trip of the Talisman had on those who believed in the successful navigation of the Sangamon is shrewdly indicated by the pilot, who with laconic complacency adds, "As soon as she was over, the company that chartered her was done with her." Lincoln and Herndon, in charge of the vessel, piloted her through to Beardstown. There they were paid $40 each, according to contract, and bidding adieu to the Talisman's officers and crew, set out on foot for New Salem again. A few months later the Talisman caught fire at the wharf in St. Louis and went up in flames. The experiment of establishing a steamboat line to Springfield proved an unfortunate venture for its projector, Captain Bogue. Finding himself unable to meet his rapidly maturing obligations incurred in aid of the enterprise, it is presumed that he left the country, for the journal of that period is filled with notices of attachment proceedings brought by vigilant creditors who had levied on his goods. End of section 5.
Chapter 5, Part 1 of 2 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 6, Chapter 5. Part 1 of 2. The departure of the Talisman for deeper waters, the downfall of Denton Offutt's varied enterprises, and his disappearance from New Salem, followed in rapid succession, and before the spring of 1832 had merged into summer, Lincoln found himself a piece of floating driftwood again. Where he might have lodged had not the Black Hawk War intervened can only be a matter of conjecture. A glance at this novel period in his life may not be out of keeping with the purpose of this book. The great Indian chief, Black Hawk, who on the 30th of June, 1831, had entered into an agreement, having all the solemnity of a treaty, with Governor Reynolds and General Gaines, that none of his tribe should ever cross the Mississippi to their usual place of residence, nor any part of their old hunting grounds east of the Mississippi, without permission of the President of the United States or the Governor of the State of Illinois, had openly broken the compact. On the 6th of April, 1832, he recrossed the Mississippi and marched up Rock River Valley, accompanied by about 500 warriors on horseback, while his women and children went up the river in canoes. The great chief was now 67 years old, and believed that his plots were all ripe and his allies fast and true. Although warned by General Atkinson, then in command of Fort Armstrong, against this aggression, and ordered to return, he proudly refused, claiming that he had "come to plant corn." On being informed of the movement of Black Hawk, Governor Reynolds called for 1,000 mounted volunteers to cooperate with the United States forces under command of General Atkinson, and drive the wily Indian back across the Mississippi. The response to the governor's call was prompt and energetic. In the company from Sangamon County, Lincoln enlisted, and now, for the first time, entered on the vicissitudinous and dangerous life of a soldier. That he, in fact, regarded the campaign after the Indians as a sort of holiday affair and chicken-stealing expedition is clearly shown in a speech he afterwards made in Congress in exposure of the military pretensions of General Cass. However, in grim soldierly severity he marched with the Sangamon County contingent to Rushville in Schuyler County, where, much to his surprise, he was elected captain of the company over William Kirkpatrick. A recital of the campaign that followed in the effort to drive the treacherous Indians back, or a description of the few engagements, none of which reached the dignity of a battle, which took place, have in no wise been overlooked by the historians of Illinois and of the Black Hawk War. With the exception of those things which relate to Lincoln alone, I presume it would be needless to attempt to add anything to what has so thoroughly and truthfully been told. While at the rendezvous at Rushville and on the march to the front, Lincoln, of course, drilled his men, and gave them such meager instruction in military tactics as he could impart. Some of the most grotesque things he ever related were descriptions of these drills. In marching one morning at the head of the company, who were following in lines of 20 abreast, it became necessary to pass through a gate much narrower than the lines. The captain could not remember the proper command to turn the company endwise, and the situation was becoming decidedly embarrassing, when one of those thoughts born of the depths of despair came to his rescue. Facing the lines, he shouted, "Halt! This company will break ranks for 2 minutes, and form again on the other side of the gate." The maneuver was successfully executed. On being elected captain, Lincoln replied in a brief response of modest and thankful acceptance. It was the first official trust ever turned over to his keeping, and he prized it and the distinction it gave him more than any which in after years fell to his lot. His company savored strongly of the Clary's Grove order, and though daring enough in the presence of danger, were difficult to bring down to the inflexibilities of military discipline. Each one seemed perfectly able and willing to care for himself, and while the captain's authority was respectfully observed, yet, as some have said, they were none the less a crowd of generous ruffians. I heard Mr. Lincoln say once, on the subject of his career as captain in this company, and the discipline he exercised over his men, that to the first order given one of them he received the response, "Go to the devil, sir." Notwithstanding the interchange of many such unsoldier-like civilities between the officer and his men, a strong bond of affection united them together, and if a contest had arisen over the conflict of orders between the United States authorities and those emanating from Captain Lincoln or some other Illinois officer, as at one time was threatened, we need not be told to which side the Sangamon County Company to a man would have gone. A general order forbidding the discharge of firearms within 50 yards of the camp was disobeyed by Captain Lincoln himself. For this violation of rule he was placed under arrest and deprived of his sword for a day. But this and other punishments in no way humiliated him in the esteem of his men. If anything, they only clung the closer, and when Clary's Grove friendship asserted itself, it meant that firm and generous attachment found alone on the frontier, that bond closer than the affinity of blood, which becomes stronger as danger approaches death. A soldier of the Sangamon County Company broke into the officers' quarters one night, and with the aid of a tomahawk and 4 buckets, obtained by stealth a good supply of wines and liquors, which he generously distributed to his appreciative comrades. The next morning at daybreak, when the army began to move, the Sangamon County Company, much to their captain's astonishment, were unfit for the march. Their nocturnal expedition had been too much for them, and one by one they fell by the wayside, until but a mere handful remained to keep step with their gallant and astounded captain. Those who fell behind gradually overcame the effects of their carousal, but were hard pressed to overtake the command, and it was far into the night when the last one straggled into camp. The investigation which followed resulted only in the captain suffering the punishment for the more guilty men. For this infraction of military law he was put under arrest, and made to carry a wooden sword for 2 days, and this too, as one of his company has since assured me, although he was entirely blameless in the matter. Among the few incidents of Lincoln's career in the Black Hawk War that have found a place in history was his manly interference to protect an old Indian who strayed, hungry and helpless, into camp one day, and whom the soldiers were conspiring to kill on the ground that he was a spy. A letter from General Cass, recommending him for his past kind and faithful services to the whites, which the trembling old savage drew from beneath the folds of his blanket, failed in any degree to appease the wrath of the men who confronted him. They had come out to fight the treacherous Indians, and here was one who had the temerity even to steal into their camp. "Make an example of him," they exclaimed. "The letter is a forgery, and he is a spy." They might have put their threats into execution had not the tall form of their captain, his face swarthy with resolution and rage, interposed itself between them and their defenseless victim. Lincoln's determined look and demand that it must not be done were enough. They sullenly desisted, and the Indian, unmolested, continued on his way. Lincoln's famous wrestling match with the redoubtable Thompson, a soldier from Union County, who managed to throw him twice in succession, caused no diminution in the admiration and pride his men felt in their captain's muscle and prowess. They declared that unfair advantage had been taken of their champion, that Thompson had been guilty of foul tactics, and that, in the language of the sporting arena, it was a dog-fall. Lincoln's magnanimous action, however, in according his opponent credit for fair dealing in the face of the widespread and adverse criticism that prevailed, only strengthened him in the esteem of all. William L. Wilson, a survivor of the war, in a letter under date of February 3rd, 1882, after detailing reminiscences of Stillman's defeat, says, "I have during that time had much fun with the afterwards President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln. I remember one time of wrestling with him 2 best in 3 and ditched him. He was not satisfied, and we tried it in a foot race for a $5 bill. I won the money, and 'tis spent long ago, and many more reminiscences could I give, but am of the Quaker persuasion, and not much given to writing." At times the soldiers were hard pressed for food, but by a combination of ingenuity and labor, in proportions known only to a volunteer soldier, they managed to avoid the unpleasant results of long continued and unsatisfied hunger. "At an old Winnebago town called Turtle Village, narrates a member of the company. After stretching our rations over nearly 4 days, one of our mess, an old acquaintance of Lincoln, G.B. Fanchier, shot a dove, and having a gill of flour left, we made 1.5 gallons of delicious soup in an old tin bucket that had been lost by Indians. This soup we divided among several messes that were hungrier than we were, and our own mess, by pouring in each man's cup a portion of the esculent. Once more, at another time, in the extreme northern part of Illinois, we had been very hungry for 2 days, but suddenly came upon a new cabin at the edge of the prairie that the pioneer sovereign squatter family had vacated and skedaddled from for fear of losing their scalps. There were plenty of chickens about the cabin, much hungrier than we ourselves were, if poverty is to test the matter, and the boys heard a voice saying, "Slay and eat." They at once went to running, clubbing, and shooting them as long as they could be found. Whilst the killing was going on, I climbed to the ridge pole of the smokehouse to see distinctly what I saw obscurely from the ground, and behold, the cleanest, sweetest Joel I ever saw, alone, half hid by boards and ridge pole, stuck up no doubt for future use. By this time many of the chickens were on the fire, broiling for want of grease or gravy to fry them in. Some practical fellow proposed to throw in with the fowls enough bacon to convert broiling into frying. The proposition was adopted, and they were soon fried. We began to eat the tough, dry chickens with alternating mouthfuls of the Joel, when Lincoln came to the repast with the query, "Eatin' chicken, boys?" "Not much, sir," I responded, for we had operated principally on the Joel, it being sweeter and more palatable than the chickens. "It is much like eating saddlebags," he responded, "but I think the stomach can accomplish much to-day. But what have you got there with the skeletons, George?" "We did have a sweet Joel of a hog, sir," I answered. "But you are nearly too late for your share," at the same time making room for him to approach the elm-bark dish. He ate the bacon a moment, then commenced dividing by mouthfuls to the boys from other messes, who came to "see what Abe was at," and saying many quaint and funny things suited to the time and the Joel. The captain, it will be seen, by his freedom without familiarity, and his courtesy without condescension, was fast making inroads on the respect of his rude but appreciative men. He was doubtless looking a long way ahead, when both their friendship and respect would be of avail. For as the chronicler last quoted from continues, "He was acquainted with everybody, and he had determined, as he told me, to become a candidate for the next legislature. The mess immediately pitched on him as our standard bearer, and he accepted." The term for which the volunteers had enlisted was now expired, and the majority, tiring of the service, the novelty of which had worn off, and longing for the comforts and good cheer of their homes, refused either to re-enlist or render further service. They turned their faces homeward, each with his appetite for military glory well satiated. But the war was not over, and the mighty Black Hawk was still east of the Mississippi. A few remained and re-enlisted. Among them was Lincoln, this time eschewing the responsibilities of a captaincy, and to avoid the possible embarrassment of dragging about camp a wooden sword, he entered the company of Elijah Isles as a dignified private. It has pleased some of Mr. Lincoln's biographers to attribute this re-enlistment to pure patriotism on his part, and a conscientious desire to serve his country. From the standpoint of sentiment, That is a comfortable view to take of it, but I have strong reason to believe that Mr. Lincoln never entertained such serious notions of the campaign. In fact, I may say that my information comes from the best authority to be had in the matter, the soldier himself. Mr. Lincoln had no home. He had cut loose from his parents, from the Hankses and the Johnstons. He left behind him no anxious wife and children, and no chair before a warm fireside remained vacant for him. "I was out of work," he said to me once, "and there being no danger of more fighting, I could do nothing better than enlist again." After his discharge from this last and brief period of service, along with the remainder of the Sangamon County soldiers, he departed from the scenes of recent hostilities for New Salem again. His soldier days had ended, and he returned now to enter upon a far different career. However much in later years he may have pretended to ridicule the disasters of the Black Hawk War, or the part he took in it, yet I believe he was rather proud of it after all. When Congress, along in the 50s, granted him a land warrant, he was greatly pleased. He located it on some land in Iowa, and declared to me one day that he would die seized of that land, and although the tract never yielded him anything, he never, so far as my knowledge extends, parted with its ownership. In regard to the bounty land warrants issued to Abraham Lincoln for military services during the Black Hawk War, as captain of the 4th Illinois Volunteers, the first warrant, number 52076, for 40 acres, Act of 1850, was issued to Abraham Lincoln, Captain, etc., on the 16th of April, 1852, and was located in his name by his duly appointed attorney, John P. Davis, at Dubuque, Iowa, July 21, 1854, on the northwest quarter of the southwest quarter of Section 20, in Township 84 North of Range 39 West, Iowa. A patent as recorded in Volume 280, page 21, was issued for this tract to Abraham Lincoln on the 1st of June, 1855, and transmitted the 26th October, 1855, to the Register of Delivery. Under the Act of 1855, another land warrant, number 68465, for 120 acres, was issued to Abraham Lincoln, Captain, Illinois Militia, Black Hawk War, on the 22nd April, 1856, and was located by himself at Springfield, Illinois, December 27, 1859, on the east half of the northeast quarter and the northwest quarter of the northeast quarter of Section 18, in Township 84, north of Range 39 West, for which a patent, as recorded in Volume 468, page 53, was issued September 10, 1860, and sent October 30, 1860, to the Register for delivery. Letter Joseph S. Wilson, Acting Commissioner Land Office, June 27, 1865. The return of the Black Hawk warriors to New Salem occurred in the month of August, but a short time before the general election. A new legislature was to be chosen, and as Lincoln had declared to his comrades in the army he would, and in obedience to the effusive declaration of principles which he had issued over his signature in March, before he went to the war, he presented himself to the people of his newly adopted county as a candidate for the legislature. It is not necessary to enter into an account of the political conditions in Illinois at that time, or the effect had on the same by those who had in charge of the governmental machinery. Lincoln's course is all that interests us. Though he may not have distinctly avowed himself a Whig, yet, as one of his friends asserted, he stood openly on Whig principles. He favored a national bank, a liberal system of internal improvements, and a high protective tariff. The handbill or circular alluded to, announcing his candidacy, was a sort of literary fulmination, but on account of its length, I deem it unnecessary to insert the whole of it here. I have been told that it was prepared by Lincoln, but purged of its most glaring grammatical errors by James McNamar, who afterwards became Lincoln's rival in an important love affair. In a letter dated May 5, 1866, McNamar says, "I corrected at his request some of the grammatical errors in his first address to the voters of Sangamon County, his principal hobby being the navigation of the Sangamon River." The circular is dated March 9, 1832, and addressed to the people of Sangamon County. In it he takes up all the leading questions of the day: railroads, river navigation, internal improvements, and usury. He dwells particularly on the matter of public education, alluding to it as the most important subject before the people. Realizing his own defects arising from a lack of school instruction, he contends that every man and his children, however poor, should be permitted to obtain at least a moderate education, and thereby be enabled to read the Scriptures and other works both of a moral and religious nature for themselves. The closing paragraph was so constructed as to appeal to the chivalrous sentiments of Clary's Grove. "I was born, have ever remained," he declares, "in the most humble walks of life. I have no wealthy or popular relatives or friends to recommend me. My case is thrown exclusively upon the independent voters of the county, and if elected, they will have conferred a favor upon me for which I shall be unremitting in my labors to compensate. But if," he dryly concludes, "the good people in their wisdom shall see fit to keep me in the background, I have been too familiar with disappointments to be very much chagrined." The election being near at hand, only a few days remained for his canvass. One who was with him at the time, describing his appearance, says, "He wore a mixed jeans coat, clawhammer style, short in the sleeves, and bobtail. In fact, it was so short in the tail he could not sit on it. Flax and tow linen pantaloons, and a straw hat. I think he wore a vest, but do not remember how it looked. He wore pot metal boots." His maiden effort on the stump was a speech on the occasion of a public sale at Pappsville, a village 11 miles west of Springfield. After the sale was over and speech making had begun, a fight, a general fight, as one of the bystanders relates, ensued, and Lincoln, noticing one of his friends about to succumb to the energetic attack of an infuriated ruffian, interposed to prevent it. He did so most effectually. Hastily descending from the rude platform, he edged his way through the crowd, and seizing the bully by the neck and seat of his trousers, threw him by means of his strength and long arms, as one witness stoutly insists, 12 feet away. Returning to the stand and throwing aside his hat, he inaugurated his campaign with the following brief but juicy declaration: "Fellow citizens, I presume you all know who I am. I am humble Abraham Lincoln. I have been solicited by many friends to become a candidate for the legislature. My politics are short and sweet, like the old woman's dance. I am in favor of a national bank. I am in favor of the internal improvement system and a high protective tariff. These are my sentiments and political principles. If elected, I shall be thankful. If not, it will be all the same." I obtained this speech from A. Y. Ellis, who in 1865 wrote it out. Ellis was his friend and supporter, and took no little interest in his canvass. "I accompanied him," he relates, "on one of his electioneering trips to Island Grove, and he made a speech which pleased his party friends very well indeed, though some of the Jackson men tried to make sport of it. He told several anecdotes, and applied them, as I thought, very well. He also told the boys several stories which drew them after him. I remember them, but modesty and my veneration for his memory forbid me to relate them." His storytelling propensity, and the striking fitness of his yarns, many of them being of the bar-room order, in illustrating public questions, as we shall see further along in these chapters, was really one of the secrets of his popularity and strength. The election, as we have predicted, resulted in his defeat, the only defeat, as he himself afterwards stated, that he ever suffered at the hands of the people. But there was little defeat in it after all. Out of the 8 successful candidates he stood third from the head of the list, receiving 657 votes. 5 others received less. The most gratifying feature of it all was the hearty support of his neighbors at New Salem. Of the entire 208 votes in the precinct, he received every one save 3. It may not be amiss to explain the cause of this remarkable endorsement of Lincoln by the voters in New Salem. It arose chiefly from his advocacy of the improvement of the Sangamon River. He proposed the digging of a canal a few miles east of the point where the Sangamon enters the Illinois River, thereby giving the former 2 mouths. This, he explained to the farmers, would prevent the accumulation of backwater and consequent overflow of their rich alluvial bottom lands in the spring. It would also avert the sickness and evil results of stagnant pools, which formed in low places after the high waters receded. His scheme, that is the name by which it would be known today, commended itself to the judgment of his neighbors, and the flattering vote he received shows how they endorsed it. The unsuccessful result of the election did not dampen his hopes nor sour his ambition. The extensive acquaintance, the practice in public speaking, the confidence gained with the people, together with what was augmented in himself, made a surplus of capital, on which he was free to draw, and of which he afterwards frequently availed himself. The election being over, however, he found himself without money, though with a goodly supply of experience, drifting again. His political experience had forever weaned him from the dull routine of common labor. Labor afforded him no time for study, and no incentive to profitable reflection. What he seemed to want was some lighter work, employment in a store or tavern, where he could meet the village celebrities, exchange views with strangers, discuss politics, horse races, cockfights, and narrate to listening loafers his striking and significant stories. In the communities where he had lived, the village storekeeper held undisturbed sway. He took the only newspapers, owned the only collection of books, and half the property in the village, and in general was the social and oftentimes the political head of the community. Naturally, therefore, the prominence the store gave the merchant attracted Lincoln, but there seemed no favorable opening for him. Clerks in New Salem were not in demand just then. My cousins, Rowan and James Herndon, were at that time operating a store, and tiring of their investment and the confinement it necessitated, James sold his interest to an idle, shiftless fellow named William Berry. Soon after, Rowan disposed of his to Lincoln. That the latter, who was without means and in search of work, could succeed to the ownership of even a half interest in a concern where but a few days before he would in all probability gladly have exchanged his services for his board, doubtless seems strange to the average young business man of today. I once asked Rowan Herndon what induced him to make such liberal terms in dealing with Lincoln, whom he had known for so short a time. "I believed he was thoroughly honest," was the reply, "and that impression was so strong in me I accepted his note in payment of the whole. He had no money, but I would have advanced him still more had he asked for it." Lincoln and Berry had been installed in business but a short time, until one Reuben Radford, the proprietor of another New Salem grocery, who, happening to incur the displeasure of the Clary's Grove boys, decided suddenly one morning, in the commercial language of later days, to retire from business. A visit by night of the Clary's Grove contingent always hastened any man's retirement from business. The windows were driven in, and possession taken of the stock, without either ceremony or inventory. If by break of day the unfortunate proprietor found any portion of his establishment standing where he left it the night before, he might count himself lucky. In Radford's case, fearing his bones might share the fate of his windows, he disposed of his stock and goodwill to William Green for a consideration of $400. The latter employed Lincoln to make an inventory of the goods, and when completed, the new merchant, seeing in it something of a speculation, offered Green an advance of $250 on his investment. The offer was accepted, and the stock and fixtures passed into the ownership and control of the now enterprising firm of Lincoln and Berry. They subsequently absorbed the remnant of a store belonging to one Rutledge, which last transaction cleared the field of all competitors and left them in possession of the only mercantile concern in New Salem. To effect these sales, not a cent of money was required, the buyer giving the seller his note, and the latter assigning to it someone else in another trade. Berry gave his note to James Herndon, Lincoln his to Rowan Herndon, while Lincoln and Berry, as a firm, executed their obligation to Green, Radford, and Rutledge in succession. Surely Wall Street, at no time in its history, has furnished a brace of speculators who in so brief a period accomplished so much with so little money. A few weeks only were sufficient to render apparent Lincoln's ill adaptation to the requirements of a successful business career. Once installed behind the counter, he gave himself up to reading and study, depending for the practical management of the business on his partner. A more unfortunate selection than Berry could not have been found. For while Lincoln at one end of the store was dispensing political information, Berry at the other was disposing of the firm's liquors, being the best customer for that article of merchandise himself. To put it more plainly, Lincoln's application to Shakespeare and Burns was only equaled by Berry's attention to Spigot and Barrel. That the latter in the end succeeded in squandering a good portion of their joint assets, besides wrecking his own health, is not to be wondered at. By the spring of 1833, they, like their predecessors, were ready to retire. Two brothers named Trent coming along, they sold to them on the liberal terms then prevalent the business and goodwill. But before the latter's notes fell due, they in turn had failed and fled. The death of Berry following soon after released him from the payment of any notes or debts, and thus Lincoln was left to meet the unhonored obligations of the ill-fated partnership, or avoid their payment by dividing the responsibility and pleading the failure of the business. That he assumed all the liability and set resolutely to work to pay everything was strictly in keeping with his fine sense of honor and justice. He was a long time meeting these claims, even as late as 1848, sending to me from Washington portions of his salary as congressman to be applied on the unpaid remnant of the Berry and Lincoln indebtedness. But in time he extinguished it all, even to the last penny. End of Section 6. Recording by Bill Mosley, Bernardo, Texas, USA. Chapter V, Part 2 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bill Mosley. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 7. Conscious of his many shortcomings as a merchant, and undaunted by the unfortunate complications from which he had just been released, Lincoln returned to his books. Rowan Herndon, with whom he had been living, having removed to the country, he became for the first time a sojourner at the Tavern, as it was then called, a public house kept by Rutledge, Onstad, and Alley in succession. It was a small log house, he explained to me in later years, covered with clapboards, and contained 4 rooms. It was second only in importance to the store, for there he had the opportunity of meeting passing strangers, lawyers and others from the county seat, whom he frequently impressed with his knowledge as well as wit. He had, doubtless, long before determined to prepare himself for the law, in fact, had begun to read Blackstone while in the store, and now went at it with renewed zeal. He borrowed law books of his former comrade in the Black Hawk War, John T. Stewart, who was practicing law in Springfield, frequently walking there to return one and borrow another. His determination to master any subject he undertook, and his application to study, were of the most intense order. On the road to and from Springfield, he would read and recite from the book he carried open in his hand, and claimed to have mastered 40 pages of Blackstone during the first day after his return from Stewart's office. At New Salem he frequently sat barefooted under the shade of a tree near the store, poring over a volume of Chitty or Blackstone, sometimes lying on his back, putting his feet up the tree, which provokes one of his biographers to denote the latter posture as one which might have been unfavorable to mental application in the case of a man with shorter extremities. That Lincoln's attempt to make a lawyer of himself under such adverse and unpromising circumstances excited comment is not to be wondered at. Russell Godbey, an old man who still survives, told me in 1865 that he had often employed Lincoln to do farm work for him, and was surprised to find him one day sitting barefoot on the summit of a woodpile and attentively reading a book. This being an unusual thing for farm hands in that early day to do, I asked him, relates Godbey, what he was reading. "I'm not reading," he answered. "I'm studying." "Studying what?" I inquired. "Law, sir," was the emphatic response. It was really too much for me, as I looked at him sitting there proud as Cicero. "Great God Almighty!" I exclaimed, and passed on. But Lincoln kept on at his studies. Wherever he was, and whenever he could do so, the book was brought into use. He carried it with him in his rambles through the woods and his walks to the river. When night came, he read it by the aid of any friendly light he could find. Frequently he went down to the cooper's shop and kindled a fire out of the waste material lying about, and by the light it afforded, read until far into the night. One of his companions at this time relates that, while clerking in the store or serving as postmaster, he would apply himself as opportunity offered to his studies, if it was but 5 minutes' time, would open his book, which he always kept at hand, study it, reciting to himself, then entertain the company present or wait on a customer without apparent annoyance from the interruption. Have frequently seen him reading while walking along the streets. Occasionally he would become absorbed with his book, would stop and stand for a few moments, then walk on, or pass from one house to another, or from one crowd or squad of men to another. He was apparently seeking amusement, and with his thoughtful face and ill-fitting clothes,
was the last man one would have singled out for a student. If the company he was in was unappreciative, or their conversation at all irksome, he would open his book and commune with it for a time, until a happy thought suggested itself, and then the book would again return to its wonted resting place under his arm. He never appeared to be a hard student, as he seemed to master his studies with little effort, until he commenced the study of the law. In that he became wholly engrossed, and began for the first time to avoid the society of men, in order that he might have more time for study. He was not what is usually termed a quick-minded man, although he would usually arrive at his conclusions very readily. He seemed invariably to reflect and deliberate, and never acted from impulse so far as to force a wrong conclusion on a subject of any moment. It was not long until he was able to draw up deeds, contracts, mortgages, and other legal papers for his neighbors. He figured conspicuously as a pettifogger before the justice of the peace, but regarding it merely as a kind of preliminary practice, seldom made any charge for his services. Meanwhile he was reading not only law books, but natural philosophy and other scientific subjects. He was a careful and patient reader of newspapers, the Sangamon Journal, published at Springfield, Louisville Journal, St. Louis Republican, and Cincinnati Gazette being usually within his reach. He paid a less degree of attention to historical works, although he read Rollin and Gibbon while in business with Berry. He had a more pronounced fondness for fictitious literature, and read with evident relish Mrs. Lee Hintz's novels, which were very popular books in that day, and which were kindly loaned him by his friend A.Y. Ellis. The latter was a prosperous and shrewd young merchant who had come up from Springfield and taken quite a fancy to Lincoln. The two slept together, and Lincoln frequently assisted him in the store. He says that Lincoln was fond of short, spicy stories, 1 and 2 columns long, and cites as specimens Cousin Sally Dillard, Becky Williams' Courtship, The Down Easter and the Bull, and others, the very titles suggesting the character of the productions. He remembered everything he read, and could afterwards without apparent difficulty relate it. In fact, Mr. Lincoln's fame as a storyteller spread far and wide. Men quoted his sayings, repeated his jokes, and in remote places he was known as a storyteller before he was heard of either as lawyer or politician. It has been denied as often as charged that Lincoln narrated vulgar stories, but the truth is he loved a story, however extravagant or vulgar, if it had a good point. If it was merely a ribald recital and had no sting in the end, that is, if it exposed no weakness or pointed no moral, he had no use for it either in conversation or public speech. But if it had the necessary ingredients of mirth and moral, no one could use it with more telling effect. As a mimic he was unequaled, and with his characteristic gestures he built up a reputation for storytelling, although fully as many of his narratives were borrowed as original, which followed him through life. One who listened to his early stories in New Salem says, "His laugh was striking. Such awkward gestures belonged to no other man. They attracted universal attention, from the old sedate down to the schoolboy. Then in a few moments he was as calm and thoughtful as a judge on the bench, and as ready to give advice on the most important matters. Fun and gravity grew on him alike." Lincoln's lack of musical adaptation has deprived us of many a song. For a ballad or doggerel he sometimes had quite a liking. He could memorize or recite the lines, but someone else had to do the singing. Listen to one in which he shows how St. Patrick came to be born on the 17th of March. Who composed it, or where Lincoln obtained it, I have never been able to learn. Ellis says he often inflicted it on the crowds who collected in his store of winter evenings.
Here it is. The first factional fight in old Ireland, they say, was all on account of St. Patrick's birthday. It was somewhere about midnight without any doubt, and certain it is it made a great rout. On the 8th day of March, as some people say, St. Patrick at midnight he first saw the day, while others assert 'twas the 9th he was born. 'Twas all a mistake between midnight and morn. Some blamed the baby, some blamed the clock, some blamed the doctor, some the crowing cock. With all these close questions, sure no one could know whether the babe was too fast or the clock was too slow. Some fought for the 8th, for the 9th some would die. He who wouldn't see right would have a black eye. At length these two factions so positive grew, they each had a birthday, and Pat he had two. Till Father Mulcahy, who showed them their sins, he said none could have two birthdays but as twins. Now, boys, don't be fighting for the 8 or the 9. Don't quarrel so always. Now, why not combine? Combine 8 with 9, it is the mark. Let that be the birthday. Amen, said the clerk. So all got blind drunk, which completed their bliss, and they've kept up the practice from that day to this. As a salesman, Lincoln was lamentably deficient. He was too prone to lead off into a discussion of politics or morality, leaving someone else to finish the trade which he had undertaken. One of his employers says, he always disliked to wait on the ladies, preferring, he said, to wait on the men and boys. I also remember he used to sleep on the store counter when they had too much company at the tavern. He wore flaxen tow linen pantaloons, I thought about 5 inches too short in the legs, and frequently had but one suspender, no vest or coat. He wore a calico shirt such as he had in the Black Hawk War, coarse brogans, tan color, blue yarn socks, and straw hat, old style, and without a band. His friend Ellis attributed his shyness in the presence of the ladies to the consciousness of his awkward appearance and the unpretentious condition of his wearing apparel. It was more than likely due to pure bashfulness. On one occasion, continues Ellis, while we boarded at the tavern, there came a family consisting of an old lady, her son, and 3 stylish daughters, from the state of Virginia, who stopped there for 2 or 3 weeks, and during their stay I do not remember of Mr. Lincoln's ever appearing at the same table with them. As a society man, Lincoln was singularly deficient while he lived in New Salem, and even during the remainder of his life. He never indulged in gossip about the ladies, nor aided in the circulation of village scandal. For woman he had a high regard, and I can testify that during my long acquaintance with him, his conversation was free from injurious comment in individual cases, freer from unpleasant allusions than that of most men. At one time, Major Hill charged him with making defamatory remarks regarding his wife. Hill was insulting in his language to Lincoln, who never lost his temper. When he saw a chance to edge a word in, Lincoln denied emphatically using the language or anything like that attributed to him. He entertained, he insisted, a high regard for Mrs. Hill, and the only thing he knew to her discredit was the fact that she was Major Hill's wife. At this time in its brief history, New Salem was what in the parlance of large cities would be called a fast place, and it was difficult for a young man of ordinary moral courage to resist the temptations that beset him on every hand. It remains a matter of surprise that Lincoln was able to retain his popularity with the host of young men of his own age, and still not join them in their drinking bouts and carousals. I am certain, contends one of his companions, that he never drank any intoxicating liquors. He did not even in those days smoke or chew tobacco. In sports requiring either muscle or skill, he took no little interest. He indulged in all the games of the day, even to a horse race or cockfight. At one eventful chicken fight, where a fee of 25 cents for the entrance of each fowl was assessed, one Bap McNabb brought a little red rooster, whose fighting qualities had been well advertised for days in advance by his owner. Much interest was naturally taken in the contest. As the outcome of these contests was generally a quarrel, in which each man, charging foul play, seized his victim, they chose Lincoln umpire, relying not only on his fairness, but his ability to enforce his decisions. In relating what followed, I cannot improve on the description furnished me in February, 1865, by one who was present. They formed a ring, and the time having arrived, Lincoln, with one hand on each hip and in a squatting position, cried, "Ready!" Into the ring they tossed their fowls, Bap's red rooster along with the rest. But no sooner had the little beauty discovered what was to be done than he dropped his tail and ran. The crowd cheered, while Bap in disappointment picked him up and started away, losing his quarter and carrying home his dishonored fowl. Once arrived at the latter place, he threw his pet down with a feeling of indignation and chagrin. The little fellow, out of sight of all rivals, mounted a woodpile, and proudly flirting out his feathers, crowed with all his might. Bap looked on in disgust. "Yes, you little cuss," he exclaimed irreverently. "You're great on dress parade, but not worth a damn in a fight." It is said, how truthfully I do not know, that at some period during the late war Mr. Lincoln, in conversation with a friend, likened McClellan to Bap McNabb's rooster. So much for New Salem sports. While wooing that jealous-eyed mistress, the law, Lincoln was earning no money. As another has said, he had a running board bill to pay, and nothing to pay it with. By dint of sundry jobs here and there, helping Ellis in his store today, splitting rails for James Short tomorrow, he managed to keep his head above the waves. His friends were firm. No young man ever had truer or better ones, but he was of too independent a turn to appeal to them or complain of his condition. He never at any time abandoned the idea of becoming a lawyer. That was always a spirit which beckoned him on in the darkest hour of his adversity. Someone, probably a Democrat who voted for him in the preceding fall, recommended him to John Calhoun, then surveyor of the county, as suitable material for an assistant. This office, in view of the prevailing speculation in lands and town lots, was the most important and possibly the most profitable in the county. Calhoun, the incumbent, was a Yankee and a typical gentleman. He was brave, intellectual, self-possessed, and cultivated. He had been educated for the law, but never practiced much after coming to Illinois. Taught school in preference. As an instructor he was the popular one of his day and age. I attended the school he taught when I was a boy, in Springfield, and was in later years clerk of the city under his administration as mayor. Lincoln, I know, respected and admired him. After Lincoln's removal to Springfield, they frequently held joint debates on political questions. At one time, I remembered, they discussed the tariff question in the courthouse, using up the better part of 2 evenings in the contest. Calhoun was polite, affable, and an honest debater, never dodging any question. This made him a formidable antagonist in argumentative controversy. I have heard Lincoln say that Calhoun gave him more trouble in his debates than Douglas ever did, because he was more captivating in his manner and a more learned man than Douglas. But to resume. The recommendation of Lincoln's friends was sufficient to induce Calhoun to appoint him one of his deputies. At the time he received notice of his selection by Calhoun, Lincoln was out in the woods near New Salem splitting rails. A friend named Pollard Simmons, who still survives and has related the incident to me, walked out to the point where he was working with the cheering news. Lincoln, being a Whig, and knowing Calhoun's pronounced Democratic tendencies, inquired if he had to sacrifice any principle in accepting the position. "If I can be perfectly free in my political action, I will take the office," he remarked. "But if my sentiments, or even expression of them, is to be abridged in any way, I would not have it or any other office." A young man hampered by poverty, as Lincoln was at this time, who had the courage to deal with public office as he did, was certainly made of unalloyed material. No wonder in after years, when he was defeated by Douglas, he could inspire his friends by the admonition not to give up after one nor 100 defeats. After taking service with Calhoun, Lincoln found he had but little, if any, practical knowledge of surveying. All that had to be learned. Calhoun furnished him with books, directing him to study them till he felt competent to begin work. He again invoked the assistance of Mentor Graham, the schoolmaster, who aided him in his efforts at calculating the results of surveys and measurements. Lincoln was not a mathematician by nature, and hence with him learning meant labor. Graham's daughter is authority for the statement that her father and Lincoln frequently sat up till midnight, engrossed in calculations, and only ceased when her mother drove them out after a fresh supply of wood for the fire. Meanwhile Lincoln was keeping up his law studies. "He studied to see the subject matter clearly," says Graham, "and to express it truly and strongly. I have known him to study for hours the best way of 3 to express an idea." He was so studious and absorbed in his application at one time, that his friends, according to a statement made by one, Henry McHenry, "noticed that he was so emaciated we feared he might bring on mental derangement." It was not long, however, until he had mastered surveying as a study, and then he was sent out to work by his superior, Calhoun. It has never been denied that his surveys were exact and just, and he was so manifestly fair that he was often chosen to settle disputed questions of corners and measurements. It is worthy of note here that, with all his knowledge of lands and their value and the opportunities that lay open to him for profitable and safe investments, he never made use of the information thus obtained from official sources, nor made a single speculation on his own account. The high value he placed on public office was more fully emphasized when, as president, in answer to a delegation of gentlemen who called to press the claims of one of his warm personal friends for an important office, he declined on the ground that he did not regard it as just to the public to pay the debts of personal friendship with offices that belonged to the people. As surveyor under Calhoun, he was sent for at one time to decide or locate a disputed corner for some persons in the northern part of the county. Among others interested was his friend and admirer, Henry McHenry. "After a good deal of disputing, we agreed," says the latter, "to send for Lincoln and to abide by his decision. He came with compass, flagstaff, and chain. He stopped with me 3 or 4 days, and surveyed the whole section. When in the neighborhood of the disputed corner by actual survey, he called for his staff, and driving it in the ground at a certain spot, said, 'Gentlemen, here is the corner.' We dug down into the ground at the point indicated, and lo, there we found about 6 or 8 inches of the original stake, sharpened at the end, and beneath which was the usual piece of charcoal placed there by Rector the surveyor, who laid the ground off for the government many years before." So fairly and well had the young surveyor done his duty that all parties went away completely satisfied. As late as 1865 the corner was preserved by a mark and pointed out to strangers as an evidence of the young surveyor's skill. Russell Godby, mentioned in the earlier pages of this chapter, presented to me a certificate of survey given to him by Lincoln. It was written January 14th, 1834, and is signed J. Calhoun, SSC, by A. Lincoln. "The survey was made by Lincoln," says Godby, "and I gave him as pay for his work 2 buckskins, which Hannah Armstrong foxed on his pants, so that the briars would not wear them out." Honors were now crowding thick and fast upon him. On May 7th, 1833, he was commissioned postmaster at New Salem, the first office he ever held under the federal government. The salary was proportionate to the amount of business done. Whether Lincoln solicited the appointment himself, or whether it was given him without the asking, I do not know, but certain it is, his administration gave general satisfaction. The mail arrived once a week, and we can imagine the extent of time and labor required to distribute it, when it is known that he carried the office around in his hat. Mr. Lincoln used to tell me that when he had a call to go to the country to survey a piece of land, he placed inside his hat all the letters belonging to people in the neighborhood, and distributed them along the way. He made headquarters in Samuel Hill's store, and there the office may be said to have been located, as Hill himself had been postmaster before Lincoln. Between the revenue derived from the post office and his income from land surveys, Lincoln was, in the expressive language of the day, getting along well enough. Suddenly, however, smooth sailing ceased, and all his prospects of easy times ahead were again brought to naught. One Van Bergen brought suit against him, and obtained judgment on one of the notes given in payment of the store debt, a relic of the unfortunate partnership with Berry. His personal effects were levied on and sold, his horse and surveying instruments going with the rest. But again a friend, one James Short, whose favor he had gained, interposed, bought in the property, and restored it to the hopeless young surveyor. It will be seen now what kind of friends Lincoln was gaining. The bonds he was thus making were destined to stand the severest of tests. His case never became so desperate but a friend came out of the darkness to relieve him. There was always something about Lincoln in his earlier days to encourage his friends. He was not only grateful for whatever aid was given him, but he always longed to help someone else. He had an unfailing disposition to succor the weak and the unfortunate, and was always, in his sympathy, struggling with the underdog in the fight. He was once overtaken when about 14 miles from Springfield by one Chandler, whom he knew slightly, and who, having already driven 20 miles, was hastening to reach the land office before a certain other man who had gone by a different road. Chandler explained to Lincoln that he was poor and wanted to enter a small tract of land which adjoined his, that another man of considerable wealth had also determined to have it, and had mounted his horse and started for Springfield. "Meanwhile my neighbors," continued Chandler, "collected and advanced me the necessary $100, and now, if I can reach the land office first, I can secure the land." Lincoln noticed that Chandler's horse was too much fatigued to stand 14 miles more of a forced march, and he therefore dismounted from his own, and turned him over to Chandler, saying, "Here's my horse. He is fresh and full of grit. There's no time to be lost. Mount him and put him through. When you reach Springfield, put him up at Herndon's tavern, and I'll call and get him." Thus encouraged, Chandler moved on, leaving Lincoln to follow on the jaded animal. He reached Springfield over an hour in advance of his rival, and thus secured the coveted tract of land. By nightfall Lincoln rode leisurely into town, and was met by the now radiant Chandler, jubilant over his success. Between the two a friendship sprang up which all the political discords of 25 years never shattered nor strained. About this time Lincoln began to extend somewhat his system, if he
ever had a system in anything, of reading. He now began to read the writings of Paine, Volney, and Voltaire. A good deal of religious skepticism existed at New Salem, and there were frequent discussions at the store and tavern in which Lincoln took part. What views he entertained on religious questions will be more fully detailed in another place. No little of Lincoln's influence with the men of New Salem can be attributed to his extraordinary feats of strength. By an arrangement of ropes and straps harnessed about his hips, he was enabled one day at the mill to astonish a crowd of village celebrities by lifting a box of stones weighing near 1,000 pounds. There is no fiction, either, as suggested by some of his biographers, in the story that he lifted a barrel of whiskey from the ground and drank from the bung, but in performing this latter almost incredible feat, he did not stand erect and elevate the barrel, but squatted down and lifted it to his knees, rolling it over until his mouth came opposite the bung. His strength, kindness of manner, love of fairness and justice, his original and unique sayings, his power of mimicry, his perseverance, all made a combination rarely met with on the frontier. Nature had burnt him in her holy fire, and stamped him with the seal of her greatness. In the summer of 1834, Lincoln determined to make another race for the legislature, but this time he ran distinctly as a Whig. He made, it is presumed, the usual number of speeches, but as the art of newspaper reporting had not reached the perfection it has since attained, we are not favored with even the substance of his efforts on the stump. I have Lincoln's word for it that it was more of a handshaking campaign than anything else. Rowan Herndon relates that he came to his house during harvest, when there were a large number of men at work in the field. He was introduced to them, but they did not hesitate to apprise him of their esteem for a man who could labor, and their admiration for a candidate for office was gauged somewhat by the amount of work he could do. Learning these facts, Lincoln took hold of a cradle, and handling it with ease and remarkable speed, soon distanced those who undertook to follow him. The men were satisfied, and it is presumed he lost no votes in that crowd. One Dr. Barrett, seeing Lincoln, inquired of the latter's friends, "Can't the party raise any better material than that?" But after hearing his speech, the doctor's opinion was considerably altered, for he declared that Lincoln filled him with amazement, that he knew more than all of the other candidates put together. The election took place in August. Lincoln's friend, John T. Stuart, was also a candidate for the legislative ticket. He encouraged Lincoln's canvass in every way, even at the risk of sacrificing his own chances. But both were elected. The four successful candidates were Dawson, who received 1,390 votes, Lincoln 1,376, Carpenter 1,170, and Stuart 1,164. In all former biographies of Lincoln, including the Nicolay and Hay history in the Century magazine, Dawson's vote is fixed at 1,370, and Lincoln is thereby made to lead the ticket. But in the second issue of the Sangamon Journal after the election, August 16, 1834, the count is corrected, and Dawson's vote is increased to 1,390. Dr. A.W. French of Springfield is the possessor of an official return of the votes cast at the New Salem precinct, made out in the handwriting of Lincoln, which also gives Dawson's vote at 1,390. At last Lincoln had been elected to the legislature, and by a very flattering majority. In order, as he himself said, to make a decent appearance in the legislature, he had to borrow money to buy suitable clothing and to maintain his new dignity. Coleman Smoot, one of his friends, advanced him $200, which he returned
relates the generous Smoot, according to promise. Here we leave our rising young statesman to take up a different but very interesting period of his history. End of section 7. Recording by Bill Mosley, Bernardo, Texas, USA.
Chapter VI of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chuck Williamson. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 8. Since the days when in Indiana Lincoln sat on the river's bank with little Kate Roby dangling his bare feet in the water, there has been no hint in these pages of tender relations with anyone of the opposite sex. Now we approach in timely order the great passion of his life, a romance of much reality, the memory of which threw a melancholy shade over the remainder of his days. For the first time, our hero falls in love. The courtship with Anne Rutledge and her untimely death form the saddest page in Mr. Lincoln's history. I am aware that most of his biographers have taken issue with me on this phase of Lincoln's life. Arnold says the picture has been somewhat too highly colored, and the story made rather too tragic. Dr. Holland and others omit the subject altogether, while the most recent biography, the admirable history by my friends Nicolai and Hay, devotes but 5 lines to it. I knew Miss Rutledge myself, as well as her father and other members of the family, and have been personally acquainted with every one of the score or more of witnesses whom I, at one time or another, interviewed on this delicate subject. From my own knowledge and the information thus obtained, I therefore repeat that the memory of Anne Rutledge was the saddest chapter in Mr. Lincoln's life. Footnote: in a letter dated December 4th, 1866, one of Miss Rutledge's brothers writes, "When he first came to New Salem, and up to the day of Anne's death, Mr. Lincoln was all life and animation. He seemed to see the bright side of every picture." End of footnote. James Rutledge, the father of this interesting girl, was one of the founders of New Salem, having come here from Kentucky in 1829. He was born in South Carolina, and belonged to the noted Rutledge family of that state. I knew him as early as 1833, and have often shared the hospitality of his home. My father was a politician and an extensive stock dealer in that early day, and he and Mr. Rutledge were great friends. The latter was a man of no little force of character. Those who knew him best loved him the most. Like other Southern people, he was warm, almost to impulsiveness, social and generous. His hospitality, an inherited quality that flashed with him before he was born, developed by contact with the brave and broad-minded people whom he met in Illinois. Besides his business interest in the store and mill at New Salem, he kept the tavern where Lincoln came to board in 1833. His family, besides himself and wife, consisted of 9 children, 3 of whom were born in Kentucky, the remaining 6 in Illinois. Anne, the subject of this chapter, was the 3rd child. She was a beautiful girl, and by her winning ways attached people to her so firmly that she soon became the most popular young lady in the village. She was quick of apprehension, industrious, and an excellent housekeeper. She had a moderate education, but was not cultured except by contrast with those around her. One of her strong points was her womanly skill. She was dexterous in the use of the needle, an accomplishment of far more value in that day than all the acquirements of art in china painting and hammered brass are in this. And her needlework was the wonder of the day. At every quilting, Anne was a necessary adjunct, and her nimble fingers drove the needle more swiftly than anyone's else. Lincoln used to escort her to and from these quilting bees, and on one occasion even went into the house, where men were considered out of place, and sat by her side as she worked on the quilt. He whispered into her ear the old story. Her heart throbbed, and her soul was thrilled with a joy as old as the world itself. Her fingers momentarily lost their skill. In her ecstasy she made such irregular and uneven stitches that the older and more sedate women noted it, and the owner of the quilt, until a few years ago, still retaining it as a precious souvenir, pointed out the memorable stitches to such persons as visited her. L.M. Green, who remembered Anne well, says she was amiable and of exquisite beauty, and her intellect was quick, deep, and philosophic, as well as brilliant. She had a heart as gentle and kind as an angel, and full of love and sympathy. Her sweet and angelic nature was noted by everyone who met her. She was a woman worthy of Lincoln's love. This is a little overstated as to beauty. Green writes as if he, too, had been in love with her, but is otherwise nearly correct. Miss Rutledge, says a lady who knew her, had auburn hair, blue eyes, fair complexion. She was pretty, slightly slender, but in everything a good-hearted young woman. She was about 5 feet 2 inches high, and weighed in the neighborhood of 120 pounds. She was beloved by all who knew her. She died, as it were, of grief. In speaking of her death and her grave, Lincoln once said to me, "My heart lies buried there." Before narrating the details of Lincoln's courtship with Miss Rutledge, it is proper to mention briefly a few facts that occurred before their attachment began. About the same time that Lincoln drifted into New Salem, there came from the Eastern States John McNeill, a young man of enterprise and great activity, seeking his fortune in the West. He went to work at once, and within a short time had accumulated by commendable effort a comfortable amount of property. Within 3 years he owned a farm and a half-interest with Samuel Hill in the leading store. He had good capacity for business, and was a valuable addition to that already pretentious village, New Salem. It was while living at James Cameron's house that this plucky and industrious young businessman first saw Anne Rutledge. At that time she was attending the school of Mentor Graham, a pedagogue of local renown whose name is frequently met with in these pages, and who flourished in and around New Salem from 1829 to 1860. McNeill fell deeply in love with the schoolgirl. She was then only 17, and paid her the usual unremitting attentions young lovers of that age had done before him and are still doing today. His partner in the store, Samuel Hill, a young man of equal force of character, who afterwards amassed a comfortable fortune, and also wielded no little influence as a local politician, laid siege to the heart of this same attractive maiden, but he yielded up the contest early. Anne rejected him, and he dropped from the race. McNeill had clear sailing from this time forward. He was acquiring property and money day by day. As one of the pioneers puts it, men were honest then, and paid their debts at least once a year. The merchant surrounded by a rich country suffered little by competition. As he placed his goods on the shelf, he added an advance of from 75 to 150% over cost price, and thus managed to get along. After managing thus for several years, McNeill, having disposed of his interest in the store to Hill, determined to return to New York, his native state, for a visit. He had accumulated up to this time, as near as we can learn, $10,000 or possibly $12,000. Before leaving, he made to Anne a singular revelation. He told her the name McNeill was an assumed one, that his real name was McNamar. "I left behind me in New York," he said, "my parents and brothers and sisters. They are poor, and were in more or less need when I left them in 1829. I vowed that I would come West, make a fortune, and go back to help them. I am going to start now, and intend, if I can, to bring them with me on my return to Illinois and place them on my farm." He expressed a deep sense of satisfaction in being able to clear up all mysteries which might have formed in the mind of her to whom he confided his love. He would keep nothing, he said, from her. They were engaged to be married, and she should know it all. The change of his name was occasioned by the fear that if the family in New York had known where he was, they would have settled down on him, and before he could have accumulated any property, would have sunk him beyond recovery. Now, however, he was in a condition to help them, and he felt overjoyed at that thought. As soon as the journey to New York could be made, he would return. Once again in New Salem, he and his fair one could consummate the great event to which they looked forward to with undisguised joy and unbounded hope. Thus he explained to Anne the purpose of his journey, a story with some remarkable features, all of which she fully believed. Quote, "She would have believed it all the same if it had been 10 times as incredible. A wise man would have rejected it with scorn, but the girl's instinct was a better guide, and McNamar proved to be all that he said he was, although poor Anne never saw the proof which others got of it." End quote. Footnote, Lamont, page 161. End footnote. At last, McNamar, mounting an old horse that had participated in the Black Hawk War, began his journey. In passing through Ohio, he became ill with fever. For almost a month he was confined to his room, and a portion of the time was unconscious. As he approached a return to good health, he grew nervous over the delay in his trip. He told no one around him his real name, destination, or business. He knew how his failure to write to New Salem would be construed, and the resulting irritation gave way to a feeling of desperation. In plainer language, he concluded it was all up with him now. Meanwhile, a different view of the matter was taken by Miss Rutledge. Her friends encouraged the idea of cruel desertion. The change of McNeill to McNamar had wrought in their minds a change of sentiment. Some contended that he had undoubtedly committed a crime in his earlier days, and for years had rested secure from apprehension under the shadow of an assumed name, while others with equal assurance whispered in the unfortunate girl's ear the old story of a rival in her affections. Anne's lady friends, strange to relate, did more to bring about a discordant feeling than all others. Women are peculiar creatures. They love to nettle and mortify one another, and when one of their own sex has fallen, how little sympathy they seem to have! But under all this fire, in the face of all these insidious criticisms, Anne remained firm. She had faith and bided her time. McNamar, after much vexatious delay, finally reached his birthplace in New York, finding his father in the decline of years and health. He provided for his immediate needs, and by his assiduous attentions undertook to atone for the years of his neglect. But all to no purpose. The old gentleman gradually faded from the world, and early one winter morning crossed the great river. McNamar was thus left to settle up the few unfinished details of his father's estate, and to provide for the pressing needs of the family. His detention necessitated a letter to Anne, explaining the nature and cause of the delay. Other letters followed, but each succeeding one growing less ardent in tone and more formal in phraseology than its predecessor. Anne began to lose faith. Had his love gradually died away like the morning wind, was a question she often asked herself. She had stood firm under fire before, but now her heart grew sick with hope deferred. At last the correspondence ceased altogether. At this point we are favored with the introduction of the ungainly Lincoln as a suitor for the hand of Miss Rutledge. Lincoln had learned of McNamar's strange conduct, and conjecturing that all the silken ties that bound the two together had been sundered, ventured to step in himself. He had seen the young lady when a mere girl at Minter Grammar School, and he no doubt then had formed a high opinion of her qualities. But he was too bashful, as his friend Ellis declares, to tell her of it. No doubt when he began to pay her attentions, she was the most attractive young lady whom up to that time he had ever met. She was not only modest and winning in her ways, and full of good womanly common sense, but withal refined in contrast with the uncultured people who surrounded both herself and Lincoln. She had a secret too, and a sorrow, the unexplained and painful absence of McNamar, which no doubt made her all the more interesting to him whose spirit was often even more melancholy than her own. In after years, McNamar himself, describing her to me, said, "Miss Rutledge was a gentle, amiable maiden, without any of the airs of your city belles, but winsome and comely withal, a blonde in complexion with golden hair, cherry red lips, and a bonny blue eye. As to her literary attainments, she undoubtedly was as classic a scholar as Mr. Lincoln. She had, at the time she met him, I believe, attended a literary institution at Jacksonville, in company with her brother." McNamar seems to have considered Lincoln's bashfulness as proof against the alluring charms of Miss Rutledge, or anybody else, for he continues, "Mr. Lincoln was not, to my knowledge, paying particular attention to any of the young ladies of my acquaintance when I left for my home in New York. There was no rivalry between us on that score. On the contrary, I had every reason to believe him my warm personal friend. But by and by I was left so far behind in the race, I did not deem my chances worthy of notice. From this time forward he made rapid strides to that imperishable fame which justly fills a world." Lincoln began to court Miss Rutledge in dead earnest. Like David Copperfield, he soon realized that he was in danger of becoming deeply in love, and as he approached the brink of the pit, he trembled lest he should indeed fall in. As he pleaded and pressed his cause, the Rutledges and all New Salem encouraged his suit. McNamar's unexplained absence and apparent neglect furnished outsiders with all the arguments needed to encourage Lincoln and convince Anne. Although the attachment was growing and daily becoming an intense and mutual passion, the young lady remained firm and almost inflexible. She was passing through another fire. A long struggle with her feelings followed. But at length the inevitable moment came. She consented to have Lincoln, provided he gave her time to write to McNamar and obtain his release from her pledge. The slow-moving mails carried her tender letter to New York. Days and weeks, which to the ardent Lincoln must have seemed painfully long, passed, but the answer never came. In a half-hearted way she turned to Lincoln, and her looks told him that he had won. She accepted his proposal. Now that they were engaged, he told her what she already knew, that he was poverty itself. She must grant him time to gather up funds to live on until he had completed his law studies. After this trifling delay, nothing on God's footstool, argued the emphatic lover, could keep them apart. To this the thoughtful Anne consented. To one of her brothers she said, "As soon as his studies are completed, we are to be married." But the ghost of another love could often rise unbidden before her. Within her bosom raged the conflict which finally undermined her health. Late in the summer she took to her bed. A fever was burning in her head. Day by day she sank, until all hope was banished. During the latter days of her sickness, her physician had forbidden visitors to enter her room, prescribing absolute quiet. But her brother relates that she kept inquiring for Lincoln so continuously, at times demanding to see him, that the family at last sent for him. On his arrival at her bedside, the door was closed, and he was left alone with her. What was said, what vows and revelations were made during this sad interview, were known only to him and the dying girl. A few days afterward she became unconscious, and remained so until her death, on the 25th day of August, 1835. She was buried in what is known as the Concord graveyard, about 7 miles northwest of the town of Petersburg. Footnote: I have heard mother say that Anne would frequently sing for Lincoln's benefit. She had a clear, ringing voice. Early in her illness he called, and she sang a hymn for which he always expressed a great preference. It begins, "Vain man, thy fond pursuits forbear." You will find it in one of these standard hymn books. It was likewise the last thing she ever sung. Letter, John M. Rutledge. Manuscript, November 25th, 1866. The most astonishing and sad sequel to this courtship was the disastrous effect of Miss Rutledge's death on Mr. Lincoln's mind. It operated strangely on one of his calm and stoical make-up. As he returned from the visit to the bedside of Miss Rutledge, he stopped at the house of a friend, who relates that his face showed signs of no little mental agony. He was very much distressed, is the language of this friend, and I was not surprised when it was rumored subsequently that his reason was in danger. One of Miss Rutledge's brothers says, the effect upon Mr. Lincoln's mind was terrible. He became plunged in despair, and many of his friends feared that reason would desert her throne. His extraordinary emotions were regarded as strong evidence of the existence of the tenderest relations between himself and the deceased. The truth is, Mr. Lincoln was strangely wrought up over the sad ending of the affair. He had fits of great mental depression, and wandered up and down the river and into the woods woefully abstracted, at times in the deepest distress. If, when we read what the many credible persons who knew him at the time tell us, we do not conclude that he was deranged, we must admit that he walked on that sharp and narrow line which divides sanity from insanity. To one friend he complained that the thought that the snows and rains fall upon her grave filled him with indescribable grief. He was watched with especial vigilance during damp, stormy days, under the belief that dark and gloomy weather might produce such a depression of spirits as to induce him to take his own life. His condition finally became so alarming, his friends consulted together, and sent him to the house of a kind friend, Bowling Green, who lived in a secluded spot hidden by the hills, a mile south of town. Here he remained for some weeks under the care and ever watchful eye of his noble friend, who gradually brought him back to reason, or at least a realization of his true condition. In the years that followed, Mr. Lincoln never forgot the kindness of Green through those weeks of suffering and peril. In 1842, when the latter died, and Lincoln was selected by the Masonic Lodge to deliver the funeral oration, he broke down in the midst of his address. Quote, "His voice was choked with deep emotion. He stood a few moments while his lips quivered in the effort to form the words of fervent praise he sought to utter, and the tears ran down his yellow and shriveled cheeks. Every heart was hushed at the spectacle. After repeated efforts, he found it impossible to speak, and strode away, bitterly sobbing, to the widow's carriage, and was driven from the scene. It was shortly after this that Dr. James Duncan placed in Lincoln's hands a poem called Immortality. The piece starts out with the line, "Oh, why should the spirits of mortal be proud?" Lincoln's love for this poem has certainly made it immortal. He committed these lines to memory, and any reference to or mention of Miss Rutledge would suggest them, as if, quote, "to celebrate a grief which lay with continual heaviness on his heart." Mr. Lincoln's spells of melancholy became more intense than ever. In fact, a tinge of this desperate feeling of sadness followed him from Springfield. He himself was somewhat superstitious about it, and in 1840-41 wrote to Dr. Drake, a celebrated physician in Cincinnati, describing his mental condition in a long letter. Dr. Drake responded, saying substantially, "I cannot prescribe in your case without a personal interview." Joshua F. Speed, to whom Lincoln showed the letter, addressed to Dr. Drake, writing to me from Louisville, November 30th, 1866, says, "I think he, Lincoln, must have informed Dr. Drake of his early love for Miss Rutledge, as there was a part of the letter which he would not read." It is shown by the declaration of Mr. Lincoln himself, made to a fellow member of the legislature within 2 years after Anne Rutledge's death, that, although he seemed to others to enjoy life rapturously, yet when alone he was so overcome by mental depression he never dared to carry a pocket-knife. It may not be amiss to suggest, before I pass from mention of McNamar, that, true to his promise, he drove into New Salem in the fall of 1835 with his mother and brothers and sisters. They had come through from New York in a wagon with all their portable goods. Anne Rutledge had, meanwhile, died, and McNamar could only muse in silence over the fading visions of what might have been. On his arrival he met Lincoln, who, with the memory of their mutual friend, now dead, constantly before him, seemed desolate and sorely distressed. The little acre of ground in Concord Cemetery contained the form of his first love, rudely torn from him, and the great world, throbbing with life, but cold and heartless, lay spread before him. End of section 8.
Chapter VII of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 9. Chapter 7. Before taking up an account of Lincoln's entry into the legislature, which, following strictly the order of time, properly belongs here, I beg to digress long enough to narrate what I have gathered relating to another courtship, an affair of the heart which culminated in a sequel as amusing as the one with Anne Rutledge was sad. I experienced much difficulty in obtaining the particulars of this courtship. After no little effort, I finally located and corresponded with the lady participant herself, who in 1866 furnished me with Lincoln's letters and her own account of the affair, requesting the suppression of her name and residence. Since then, however, she has died, and her children have not only consented to a publication of the history, but have furnished me recently with more facts and an excellent portrait of their mother made shortly after her refusal of Lincoln's hand. Mary S. Owens, a native of Greene County, Kentucky, born September 29, 1808, first became acquainted with Lincoln while on a visit to a sister, the wife of Bennett Abel, an early settler in the country about New Salem. Lincoln was a frequent visitor at the house of Abel, and a warm friend of the family. During the visit of Miss Owens in 1833, though only remaining a month, she lingered long enough to make an impression on Lincoln, but returned to Kentucky and did not reappear in New Salem until 1836. Meanwhile, Anne Rutledge had died, and Lincoln's eyes began to wander after the dark-haired visitor from Kentucky. Miss Owens differed from Miss Rutledge in early education and the advantages of wealth. She had received an excellent education, her father being one of the wealthiest and most influential men of his time and locality. A portion of her schooling was obtained in a Catholic convent, though in religious faith she was a Baptist. According to a description furnished me by herself, she had fair skin, deep blue eyes, and dark curling hair. Height 5 feet 5 inches, weight about 150 pounds. She was good-looking in girlhood, by many esteemed handsome, but became fleshier as she grew older. At the time of her second visit she reached New Salem on the day of the presidential election, passing the polls where the men had congregated on the way to her sister's house. One man in the crowd who saw her then was impressed with her beauty. Years afterwards, in relating the incident, he wrote me, quote, "She was tall, portly, had large blue eyes and the finest trimmings I ever saw. She was jovial, social, loved wit and humor, had a liberal English education, and was considered wealthy. None of the poets or romance writers have ever given us a picture of a heroine so beautiful as a good description of Miss Owens in 1836 would be." End quote. A lady friend says she was, quote, "handsome, truly handsome, matronly looking, over ordinary size in height and weight." End quote. A gentleman who saw her a few years before her death describes her as, quote, "a nervous, muscular woman, very intellectual, with a forehead massive and angular, square, prominent, and broad." End quote. At the time of her advent into the society of New Salem, she was polished in her manners, pleasing in her address, and attractive in many ways. She had a little dash of coquetry in her intercourse with that class of young men who arrogated to themselves claims of superiority, but she never yielded to this disposition to an extent that would willingly lend encouragement to an honest suitor, sincerely desirous of securing her hand, when she felt she could not in the end yield to a proposal of marriage if he should make the offer. She was a good conversationalist and a splendid reader, very few persons being found to equal her in this accomplishment. She was light-hearted and cheery in her disposition, kind and considerate for those with whom she was thrown in contact. One of Miss Owens' descendants is authority for the statement that Lincoln had boasted that, quote, "if Mary Owens ever returned to Illinois a second time, he would marry her." End quote. That a report of this came to her ears, whereupon she left her Kentucky home with a predetermination to show him, if she met him, that she was not to be caught simply by the asking. On this second visit Lincoln paid her more marked attention than before, and his affections became more and more enlisted in her behalf. During the earlier part of their acquaintance, following the natural bent of her temperament, she was pleasing and entertaining to him. Later on he discovered himself seriously interested in the blue-eyed Kentuckian, whom he had really underestimated in his preconceived opinions of her. In the meantime she too had become interested, having discovered the sterling qualities of the young man who was paying her such devoted attention. Yet, while she admired, she did not love him. He was ungainly and angular in his physical make-up, and to her seemed deficient in the nicer and more delicate attentions which she felt to be due from the man whom she had pictured as an ideal husband. He had given her to understand that she had greatly charmed him, but he was not himself certain that he could make her the husband with whom he thought she would be most happy. Later on, by word and letter, he told her so. His honesty of purpose showed itself in all his efforts to win her hand. He told her of his poverty, and while advising her that life with him meant to her who had been reared in comfort and plenty great privation and sacrifice, yet he wished to secure her as a wife. She, however, felt that she did not entertain for him the same feeling that he professed for her, and that she ought to entertain before accepting him, and so declined his offer. Judging from his letters alone, it has been supposed by some that she, remembering the rumor she had heard of his determination to marry her, and not being fully certain of the sincerity of his purposes, may have purposely left him in the earlier stages of his courtship somewhat in uncertainty. Later on, however, when, by his manner and repeated announcement to her that his hand and heart were at her disposal, he demonstrated the honesty and sincerity of his intentions, she declined his offer kindly, but with no uncertain meaning. The first letter I received from Mrs. Vineyard, for she was married to Jesse Vineyard, March 27, 1841, was written at Weston, Missouri, May 1, 1866. Among other things, she says, quote, "After quite a struggle with my feelings, I have at last decided to send you the letters in my possession written by Mr. Lincoln, believing as I do that you are a gentleman of honor and will faithfully abide by all you have said. My associations with your lamented friend were in Menard County whilst visiting a sister who then resided near Petersburg. I have learned that my maiden name is now in your possession, and you have ere this, no doubt, been informed that I am a native Kentuckian." End quote. The letters written by Lincoln not revealing enough details of the courtship, I prepared a list of questions for the lady to answer in order that the entire history of their relations might be clearly shown. I perhaps pressed her too closely in such a delicate matter, for she responded in a few days as follows. Weston, Missouri, May 22, 1866. Mr. W. H. Herndon. My dear Sir, really, you catechize me in true lawyer style, but I feel you will have the goodness to excuse me if I decline answering all your questions in detail, being well assured that few women would have ceded as much as I have under all the circumstances. You say you have heard why our acquaintance terminated as it did. I too have heard the same bit of gossip, but I never used the remark which Madame Rumor says I did to Mr. Lincoln. I think I did on one occasion say to my sister, who was very anxious for us to be married, that I thought Mr. Lincoln was deficient in those little links which make up the chain of woman's happiness. At least it was so in my case. Not that I believed it proceeded from a lack of goodness of heart, but his training had been different from mine. Hence there was not that congeniality which would otherwise have existed. From his own showing you perceive that his heart and hand were at my disposal, and I suppose that my feelings were not sufficiently enlisted to have the matter consummated. About the beginning of the year 1838 I left Illinois, at which time our acquaintance and correspondence ceased, without ever again being renewed. My father, who resided in Greene County, Kentucky, was a gentleman of considerable means, and I am persuaded that few persons placed a higher estimate on education than he did. Respectfully yours, Mary S. Vineyard. The reference to Lincoln's deficiency, quote, "in those little links which make up the chain of woman's happiness," end quote, is of no little significance. It proved that his training had indeed been different from hers. In a short time I again wrote Mrs. Vineyard to inquire as to the truth of a story current in New Salem, that one day as she and Mrs. Bowlin Greene were climbing up the hill to Abel's house, they were joined by Lincoln, that Mrs. Greene was obliged to carry her child, a fat baby boy, to the summit, that Lincoln strolled carelessly along, offering no assistance to the woman who bent under the load. Thereupon Miss Owens, censuring him for his neglect, reminded him that in her estimation he would not make a good husband. In due time came her answer. Weston, Missouri, July 22, 1866. Mr. W. H. Herndon. Dear Sir, I do not think you are pertinacious in asking the question relative to old Mrs. Bowlin Greene, because I wish to set you right on that question. Your information, no doubt, came through my cousin, Mr. Gaines Greene, who visited us last winter. Whilst here, he was laughing at me about Mr. Lincoln, and among other things spoke about the circumstance in connection with Mrs. Green and child. My impression is now that I tacitly admitted it, for it was a season of trouble with me, and I gave but little heed to the matter. We never had any hard feelings towards each other that I know of. On no occasion did I say to Mr. Lincoln that I did not believe he would make a kind husband, because he did not tender his services to Mrs. Green in helping of her carry her babe. As I said to you in a former letter, I thought him lacking in smaller attentions. One circumstance presents itself just now to my mind's eye. There was a company of us going to Uncle Billy Green's. Mr. Lincoln was riding with me, and we had a very bad branch to cross. The other gentlemen were very officious in seeing that their partners got safely over. We were behind, he riding in, never looking back to see how I got along. When I rode up beside him, I remarked, "You are a nice fellow. I suppose you did not care whether my neck was broken or not?" He laughingly replied, I suppose by way of compliment, that he knew I was plenty smart to take care of myself. In many things he was sensitive almost to a fault. He told me of an incident, that he was crossing a prairie one day and saw before him a hog mired down, to use his own language. He was rather fixed up, and he resolved that he would pass on without looking at the shoat. After he had gone by, he said the feeling was irresistible, and he had to look back, and the poor thing seemed to say wistfully, "There now, my last hope is gone," that he deliberately got down and relieved it from its difficulty. In many things we were congenial spirits. In politics we saw eye to eye, though since then we differed as widely as the South is from the North. But methinks I hear you say, "Save me from a political woman." So say I. The last message I ever received from him was about a year after we parted in Illinois. Mrs. Able visited Kentucky, and he said to her in Springfield, "Tell your sister that I think she was a great fool because she did not stay here and marry me." Characteristic of the man. Respectfully yours, Mary S. Vineyard. We have thus been favored with the lady's side of this case, and it is but fair that we should hear the testimony of her honest but ungainly suitor. Fortunately for us and for history, we have his view of the case in a series of letters which have been preserved with zealous care by the lady's family. Footnote: the copies of these letters were carefully made by Mr. Weik from the originals, now in the possession of B. R. Vineyard, St. Joseph, Missouri. End footnote. The first letter was written from Vandalia, December 13, 1836, where the legislature to which he belonged was in session. After reciting the progress of legislation and the flattering prospect that then existed for the removal of the seat of government to Springfield, he gets down to personal matters by apprising her of his illness for a few days, coupled with the announcement that he is mortified by daily trips to the post office in quest of her letter, which it seemed never would arrive. "You see," he complains, "I am mad about that old letter yet. I don't like to risk you again. I'll try you once more anyhow." End quote. Further along in the course of the missive he says, "You recollect, I mentioned at the outset of this letter that I had been unwell. That is the fact, though I believe I am about well now, but that, with other things I cannot account for, have conspired and have gotten my spirits so low that I feel that I would rather be in any place in the world than here. I really cannot endure the thought of staying here 10 weeks. Write back as soon as you get this, and if possible, say something that will please me, for really I have not been pleased since I left you. This letter is so dry and stupid, he mournfully concludes, that I am ashamed to send it, but with my present feelings I cannot do any better. End quote. After the adjournment of the legislature, he returned to Springfield, from which point it was a matter of easy driving to reach New Salem, where his lady love was sojourning, and where he could pay his addresses in person. It should be borne in mind that he had by this time removed to Springfield, the county seat, and entered on the practice of the law. In the gloom resulting from lack of funds and the dim prospect for business, he found time to communicate with the friend whose case was constantly uppermost in his mind. Here is one characteristic letter. Springfield, May 7, 1837. Friend Mary, I have commenced 2 letters to send you before this, both of which displeased me before I got half done, and so I tore them up. The first I thought wasn't serious enough, and the second was on the other extreme. I shall send this, turn out as it may. This thing of living in Springfield is rather a dull business after all. At least it is so to me. I am quite as lonesome here as I ever was anywhere in my life. I have been spoken to by but one woman since I've been here, and should not have been by her if she could have avoided it. I've never been to church yet, and probably shall not be soon. I stay away because I am conscious I should not know how to behave myself. I am often thinking of what we said of your coming to live at Springfield. I am afraid you would not be satisfied. There is a great deal of flourishing about in carriages here, which it would be your doom to see without sharing in it. You would have to be poor without the means of hiding your poverty. Do you believe you could bear that patiently? Whatever woman may cast her lot with mine, should anyone ever do so, it is my intention to do all in my power to make her happy and contented. And there is nothing I can imagine that would make me more unhappy than to fail in the effort. I know I should be much happier with you than the way I am, provided I saw no signs of discontent in you. What you have said to me may have been in jest, or I may have misunderstood it. If so, then let it be forgotten. If otherwise, I much wish you would think seriously before you decide. For my part, I have already decided. What I have said I will most positively abide by, provided you wish it. My opinion is you had better not do it. You have not been accustomed to hardship, and it may be more severe than you imagine. I know you are capable of thinking correctly on any subject, and if you deliberate maturely upon this before you decide, then I am willing to abide your decision. You must write me a good long letter after you get this. You have nothing else to do, and though it might not seem interesting to you after you have written it, it would be a good deal of company in this busy wilderness. Tell your sister I don't want to hear any more about selling out and moving. That gives me the hypo whenever I think of it. Yours, etc., Lincoln. Very few, if any, men can be found who in fond pursuit of their love would present their case voluntarily in such an unfavorable light. In one breath he avows his affection for the lady whose image is constantly before him, and in the next furnishes her reasons why she ought not to marry him. During the warm, dry summer months he kept up the siege without apparent diminution of zeal. He was as assiduous as ever, and in August was anxious to force a decision. On the 16th he had a meeting with her which terminated much like a drawn battle. At least it seems to have afforded him but little encouragement, for on his return to Springfield he immediately indulged in an epistolary effusion stranger than any that preceded it. Friend Mary, you will no doubt think it rather strange that I should write you a letter on the same day on which we parted, and I can only account for it by supposing that seeing you lately makes me think of you more than usual, while at our late meeting we had but few expressions of thoughts. You must know that I cannot see you or think of you with entire indifference, and yet it may be that you are mistaken in regard to what my real feelings towards you are. If I knew you were not, I should not trouble you with this letter. Perhaps any other man would know enough without further information, but I consider it my peculiar right to plead ignorance, and your bounden duty to allow the plea. I want in all cases to do right, and most particularly so in all cases with women. I want at this particular time, more than anything else, to do right with you, and if I knew it would be doing right, as I rather suspect it would, to let you alone, I would do it. And for the purpose of making the matter as plain as possible, I now say that you can now drop the subject, dismiss your thoughts, if you ever had any, from me forever, and leave this letter unanswered, without calling forth one accusing murmur from me. And I will go even farther and say that, if it will add anything to your comfort or peace of mind to do so, it is my sincere wish that you should. Do not understand by this that I wish to cut your acquaintance. I mean no such thing. What I do wish is, that our further acquaintance shall depend upon yourself. If such further acquaintance would contribute nothing to your happiness, I am sure it would not to mine. If you feel yourself in any degree bound to me, I am now willing to release you, provided you wish it, while, on the other hand, I am willing and even anxious to bind you faster, if I can be convinced that it will in any considerable degree add to your happiness. This indeed is the whole question with me. Nothing would make me more miserable, nothing more happy, than to know you were so. In what I have now said, I think I cannot be misunderstood, and to make myself understood is the sole object of this letter. If it suits you best to not answer this, farewell. A long life and a merry one attend to you. But if you conclude to write back, speak as plainly as I do. There can be neither harm nor danger in saying to me anything you think, just in the manner you think it. My respects to your sister, your friend, Lincoln. For an account of the final outcome of this affaire de coeur, the reader is now referred to the most ludicrous letter Mr. Lincoln ever wrote. It has been said, but with how much truth I do not know, that during his term as President, the lady to whom it was written, Mrs. O.H. Browning, wife of a fellow member of the legislature, before giving a copy of it to a biographer, wrote to Lincoln asking his consent to the publication, but that he answered warning her against it because it was too full of truth. The only biographer who ever did insert it apologized for its appearance in his book, regarding it for many reasons as an extremely painful duty. Quote, "If it could be withheld," he laments, "and the act decently reconciled to the conscience of a biographer professing to be honest and candid, it should never see the light in these pages. Its grotesque humor, its coarse exaggerations in describing the person of a lady whom the writer was willing to marry, its imputation of toothless and weather-beaten old age to a woman really young and handsome, its utter lack of that delicacy of tone and sentiment which one naturally expects a gentleman to adopt when he thinks proper to discuss the merits of his late mistress, all these and its defective orthography it would certainly be more agreeable to suppress than publish. But if we begin by omitting or mutilating a document which sheds so broad a light upon one part of his life and one phase of his character, why may we not do the like as fast and as often as the temptation arises? And where shall the process cease?" End quote. I prefer not to take such a serious view of the letter or its publication. My idea is that Mr. Lincoln got into one of his irresistible moods of humor and fun, a state of feeling into which he frequently worked himself to avert the overwhelming effects of his constitutional melancholy, and in the inspiration of the moment penned this letter, which many regard as an unfortunate composition. The class who take such a gloomy view of the matter should bear in mind that the letter was written by Mr. Lincoln in the fervor of early manhood, just as he was emerging from a most embarrassing situation, and addressed to a friend whom he supposed would keep it sacredly sealed from the public eye. As a matter of fact, Mr. Lincoln was not gifted with a ready perception of the propriety of things in all cases. Nothing with him was intuitive. To have profound judgment and just discrimination, he required time to think. And if facts or events were forced before him in too rapid succession, the machinery of his judgment failed to work. A knowledge of this fact will account for the letter, and also serve to rob the offense, if any was committed, of half its severity. The letter was written in the same month Miss Owens made her final departure from Illinois. Springfield, April 1st, 1838. Dear Madam, without apologizing for being egotistical, I shall make the history of so much of my life as has elapsed since I saw you the subject of this letter. And by the way, I now discover that, in order to give a full and intelligible account of the things I have done and suffered since I saw you, I shall necessarily have to relate some that happened before. It was, then, in the autumn of 1836, that a married lady of my acquaintance, and who was a great friend of mine, being about to pay a visit to her father and other relatives residing in Kentucky, proposed to me that on her return she would bring a sister of hers with her, on condition that I would engage to become her brother-in-law with all convenient dispatch. I, of course, accepted the proposal, for you know I could not have done otherwise, had I really been averse to it. But privately, between you and me, I was most confoundedly well pleased with the project. I had seen the said sister some 3 years before, thought her intelligent and agreeable, and saw no good objection to plodding life through hand in hand with her. Time passed on, the lady took her journey, and in due time returned, sister in company, sure enough. This astonished me a little, for it appeared to me that her coming so readily showed that she was a trifle too willing. But, on reflection, it occurred to me that she might have been prevailed on by her married sister to come, without anything concerning me ever having been mentioned to her, and so I concluded that, if no other objection presented itself, I would consent to waive this. All this occurred to me on hearing of her arrival in the neighborhood, for, be it remembered, I had not yet seen her, except about 3 years previous, as above mentioned. In a few days we had an interview, and although I had seen her before, she did not look as my imagination had pictured her. I knew she was oversize, but she now appeared a fair match for Falstaff. I knew she was called an old maid, and I felt no doubt of the truth of at least half of the appellation. But now, when I beheld her, I could not for my life avoid thinking of my mother, and this, not from withered features, for her skin was too full of fat to permit of its contracting into wrinkles, but from her want of teeth, weather-beaten appearance in general, and from a kind of notion that ran in my head that nothing could have commenced at the size of infancy and reached her present bulk in less than 35 or 40 years. And in short, I was not at all pleased with her. But what could I do? I had told her sister I would take her for better or for worse, and I made a point of honor and conscience in all things to stick to my word, especially if others had been induced to act on it, which in this case I had no doubt they had. For I was now fairly convinced that no other man on earth would have her, and hence the conclusion that they were bent on holding me to my bargain. Well, thought I have said it, and be the consequences what they may, it shall not be my fault if I fail to do it. At once I determined to consider her my wife, and this done, all my powers of discovery were put to work in search of perfections in her which might be fairly set off against her defects. I tried to imagine her handsome, which, but for her unfortunate corpulency, was actually true. Exclusive of this, no woman that I have ever seen has a finer face. I also tried to convince myself that the mind was much more to be valued than the person, and in this she was not inferior, as I could discover, to any with whom I had been acquainted. Shortly after this, without coming to any positive understanding with her, I set out to Vandalia, when and where you first saw me. During my stay there I had letters from her which did not change my opinion of either her intellect or intention, but on the contrary confirmed it in both. All this while, although I was fixed, firm as the surge-repelling rock, in my resolution, I found I was continually repenting the rashness which had led me to make it. Through life I have been in no bondage, either real or imaginary, from the thraldom of which I so much desired to be free. After my return home, I saw nothing to change my opinions of her in any particular. She was the same, and so was I. I now spent my time in planning how I might get along through life after my contemplated change of circumstances should have taken place, and how I might procrastinate the evil day for a time, which I really dreaded as much, perhaps more, than an Irishman does the halter. After all my suffering upon this deeply interesting subject, here I am, wholly, unexpectedly, completely out of the scrape. And now I want to know if you can guess how I got out of it. Out, clear, in every sense of the term. No violation of word, honor, or conscience. I don't believe you can guess, and so I might as well tell you at once. As the lawyer says, it was done in the manner following, to wit. After I had delayed the matter as long as I thought I could in honor due, which, by the way, had brought me round into the last fall, I concluded I might as well bring it to a consummation without further delay. And so I mustered my resolution, and made the proposal to her direct. But, shocking to relate, she answered no. At first I supposed she did it through an affectation of modesty, which I thought but ill became her under the peculiar circumstances of her case. But on my renewal of the charge, I found she repelled it with greater firmness than before. I tried it again and again, but with the same success, or rather with the same want of success. I finally was forced to give it up, at which I very unexpectedly found myself mortified almost beyond endurance. I was mortified, it seemed to me, in 100 different ways. My vanity was deeply wounded by the reflection that I had been too stupid to discover her intentions, and at the same time never doubting that I understood them perfectly, and also that she, whom I had taught myself to believe nobody else would have, had actually rejected me with all my fancied greatness. And to cap the whole, I then for the first time began to suspect that I was really a little in love with her. But let it all go. I'll try and outlive it. Others have been made fools of by the girls, but this can never with truth be said of me. I most emphatically, in this instance, made a fool of myself. I have now come to the conclusion never again to think of marrying, and for this reason. I can never be satisfied with anyone who would be blockhead enough to have me. When you receive this, write me a long yarn about something to amuse me. Give my respects to Mr. Browning. Your sincere friend, A. Lincoln. Mrs. O. H. Browning. As before mentioned, Miss Owens was afterwards married and became the mother of 5 children. 2 of her sons served in the Confederate Army. She died July 4, 1877. Speaking of Mr. Lincoln a short time before her death, she referred to him as, quote, "a man with a heart full of human kindness and a head full of common sense." End quote. End of section 9. Recording by Lucretia B.
Chapter VIII, Part 1 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 10. In December of 1834, Lincoln prepared himself for the legislature to which he had been elected by such a complimentary majority. Through the generosity of his friend Smoot, he purchased a new suit of clothes, and entering the stage at New Salem, rode through to Vandalia, the seat of government. He appreciated the dignity of his new position, and instead of walking to the Capitol, as some of his biographers have contended, availed himself of the usual mode of travel. At this session of the legislature, he was anything but conspicuous. In reality, he was very modest, but shrewd enough to impress the force of his character on those persons whose influence might some day be of advantage to him. He made but little stir, if we're to believe the record, during the whole of this first session. Made a member of the Committee on Public Accounts and Expenditures, his name appears so seldom in the reports of the proceedings that we're prone to conclude that he must have contented himself with listening to the flashes of border oratory and absorbing his due proportion of parliamentary law. He was reserved in manner, but very observant, said little, but learned much, made the acquaintance of all the members and many influential persons on the outside. The lobby at that day contained the representative men of the state, men of acknowledged prominence and respectability, many of them able lawyers drawn thither in advocacy of some pet bill. Schemes of vast internal improvements attracted a retinue of log rollers who in later days seemed to have been an indispensable necessity in the movement of complicated legislative machinery. Men of capital and brains were there. He early realized the importance of knowing all these, trusting to the inspiration of some future hour to impress them with his skill as an organizer or his power as an orator. Among the members of the outside or third body was Stephen A. Douglas, whom Lincoln then saw for the first time. Douglas had come from Vermont only the year before, but was already undertaking to supplant John J. Hardin in the office of State's Attorney for the district in which both lived. What impression he made on Lincoln, what opinions each formed of the other, or what the extent of their acquaintance then was, we do not know. It is said that Lincoln afterwards, in mentioning their first meeting, observed of the newly arrived Vermonter that he was the least man he had ever seen. The legislature proper contained the youth and blood and fire of the frontier. Some of the men who participated in these early parliamentary battles were destined to carry the banners of great political parties, some to lead in war and some in the great council chamber of the nation. Some were to fill the governor's office, others to wear the judicial ermine, and one was destined to be chief magistrate and die a martyr to the cause of human liberty. The society of Vandalia and the people attracted thither by the legislature made it, for that early day, a gay place indeed. Compared to Lincoln's former environments, it had no lack of refinement and polish. That he absorbed a good deal of this by contact with the men and women who surrounded him, there can be no doubt. The drift of sentiment and the sweep of civilization at this time can best be measured by the character of the legislation. There were acts to incorporate banks, turnpikes, bridges, insurance companies, towns, railroads, and female academies. The vigor and enterprise of New England, fussing with the illusory prestige of Kentucky and Virginia, was fast forming a new civilization to spread over the prairies. At this session, Lincoln remained quietly in the background and contented himself with the introduction of a resolution in favor of securing to the state a part of the proceeds of sales of public lands within its limits. With this brief and modest record, he returned to his constituents at New Salem. With zealous perseverance, he renewed his application to the law and to surveying, continuing his studies in both departments until he became, he thought, reliable and proficient. By reason of a change in the office of surveyor for the county, he became a deputy under Thomas M. Neal, who had been elected to succeed John Calhoun. The speculation in lands made a brisk business for the new surveyor, who even added Calhoun, his predecessor, to the list of deputies. Lincoln had now become somewhat established in the goodwill and respect of his constituents. His bashfulness and timidity was gradually giving way to a feeling of self-confidence, and he began to exult over his ability to stand alone. The brief taste of public office which he had just enjoyed, and the distinction it gave him, only whetted his appetite for further honors. Accordingly, in 1836 we find him a candidate for the legislature again. I well remember this campaign, and the election which followed, for my father, Archer G. Herndon, was also a candidate, aspiring to a seat in the state senate. The legislature at the session previous had, in its apportionment bill, increased the delegation from Sangamon County to 7 representatives and 2 senators. Party conventions had not yet been invented, and there being no nominating machinery to interfere, the field was open for any and all to run. Lincoln again resorted, in opening his canvass, to the medium of the political handbill. Although it had not operated with the most satisfactory results in his first campaign, yet he felt willing to risk it again. Candidates of that day evinced far more willingness to announce their position than political aspirants do now. Without waiting for a convention to construct a platform, or some great political leader to sound the keynote of the campaign, they stepped to the forefront and blew the bugle themselves. This custom will account for the boldness of Lincoln's utterances and the unequivocal tone of his declarations. His card, a sort of political fulmination, was as follows: New Salem, June 13, 1836. To the editor of the Journal: in your paper of last Saturday I see a communication over the signature of many voters, in which the candidates who are announced in the Journal are called upon to show their hands. Agreed. Here's mine. I go for all sharing the privileges of the government who assist in bearing its burdens. Consequently, I go for admitting all whites to the right of suffrage who pay taxes or bear arms, by no means excluding females. If elected, I shall consider the whole people of Sangamon my constituents, as well those that oppose as those that support me. While acting as their representative, I shall be governed by their will on all subjects upon which I have the means of knowing what their will is, and upon all others I shall do what my own judgment teaches me will best advance their interests. Whether elected or not, I go for distributing the proceeds of the sales of public lands to the several states, to enable our state, in common with others, to dig canals and construct railroads without borrowing money and paying the interest on it. If alive on the first Monday in November, I shall vote for Hugh L. White for president. Very respectfully, A. Lincoln. It is generally admitted that the bold and decided stand Lincoln took, although too audacious and emphatic for statesmen of a later day, suited the temper of the times. Leaving out of sight his expressed preference for White of Tennessee, on whom all the anti-Jackson forces were disposed to concentrate, and which was but a mere question of men, there is much food for thought in the second paragraph. His broad plan for universal suffrage certainly commends itself to the ladies, and we need no further evidence to satisfy our minds of his position on the subject of women's rights, had he lived. In fact, I cannot refrain from noting here what views he in after years held with reference to the great questions of moral and social reforms, under which he classed universal suffrage, temperance, and slavery. All such questions, he observed one day, as we were discussing temperance in the office, must first find lodgment with the most enlightened souls who stamp them with their approval. In God's own time they will be organized into law, and thus woven into the fabric of our institutions. The canvass which followed this public avowal of creed was more exciting than any which had preceded it. There were joint discussions, and at times much feeling was exhibited. Each candidate had his friends freely distributed through the crowd, and it needed but a few angry interruptions or insinuating rejoinders from one speaker to another to bring on a conflict between their friends. Frequently the speakers led in the battle themselves, as in the case of Ninian W. Edwards, afterwards a brother-in-law of Lincoln, who in debate drew a pistol on his opponent, Achilles Morris, a prominent Democrat. An interesting relic of this canvass recently came to light. In a letter which Mr. Lincoln wrote a week after he had announced his candidacy, it is addressed to Colonel Robert Allen, a Democratic politician of local prominence, who had been circulating some charges intended to affect Lincoln's chances of election. The affair brought to the surface what little satire there was in Lincoln's nature, and he administers by way of innuendo such a flaying as the gallant colonel doubtless never wanted to have repeated. The strangest part of it all is that the letter was recently found and given to the public by Allen's own son. It is as follows: New Salem, June 21st, 1836. Dear Colonel, I am told that during my absence last week you passed through the place and stated publicly that you were in possession of a fact or facts which, if known to the public, would entirely destroy the prospects of N.W. Edwards and myself at the ensuing election, but that through favor to us you would forbear to divulge them. No one has needed favors more than I, and generally few have been less unwilling to accept them, but in this case favor to me would be an injustice to the public, and therefore I must beg your pardon for declining it. That I once had the confidence of the people of Sangamon County is sufficiently evident, and if I have done anything, either by design or misadventure, which if known would subject me to a forfeiture of that confidence, he that knows of that thing and conceals it is a traitor to his country's interest. I find myself wholly unable to form any conjecture of what facts or fact, real or supposed, you spoke. But my opinion of your veracity will not permit me for a moment to doubt that you at least believed what you said. I am flattered with the personal regard you manifested for me, but I do hope that on mature reflection you will view the public interest as a paramount consideration, and therefore let the worst come. I assure you that the candid statement of facts on your part, however low it may sink me, shall never break the ties of personal friendship between us. I wish an answer to this, and you are at liberty to publish both if you choose. Very respectfully, A. Lincoln. Lincoln was sure the letter never would be published or answered, because Allen had no facts whatever upon which to base any such charges. He also knew that Allen, who was a hidebound Democrat, was in politics the most unreliable man in Sangamon County. A vein of irony runs all through the letter, especially where in such a delicate way he pays tribute to the veracity of Allen, who, although a generous fellow in the ordinary sense of the term, was unlimited in exaggeration and a veritable bag of wind. The effort to smoke him out seems to have been of little effect, but enough appears in Lincoln's letter to show that he was thoroughly warmed up. A joint debate in which all the candidates participated took place on the Saturday preceding the election. The speaking began in the forenoon, says one of the participants, the candidates speaking alternately until everyone who could speak had had his turn, generally consuming the whole afternoon. Dr. Early, a Democratic candidate, in his speech, took issue with Ninian W. Edwards, stigmatizing some of the latter statements as untrue. This brought Edwards to his feet with a similar retort. His angry tone and menacing manner, as he mounted a table and with clenched fist hurled defiance at his challenger, foreboded a tumultuous scene. The excitement that followed, relates another one of the candidates, was intense. So much so that fighting men thought a duel must settle the difficulty. Mr. Lincoln, by the program, followed early. Taking up the subject in dispute, he handled it so fairly and with such ability, all were astonished and pleased. The turbulent spirits were quieted, and the difficulty was easily overcome. Lincoln's friend, Joshua F. Speed, relates that during this campaign he made a speech in Springfield a few days before the election. The crowd was large, says Speed, and great numbers of his friends and admirers had come in from the country. I remember that his speech was a very able one, using with great power and originality all the arguments used to sustain the principles of the Whig party as against its great rival, the Democratic party of that day. The speech produced a profound impression. The crowd was with him. George Forquer, an old citizen, a man of recognized prominence and ability as a lawyer, was present. Forquer had been a Whig, one of the champions of the party, but had then recently joined the Democratic party, and almost simultaneous with the change had been appointed Register of the Land Office, which office he then held. Just about that time Mr. Forquer had completed a neat frame house, the best house then in Springfield, and over it had erected a lightning rod, the only one in the place and the first one Mr. Lincoln had ever seen. He afterwards told me that seeing Forquer's lightning rod had led him to the study of the properties of electricity and the utility of the rod as a conductor. At the conclusion of Lincoln's speech, the crowd was about dispersing when Forquer rose and asked to be heard. He commenced by saying that the young man would have to be taken down and was sorry the task devolved on him. He then proceeded to answer Lincoln's speech in a style which, while it was able and fair, in his whole manner asserted and claimed superiority. Lincoln stood a few steps away with arms folded, carefully watching the speaker and taking in everything he said. He was laboring under a good deal of suppressed excitement. Forquer's sting had roused the lion within him. At length Forquer concluded, and he mounted the stand to reply. "I have heard him often since," continued Speed, "in the courts and before the people, but never saw him appear and acquit himself so well as upon that occasion." His reply to Forquer was characterized by great dignity and force. I shall never forget the conclusion of that speech. Mr. Forquer commenced his speech by announcing that the young man would have to be taken down. "It is for you, fellow citizens, not for me to say whether I am up or down. The gentleman has seen fit to allude to my being a young man, but he forgets that I am older in years than I am in the tricks and trades of politicians. I desire to live, and I desire place and distinction, but I would rather die now than, like the gentleman, live to see the day that I would change my politics for an office worth $3,000 a year, and then feel compelled to erect a lightning rod to protect a guilty conscience from an offended God." The effect of this rejoinder was wonderful, and gave Forquer and his lightning rod a notoriety the extent of which no one envied him. In the election which followed, Sangamon County in a political sense was entirely turned over. Hitherto the Democrats had always carried it, but now the Whigs gained control by an average majority of 400. This time Lincoln led his ticket. The 9 elected were Abraham Lincoln, Ninian W. Edwards, John Dawson, Andrew McCormick, Dan Stone, W.M. F. Elkin, Robert L. Wilson, Job Fletcher, and Archer G. Herndon. The last 2 were senators. On assembling at Vandalia, they were at once, on account of their stature, dubbed the Long 9. In height they averaged over 6 feet, and in weight over 200 pounds. We were not only noticed, says one of them, for our number and length, but for our combined influence. All the bad or objectionable laws passed at that session of the legislature, and for many years afterwards, were chargeable to the management and influence of the Long Nine. It is not my purpose to enter into a detailed account of legislation at this period, or to rehearse the history of the political conditions. Many and ingenious were the maneuvers, but it would fill page after page to narrate them. One thing which deserves mention in passing was that Yankee contrivance, the convention system, which for the first time was brought into use. The Democrats, in obedience to the behests of Jackson, had adopted it, and singularly enough, among the very first named for office under the operation of the new system was Stephen A. Douglas, who was elected to the legislature from Morgan County. Its introduction was attributed to Ebenezer Peck of Chicago, a Democrat who had once, it was said, served in the Canadian Parliament. This latter supposed connection with a monarchical institution was sufficient to bring down on his head the united hostility of the Whigs, a feeling in which even Lincoln joined. But after witnessing for a time the wonderful effects of its discipline in Democratic ranks, the Whigs too fell in, and resorted to the use of the improved machinery. The legislature of which Mr. Lincoln thus became a member was one that will never be forgotten in Illinois. Its legislation in aid of the so-called internal improvement system was significantly reckless and unwise. The gigantic and stupendous operations of the scheme dazzled the eyes of nearly everybody, but in the end it rolled up a debt so enormous as to impede the otherwise marvelous progress of Illinois. The burdens imposed by this legislature under the guise of improvements became so monumental in size, it is little wonder that at intervals for years afterward the monster of repudiation often showed its hideous face above the waves of popular indignation. These attempts at a settlement of the debt brought about a condition of things which, it is said, led the little giant, in one of his efforts on the stump, to suggest that Illinois ought to be honest if she never paid a cent. However much we may regret that Lincoln took part and aided in this reckless legislation, we must not forget that his party and all his constituents gave him their united endorsement. They gave evidence of their approval of his course by 2 subsequent elections to the same office. It has never surprised me in the least that Lincoln fell so harmoniously in with the great system of improvement. He never had what some people call money sense. By reason of his peculiar nature and construction, he was endowed with none of the elements of a political economist. He was enthusiastic and theoretical to a certain degree, could take hold of and wrap himself up in a great moral question. But in dealing with the financial and commercial interests of a community or government, he was equally as inadequate as he was ineffectual in managing the economy of his own household. In this respect alone, I always regarded Mr. Lincoln as a weak man. One of his biographers, describing his legislative career at this time, says of him, "He was big with prospects. His real public service was just now about to begin. In the previous legislature he had been silent, observant, studious. He had improved the opportunities so well that of all men in this new body of equal age in the service, he was the smartest parliamentarian and cunningest log roller. He was fully determined to identify himself conspicuously with the liberal legislation in contemplation, and dreamed of a fame very different from that which he actually obtained as an anti-slavery leader. It was about this time he told his friend Speed that he aimed at the great distinction of being called the DeWitt Clinton of Illinois. The representatives in the legislature from Sangamon County had been instructed by a mass convention of their constituents to vote for a general system of internal improvements. Another convention of delegates from all the counties in the state met at Vandalia and made a similar recommendation to the members of the legislature, specifying that it should be commensurate with the wants of the people. Provision was made for a gridiron of railroads. The extreme points of the state, east and west, north and south, were to be brought together by 1,300 miles of iron rails. Every river and stream of the least importance was to be widened, deepened, and made navigable. A canal to connect the Illinois River and Lake Michigan was to be dug, and thus the great system was to be made commensurate with the wants of the people. To effect all these great ends, a loan of $12 million was authorized before the session closed. Work on all these gigantic enterprises was to begin at the earliest practicable moment. Cities were to spring up everywhere. Capital from abroad was to come pouring in, attracted by the glowing reports of marvelous progress and great internal wealth. People were to come swarming in by the colonies, until in the end Illinois was to outstrip all the others and herself become the Empire State of the Union. Lincoln served on the Committee on Finance and zealously labored for the success of the great measures proposed, believing they would ultimately enrich the state and redound to the glory of all who aided in their passage. In advocating these extensive and far-reaching plans he was not alone. Stephen A. Douglas, John A. McClernand, James Shields, and others prominent in the subsequent history of the state were equally as earnest in espousing the cause of improvement and sharing with him the glory that attended it. Next in importance came the bill to remove the seat of government from Vandalia. Springfield, of course, wanted it. So also did Alton, Decatur, Peoria, Jacksonville, and Illiopolis. But the Long Nine, by their adroitness and influence, were too much for their contestants. They made a bold fight for Springfield, entrusting the management of the bill to Lincoln. The friends of other cities fought Springfield bitterly, but under Lincoln's leadership the Long Nine contested with them every inch of the way. The struggle was warm and protracted. Its enemies, relates one of Lincoln's colleagues, laid it on the table twice. In those darkest hours, when our bill to all appearances was beyond resuscitation, and all our opponents were jubilant over our defeat, and when friends could see no hope, Mr. Lincoln never for one moment despaired, but collecting his colleagues to his room for consultation, his practical common sense, his thorough knowledge of human nature, then made him an overmatch for his compeers and for any man that I've ever known. The friends of the bill at last surmounted all obstacles, and only a day or two before the close of the session secured its passage by a joint vote of both houses. Meanwhile, the great agitation against human slavery, which, like a rare plant, had flourished amid the hills of New England in luxuriant growth, began to make its appearance in the West. Missionaries in the great cause of human liberty were settling everywhere. Taunts, jeers, ridicule, persecution, assassination even, were destined to prove ineffectual in the effort to suppress or exterminate these pioneers of abolitionism. These brave but derided apostles carried with them the seed of a great reform. Perhaps, as was then said of them, they were somewhat in advance of their season, and perhaps, too, some of the seed might be sown in sterile ground and never come to life. But they comforted themselves with the assurance that it would not all die. A little here and there was destined to grow to life and beauty. It is not surprising, I think, that Lincoln should have viewed this New England importation with mingled suspicion and alarm. Abstractly and from the standpoint of conscience, he abhorred slavery. But born in Kentucky, and surrounded as he was by slave-holding influences, absorbing their prejudices and following in their line of thought, it is not strange, I repeat, that he should fail to estimate properly the righteous indignation and unrestrained zeal of a Yankee abolitionist. On the last day but one of the session, he solicited his colleagues to sign with him a mild and carefully worded protest against certain resolutions on the subject of domestic slavery, which had been passed by both houses of the legislature. They all declined, however, save one, Dan Stone, who with his associate will probably be known long after mention of all other members of the Long Nine had dropped from history. The language and sentiment are clearly Lincolnian, and over 20 years afterwards, when it was charged that Lincoln was an abolitionist, and this protest was cited as proof, it was only necessary to call for a careful reading of the paper for an unqualified and overwhelming refutation of the charge. The records of the legislature for March 3, 1837, contain this entry: resolutions upon the subject of domestic slavery having passed both branches of the General Assembly at its present session, the undersigned hereby protest against the passage of the same. They believe that the institution of slavery is founded on both injustice and bad policy, but that the promulgation of abolition doctrines tends rather to increase than abate its evils. They believe that the Congress of the United States has no power under the Constitution to interfere with the institution of slavery in the different states. They believe that the Congress of the United States has the power under the Constitution to abolish slavery in the District of Columbia, but that the power ought not to be exercised unless at the request of the people of the district. The difference between these opinions and those contained in the above resolutions is their reason for entering this protest. Dan Stone, A. Lincoln, representatives from the county of Sangamon. This document, so adroitly drawn and worded, this protest pruned of any offensive allusions, and cautiously framed so as to suit the temper of the times, stripped of its verbal foliage, reveals in naked grandeur the solemn truth that the institution of slavery is founded on both injustice and bad policy. A quarter of a century later finds one of these protesters righting the injustice and correcting the bad policy of the inhuman and diabolical institution. The return of the Long Nine to Springfield was the occasion of much enthusiasm and joy. The manifestations of public delight has never been equaled before, save when the steamer Talisman made its famous trip down the Sangamon in 1831. The returning legislators were welcomed with public dinners and the effervescent buncombe of local orators. Amid the congratulations of warm friends and the approval of their enthusiastic constituents, in which Lincoln received the lion's share of praise, they separated, each departing to his own home. End of section 10. Chapter VIII, Part 2 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 11. After his return from the legislature, Lincoln determined to remove to Springfield, the county seat, and begin the practice of the law. Having been so instrumental in securing the removal of the state capital from Vandalia, and having received such encouraging assurances from Major John T. Stuart and other leading citizens, he felt confident of a good start. He had little if any money, but hoped to find in Springfield, as he had in New Salem, good and influential friends who, recognizing alike his honesty and his nobility of character, would aid him whenever a crisis came and their help was needed. In this hope he was by no means in error, for his subsequent history shows that he indeed united his friends to himself with hooks of steel. I had up to this time frequently seen Mr. Lincoln, had often, while visiting my cousins James and Rowan Herndon at New Salem, met him at their house, but became warmly attached to him soon after his removal to Springfield. There was something in his tall and angular frame, his ill-fitting garments, honest face, and lively humor that imprinted his individuality on my affection and regard. What impression I made on him I had no means of knowing till many years afterward. He was my senior by 9 years, and I looked up to him naturally enough as my superior in everything, a thing I continue to do till the end of his days. Now that the state capital was to be located at Springfield, that place began, by way of asserting its social superiority, to put on a good many airs. Wealth made its gaudy display, and thus sought to attain a preeminence from which learning and refinement are frequently cut off. Already people had settled there who could trace their descent down a long line of distinguished ancestry. The established families were mainly from Kentucky. They re-echoed the sentiments and reflected the arrogance and elegance of a slave-holding aristocracy. The Todds, Stuarts, and Edwardses were there, with priests, dogs, and servants. There also were the Mathers, Lambs, Updikes, Forquers, and Fords. Amid all the flourishing about in carriages and the pretentious elegance of that early day was Lincoln, of origin doubtful, if not unknown, poor, without the means of hiding his poverty. He represented yet another importation from Kentucky, which is significantly comprehended by the term the poor whites. Springfield, containing between 1,000 and 2,000 people, was near the northern line of settlement in Illinois. Still, it was the center of a limited area of wealth and refinement. Its citizens were imbued with the spirit of push and enterprise. Lincoln, therefore, could not have been thrown into a better or more appreciative community. In March of 1837, he was licensed to practice law. His name appears for the first time as attorney for the plaintiff in the case of Hawthorne versus Woolridge. He entered the office and became the partner of his comrade in the Black Hawk War, John T. Stuart, who had gained rather an extensive practice, and who, by the loan of sundry textbooks several years before, had encouraged Lincoln to continue in the study of law. Stuart had immigrated from Kentucky in 1828, and on account of his nativity, if for no other reason, had great influence with the leading people in Springfield. He used to relate that on the next morning after his arrival in Springfield, he was standing in front of the village store, leaning against a post in the sidewalk, and wondering how to introduce himself to the community, when he was approached by a well-dressed old gentleman who, interesting himself in the newcomer's welfare, inquired after his history and business. "I'm from Kentucky," answered Stuart, "and my profession is that of a lawyer, sir. What is the prospect here?" Throwing his head back and closing his left eye, the old gentleman reflected a moment. "Young man, damn slim chance for that kind of a combination here," was the response. At the time of Lincoln's entry into the office, Stuart was just recovering from the effects of a congressional race in which he had been the loser. He was still deeply absorbed in politics, and was preparing for the next canvass, in which he was finally successful, defeating the wily and ambitious Stephen A. Douglas. In consequence of the political allurements, Stuart did not give to the law his undivided time or the full force of his energy and intellect. Thus, more or less responsibility in the management of business and the conduct of cases soon devolved on Lincoln. The entries in the account books of the firm are all in the handwriting of Lincoln. Most of the declarations and pleas were written by him too. This sort of exercise was never congenial to him, and it was the only time, save a brief period under Judge Logan, that he served as junior partner and performed the labor required of one who serves in that rather subordinate capacity. He had not yet learned to love work. The office of the firm was in the upper story of a building opposite the northwest corner of the present Courthouse Square. In the room underneath, the county court was held. The furniture was in keeping with the pretensions of the firm: a small lounge or bed, a chair containing a buffalo robe in which the junior member was wont to sit and study, a hard wooden bench, a feeble attempt at a bookcase, and a table which answered for a desk. Lincoln's first attempt at settlement in Springfield, which preceded a few days his partnership with Stuart, has been geographically described by his friend Joshua F. Speed, who generously offered to share his quarters with the young legal aspirant. Speed, who was a prosperous young merchant, reports that Lincoln's personal effects consisted of a pair of saddlebags containing 2 or 3 law books and a few pieces of clothing. He had ridden into town on a borrowed horse, relates Speed, and engaged, from the only cabinet maker in the village, a single bedstead. He came into my store, set his saddlebags on the counter, and inquired what the furniture for a single bedstead would cost. I took slate and pencil, made a calculation, and found the sum for furniture complete would amount to $17 in all. Said he, "It is probably cheap enough, but I want to say that, cheap as it is, I have not the money to pay. But if you will credit me until Christmas, and my experiment here as a lawyer is a success, I will pay you then. If I fail in that, I will probably never pay you at all." The tone of his voice was so melancholy that I felt for him. I looked up at him, and I thought then, as I think now, that I never saw so gloomy and melancholy a face in my life. I said to him, "So small a debt seems to affect you so deeply. I think I can suggest a plan by which you'll be able to attain your end without incurring any debt. I have a very large room and a very large double bed in it, which you are perfectly welcome to share with me if you choose." "Where is your room?" he asked. "Upstairs," said I, pointing to the stairs leading from the store to my room. Without saying a word, he took his saddlebags on his arm and went upstairs, set them down on the floor, came down again, and with a face beaming with pleasure and smiles, exclaimed, "Well, Speed, I'm moved." William Butler, who was prominent in the removal of the capital from Vandalia to Springfield, took no little interest in Lincoln while a member of the legislature. After his removal to Springfield, Lincoln boarded at Butler's house for several years. He became warmly attached to the family, and it is probable the matter of pay never entered Butler's mind. He was not only able but willing to befriend the young lawyer in this and many other ways. Stephen T. Logan was judge of the circuit court, and Stephen A. Douglas was prosecuting attorney. Among the attorneys we find many promising spirits: Edward D. Baker, John T. Stewart, Cyrus Walker, Samuel H. Treat, Jesse B. Thomas, George Forquer, Dan Stone, Ninian W. Edwards, John J. Hardin, Schuyler Strong, A. T. Bledsoe, and Josiah Lamborn, a galaxy of names, each destined to shed more or less luster on the history of the state. While I'm inclined to believe that Lincoln did not, after catering Stuart's office, do as much deep and assiduous studying as people generally credit him with, yet I am confident he absorbed not a little learning by contact with the great minds who thronged about the courts and state capitol. The books of Stuart and Lincoln during 1837 show a practice more extensive than lucrative, for while they received a number of fees, only 2 or 3 of them reached $50, and one of these has a credit of "Coat to Stuart, $15," showing that they were compelled now and then even to trade out their earnings. The litigation was as limited in importance as in extent. There were no great corporations, as in this progressive day, retaining for counsel the brains of the bar in every county seat, but the greatest as well as the least had to join the general scramble for practice. The courts consumed as much time deciding who had committed an assault or a trespass on a neighbor's ground as it spent on the solution of questions arising on contracts or unraveling similar legal complications. Lawyers depended for success not on their knowledge of the law or their familiarity with its underlying principles, but placed their reliance rather on their frontier oratory and the influence of their personal bearing before the jury. Lincoln made Speed Store headquarters. There politics, religion, and all other subjects were discussed. There also public sentiment was made. The store had a large fireplace in the rear, and around it the lights of the town collected every evening. As the sparks flew from the crackling logs, another and more brilliant fire flashed when these great minds came into collision. Here were wont to gather Lincoln, Douglas, Baker, Calhoun, Browning, Lamborn, Jesse B. Thomas, and others. Only those who were present and listened to these embryonic statesmen and budding orators will ever be able to recall their brilliant thoughts and appreciate their youthful enthusiasm. In the fall and winter of 1837, while I was attending college at Jacksonville, the persecution and death of Elijah P. Lovejoy at Alton took place. This cruel and uncalled for murder had aroused the anti-slavery sentiment everywhere. It penetrated the college, and both faculty and students were loud and unrestrained in their denunciation of the crime. My father, who was thoroughly pro-slavery in his ideas, believing that the college was too strongly permeated with the virus of abolitionism, forced me to withdraw from the institution and return home. But it was too late. My soul had absorbed too much of what my father believed was rank poison. The murder of Lovejoy filled me with more desperation than the slave scene in New Orleans did Lincoln, for while he believed in non-interference with slavery so long as the Constitution permitted and authorized its existence, I, although acting nominally with the Whig party up to 1853, struck out for abolitionism pure and simple. On my return to Springfield from college, I hired to Joshua F. Speed as clerk in his store. My salary, $700 per annum, was considered good pay then. Speed, Lincoln, Charles R. Hearst, and I slept in the room upstairs over the store. I had worked for Speed before going to college, and after hiring to him this time again, continued in his employ for several years. The young men who congregated about the store formed a society for the encouragement of debate and literary efforts. Sometimes we would meet in a lawyer's office, and often in Speed's room. Besides the debates, poems and other original productions were read. Unfortunately, we ruled out the ladies. I'm free to admit I would not encourage a similar thing nowadays, but in that early day the young men had not the comforts of books and newspapers which are within the reach of every boy now. Some allowance, therefore, should be made for us. I have forgotten the name of the society, if it had any, and can only recall a few of its leading spirits. Lincoln, James Matheny, Noah Rickard, Evan Butler, Miltus Hay, and Newton Francis were members. I joined also. Matheny was secretary. We were favored with all sorts of literary productions. Lincoln himself entertained us with a few lines of rhyme intended to illustrate some weakness in women, her frailty perhaps. Matheny was able several years ago to repeat the one stanza which follows, and that was all he could recall. Perhaps it was best he could remember no more. Whatever spiteful fools may say, each jealous ranting yelper, no woman ever went astray without a man to help her. Besides this organization, we had a society in Springfield which contained and commanded all the culture and talent of the place. Unlike the other one, its meetings were public and reflected great credit on the community. We called it the Young Man's Lyceum. Late in 1837, Lincoln delivered before the society a carefully prepared address on the perpetuation of our free institutions. The inspiration and burthen of it was law and order. It has been printed in full so often, and it is always to be found in the list of Lincoln's public speeches, that I presume I need not reproduce it here. It was highly sophomoric in character, and abounded in striking and lofty metaphor. In point of rhetorical effort, it excels anything he ever afterward attempted. Probably it was the thing people expect from a young man of 28. The address was published in the Sangamon Journal, and created for the young orator a reputation which soon extended beyond the limits of the locality in which he lived. As illustrative of his style of oratory, I beg to introduce the concluding paragraph of the address. Having characterized the surviving soldiers of the Revolution as living histories, he closes with this thrilling flourish. But these histories are gone. They can be read no more forever. They were a fortress of strength, but what invading foeman never could do, the silent artillery of time has, the leveling of its walls. They are gone. They were a forest of giant oaks, but the all-resistless hurricane has swept over them and left only here and there a lonely trunk, despoiled of its verdure, shorn of its foliage, unshading and unshaded, to murmur in a few more gentle breezes, and to combat with its mutilated limbs a few more rude storms, then to sink and be no more. They were pillars of the temple of liberty, and now that they have crumbled away, that temple must fall, unless we, their descendants, supply their places with other pillars hewn from the same solid quarry of sober reason. Passion has helped us, but can do no more. It will in future be our enemy. Reason, cold, calculating, unimpassioned reason, must furnish all the materials for our future support and defense. Let these materials be molded into general intelligence, sound morality, and in particular a reverence for the Constitution and the laws. Upon these let the proud fabric of freedom rest as the rock of its basis, and as truly as has been said of the only greater institution, the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. In time, Lincoln's style changed. He became more eloquent, but with less gaudy ornamentation. He grew in oratorical power, dropping gradually the alliteration and rosy metaphor of youth, until he was able at last to deliver that grandest of all orations, the Gettysburg Address. One evening, while the usual throng of loungers surrounded the inviting fireplace in Speed's store, the conversation turned on political matters. The disputants waxed warm and acrimonious as the discussion proceeded. Business being over for the day, I strolled back, and seating myself on a keg, listened with eager interest to the battle going on among those would-be statesmen. Douglas, I recollect, was leading on the Democratic side. He had already learned the art of dodging in debate, but still he was subtle, fiery, and impetuous. He charged the Whigs with every blunder and political crime he could imagine. No vulnerable spot seemed to have escaped him. At last, with great vehemence, he sprang up and abruptly made a challenge to those who differed with him to discuss the whole matter publicly, remarking that this store is no place to talk politics. In answer to Douglas's challenge, the contest was entered into. It took place in the Presbyterian Church. Douglas, Calhoun, Lamborn, and Thomas represented the Democrats, and Logan, Baker, Browning, and Lincoln, in the order named, presented the Whig side of the question. One evening was given to each man, and it therefore required over a week to complete the tournament. Lincoln occupied the last evening, and although the people by that time had necessarily grown a little tired of the monotony and well-worn repetition, yet Lincoln's manner of presenting his thoughts and answering his Democratic opponents excited renewed interest. So deep was the impression he created that he was asked to furnish his speech to the Sangamon Journal for publication, and it afterward appeared in the columns of that organ. Meanwhile, Mr. Lincoln had attended one special session of the legislature in July of 1837. The session was called to take some action with regard to the financial condition of the state. The Bank of the United States and the New York and Philadelphia banks had suspended specific payments. This action had precipitated general ruin among businessmen and interests over the entire country. The called session of the legislature was intended to save the Illinois banks from impending dissolution. Lincoln retained his position on the Committee on Finance, and had lost none of his enthusiasm over the glorious prospects of internal improvements. The legislature, instead of abridging, only extended the already colossal proportions of the great system. In this they paid no heed to the governor, whose head seems to have been significantly clear on the folly of the enterprise. In 1838, Mr. Lincoln was again elected to the legislature. At this session, as the nominee of the Whig party, he received 38 votes for Speaker. W.M.L.D. Ewing, his successful competitor, the Democratic candidate, received 43 votes and was elected. Besides retaining his place on the Finance Committee, Lincoln was assigned to the Committee on Counties. The enthusiasm and zeal of the friends of internal improvements began to flag now, in view of the fact that the bonds issued were beginning to find their true level in point of value. Lincoln, together with others of kindred views, tried to bolster the system up, but soon the discouraging fact became apparent that no more money could be obtained, and the legislature began to descant on what part of the debt was lawful and what unlawful. Repudiation seemed not far off. Mr. Lincoln despaired now of ever becoming the DeWitt Clinton of Illinois. We find him admitting his share of the responsibility in the present crisis, and finally concluding that he was no financier after all. No sooner had the legislature adjourned than he decided, if he had not already so determined, to run for the same place again. He probably wanted it for a vindication. He was pursued now more fiercely than ever, and he was better able to endure the vilification of a political campaign than when he first offered himself to the voters in New Salem. Among the Democratic orators who stumped the county at this time was one Taylor, commonly known as Colonel Dick Taylor. He was a showy, bombastic man with a weakness for fine clothes and other personal adornments. Frequently he was pitted against Lincoln, and indulged in many bitter flings at the lordly ways and aristocratic pretensions of the Whigs. He had a way of appealing to his horny-handed neighbors, and resorted to many other artful tricks of a demagogue. When he was one day expatiating in his accustomed style, Lincoln, in a spirit of mischief, and, as he expressed it, to take the wind out of his sails, slipped up to the speaker's side, and catching his vest by the lower edge, gave it a sharp pull. The latter instantly opened, and revealed to his astonished hearers a ruffled shirt front glittering with watch chain, seals, and other golden jewels. The effect was startling. The speaker stood confused and dumbfounded, while the audience roared with laughter. When it came Lincoln's turn to answer, he covered the gallant colonel over in this style: While Colonel Taylor was making these charges against the Whigs over the country, riding in fine carriages, wearing ruffled shirts, kid gloves, massive gold watch chains with large gold seals, and flourishing a heavy gold-headed cane, I was a poor boy, hired on a flatboat at $8 a month, and had only one pair of breeches to my back, and they were buckskin. Now, if you know the nature of buckskin when wet and dried by the sun, it will shrink. And my breeches kept shrinking until they left several inches of my legs bare between the tops of my socks and the lower part of my breeches. And whilst I was growing taller, they were becoming shorter, and so much tighter that they left a blue streak around my legs that can be seen to this day. If you call this aristocracy, I plead guilty to the charge. It was during this same canvass that Lincoln, by his manly interference, protected his friend E.D. Baker from the anger of an infuriated crowd. Baker was a brilliant and effective speaker, and quite as full too of courage as invective. He was addressing a crowd in the courtroom, which was immediately underneath Stuart and Lincoln's office. Just above the platform on which the speaker stood was a trap door in the floor, which opened into Lincoln's office. Lincoln, at the time, as was often his habit, was lying on the floor, looking down through the door at the speaker. I was in the body of the crowd. Baker was hot-headed and impulsive, but brave as a lion. Growing warm in his arraignment of the Democratic party, he charged that wherever there was a land office, there was a Democratic newspaper to defend its corruptions. This angered the brother of the editor of our town paper, who was present, and who cried out, "Pull him down!" at the same time advancing from the crowd as if to perform the task himself. Baker, his face pale with excitement, squared himself for resistance. A shuffling of feet, a forward movement of the crowd, and great confusion followed. Just then a long pair of legs was seen dangling from the aperture above, and instantly the figure of Lincoln dropped on the platform. Motioning with his hands for silence, and not succeeding, he seized a stone water pitcher standing nearby, threatening to break it over the head of the first man who laid hands on Baker. "Hold on, gentlemen," he shouted. "This is the land of free speech. Mr. Baker has a right to speak and ought to be heard. I'm here to protect him, and no man shall take him from this stand if I can prevent it." His interference had the desired effect. Quiet was soon restored, and the valiant Baker was allowed to proceed. I was in the back part of the crowd that night, and an enthusiastic Baker man myself. I knew he was a brave man, and even if Lincoln had not interposed, I felt sure he wouldn't have been pulled from that platform without a bitter struggle. This canvass, 1840, was Mr. Lincoln's last campaign for the legislature. Feeling that he had had enough honor out of the office, he probably aspired for a place of more distinction. Jesse B. Thomas, one of the men who had represented the Democratic side in the great debate in the Presbyterian Church, in a speech at the courthouse during this campaign, indulged in some fun at the expense of the Long Nine, reflecting somewhat more on Lincoln than the rest. The latter was not present, but being apprised by his friends of what had been said, hastened to the meeting, and soon after Thomas closed, stepped upon the platform and responded. The substance of his speech on this occasion was not so memorable as the manner of its delivery. He felt the sting of Thomas's allusions, and for the first time on the stump or in public resorted to mimicry for effect. In this, as will be seen later along, he was without a rival. He imitated Thomas in gesture and voice, at times caricaturing his walk and the very motion of his body. Thomas, like everybody else, had some peculiarities of expression and gesture, and these Lincoln succeeded in rendering more prominent than ever. The crowd yelled and cheered as he continued. Encouraged by these demonstrations, the ludicrous features of the speaker's performance gave way to intense and scathing ridicule. Thomas, who was obliged to sit near by and endure the pain of this unique ordeal, was ordinarily sensitive, but the exhibition goaded him to desperation. He was so thoroughly wrought up with suppressed emotion that he actually gave way to tears. I was not a witness of this scene, but the next day it was the talk of the town, and for years afterward it was called the skinning of Thomas. Speed was there, so were A.Y. Ellis, Ninian W. Edwards, and David Davis, who was just then coming into prominence. The whole thing was so unlike Lincoln, it was not soon forgotten either by his friends or enemies. I heard him afterwards say that the recollection of his conduct that evening filled him with the deepest chagrin. He felt that he had gone too far, and to rid his good nature of a load, hunted up Thomas and made ample apology. The incident with its sequel proved that Lincoln could not only be vindictive, but manly as well. He was selected as an elector on the Harrison ticket for president in 1840, and as such stumped over a good portion of the state. In debate he frequently met Douglas, who had already become the standard-bearer and exponent of Democratic principles. These joint meetings were spirited affairs sometimes, but at no time did he find the little giant averse to a conflict. He was very sensitive, relates one of his colleagues on the stump, where he thought he had failed to meet the expectations of his friends. I remember a case. He was pitted by the Whigs in 1840 to debate with Mr. Douglas, the Democratic champion. Lincoln did not come up to the requirements of the occasion. He was conscious of his failure, and I never saw any man so much distressed. He begged to be permitted to try it again, and was reluctantly indulged. And in the next effort he transcended our highest expectations. I never heard, and never expect to hear, such a triumphant vindication as he then gave of Whig measures or policy. He never after, to my knowledge, fell below himself. The campaign ended in his election to the legislature. He was again the caucus nominee of the Whigs for Speaker, receiving 36 votes, but his former antagonist, William L.D. Ewing, was elected by a majority of 10 votes over him. The proceedings of and laws enacted by this legislature are so much a matter of history and so generally known that it seems a needless task on my part to enter into details. It is proper to note, however, in passing, that Mr. Lincoln was neither prompt nor constant in his attendance during this session. he had been to a certain extent upset by another love affair, the particulars of which must be assigned to a future chapter. End of section 11.
Chapter 9, Part 1 of 5 of Herndon's Lincoln. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Vickie Ranz. Herndon's Lincoln by William H. Herndon and Jesse William Weik. Section 12. The year 1840 finds Mr. Lincoln entering his 32nd year and still unmarried. I have come to the conclusion, he suggests in a facetious letter 2 years before, never again to think of marrying. But meanwhile he had seen more of the world. The state capital had been removed to Springfield, and he soon observed the power and influence one can exert with high family and social surroundings to draw upon. The sober truth is that Lincoln was inordinately ambitious. He had already succeeded in obtaining no inconsiderable political recognition, and numbered among his party friends men of wealth and reputation. But he himself was poor, besides lacking the graces and ease of bearing obtained through mingling in polite society. In fact, to use the expressive language of Mary Owens, he was deficient in those little links which make up the chain of woman's happiness. Conscious, therefore, of his humble rank in the social scale, how natural that he should seek by marriage in an influential family to establish strong connections and at the same time foster his political fortunes. This may seem an audacious thing to insinuate, but on no other basis can we reconcile the strange course of his courtship and the tempestuous chapters in his married life. It is a curious history, and the facts, long chained down, are gradually coming to the surface. When all is at last known, the world, I believe, will divide its censure between Lincoln and his wife, Mary Todd, who afterwards became the wife of Mr. Lincoln, was born in Lexington, Kentucky, December 13th, 1818. My mother, related Mrs. Lincoln to me in 1865, died when I was still young. I was educated by Madame Mantelli, a lady who lived opposite Mr. Clay's, and who was an accomplished French scholar. Our conversation at school was carried on entirely in French. In fact, we were allowed to speak nothing else. I finished my education at Mrs. Ward's Academy, an institution to which many people from the North sent their daughters. In 1837 I visited Springfield, Illinois, remaining 3 months. I returned to Kentucky, remaining till 1839, when I again set out for Illinois, which state finally became my home. The paternal grandfather of Mary Todd, General Levi Todd, was born in 1756, was educated in Virginia, and studied law in the office of General Lewis of that state. He emigrated to Kentucky, was a lieutenant in the campaigns conducted by General George Rogers Clark against the Indians, and commanded a battalion in the Battle of Blue Licks, August 18, 1782, where his brother John Todd was killed. He succeeded Daniel Boone in command of the militia, ranking as Major General, and was one of the first settlers in Lexington, Kentucky, February 25, 1779. He married Miss Jane Briggs, the 7th child of this union, born February 25, 1791, was Robert S. Todd, the father of Mrs. Lincoln. On her maternal side, Mrs. Lincoln was highly connected. Her great-grandfather, General Andrew Porter, was in the War of the Revolution. He succeeded Peter Muhlenberg as Major General of the Pennsylvania militia. Her great-uncles, George B. Porter, who was governor of Michigan, James Madison Porter, Secretary of the Navy under President Tyler, and David R. Porter, governor of Pennsylvania, were men of ability and distinction. Her mother, Anne Eliza Parker, was a cousin of her father, Robert S. Todd. The latter had served in both houses of the Kentucky legislature, and for over 20 years was president of the Bank of Kentucky at Lexington. He died July 16, 1849. To a young lady in whose veins coursed the blood that had come down from this long and distinguished ancestral line, who could even go back in the genealogical chart to the 6th century, Lincoln, the child of Nancy Hanks, whose descendant was dimmed by the shadow of tradition, was finally united in marriage. When Mary Todd came to her sister's house in Springfield in 1839, she was in her 21st year. She was a young woman of strong passionate nature and quick temper, and had left her home in Kentucky to avoid living under the same roof with a stepmother. She came to live with her oldest sister, Elizabeth, who was the wife of Lincoln's colleague in the legislature, Ninian W. Edwards. She had two other sisters, Frances, married to Dr. William Wallace, and Anne, who afterwards became the wife of C. M. Smith, a prominent and wealthy merchant. They all resided in Springfield. She was of the average height, weighing, when I first saw her, about 130 pounds. She was rather compactly built, had a well-rounded face, rich dark brown hair, and bluish gray eyes. In her bearing she was proud, but handsome and vivacious. Her education had been in no wise defective. She was a good conversationalist, using with equal fluency the French and English languages. When she used a pen, its point was sure to be sharp, and she wrote with wit and ability. She not only had a quick intellect, but an intuitive judgment of men and their motives. Ordinarily she was affable and even charming in her manners, but when offended or antagonized, her agreeable qualities instantly disappeared beneath a wave of stinging satire or sarcastic bitterness, and her entire better nature was submerged. In her figure and physical proportions, in education, bearing, temperament, history, in everything she was the exact reverse of Lincoln. On her return to Springfield she immediately entered society, and soon became one of the belles, leading the young men of the town a merry dance. She was a very shrewd observer, and discreetly and without apparent effort kept back all the unattractive elements in her unfortunate organization. Her trenchant wit, affability, and candor pleased the young men not less than her culture and varied accomplishments impressed the older ones with whom she came in contact. The first time I met her was at a dance at the residence of Colonel Robert Allen, a gentleman mentioned in the preceding chapter. I engaged her for a waltz, and as we glided through it I fancied I never before had danced with a young lady who moved with such grace and ease. A few moments later, as we were promenading through the hall, I thought to compliment her graceful dancing by telling her that while I was conscious of my own awkward movements, she seemed to glide through the waltz with the ease of a serpent. This strange comparison was as unfortunate as it was hideous. I saw it in an instant, but too late to recall it. She halted for a moment, drew back, and her eyes flashed as she retorted, "Mr. Herndon, comparison to a serpent is rather severe irony, especially to a newcomer." Through the influence of Joshua F. Speed, who was a warm friend of the Edwardses, Lincoln was led to call on Miss Todd. He was charmed with her wit and beauty, no less than by her excellent social qualities and profound knowledge of the strong and weak points in individual character. One visit, succeeded another. It was the old story. Lincoln had again fallen in love. "I have often happened in the room where they were sitting," relates Mrs. Edwards, describing this courtship, "and Mary invariably led the conversation. Mr. Lincoln would sit at her side and listen. He scarcely said a word, but gazed on her as if irresistibly drawn towards her by some superior and unseen power. He could not maintain himself in a continued conversation with a lady reared as Mary was. He was not educated and equipped mentally to make himself either interesting or attractive to the ladies. He was a good, honest, and sincere young man, whose rugged, manly qualities I admired, but to me he somehow seemed ill constituted by nature and education to please such a woman as my sister. Mary was quick, gay, and in the social world somewhat brilliant. She loved show and power, and was the most ambitious woman I ever knew. She used to contend, when a girl, to her friends in Kentucky, that she was destined to marry a president. I have heard her say that myself, and after mingling in society in Springfield, she repeated the seemingly absurd and idle boast. Although Mr. Lincoln seemed to be attached to Mary and fascinated by her wit and sagacity, yet I soon began to doubt whether they could always be so congenial. In a short time I told Mary my impression that they were not suited, or, as some persons who believe matches are made in heaven would say, not intended for each other. But Mrs. Edwards' advice was seed sown on rocky soil. The courtship ran on smoothly to the point of engagement, when a new and disturbing element loomed up ahead in their paths. It was no less than the dashing and handsome Stephen A. Douglas, who now appeared on the scene in the guise of a rival. As a society man, Douglas was infinitely more accomplished, more attractive, and influential than Lincoln, and that he should supplant the latter in the affections of the proud and aristocratic Miss Todd is not to be marvelled at. He was unremitting in his attentions to the lady, promenaded the streets arm in arm with her, frequently passing Lincoln, and in every way made plain his intentions to become the latter's rival. There are those who believe this warm reciprocation of young Douglas's attention was a mere flirtation on Mary Todd's part, intended to spur Lincoln up, to make him more demonstrative, and manifest his love more positively and with greater fervor. But a lady relative who lived with Lincoln and his wife for 2 years after their marriage is authority for the statement coming from Mrs. Lincoln herself that she loved Douglas, and but for her promise to marry Lincoln would have accepted him. The unfortunate attitude she felt bound to maintain between these two young men ended in a spell of sickness. Douglas, still hopeful, was warm in the race, but the lady's physician, her brother-in-law, Dr. William Wallace, to whom she confided the real cause of her illness, saw Douglas and induced him to end his pursuit, which he did with great reluctance. If Miss Todd intended by her flirtation with Douglas to test Lincoln's devotion, she committed a grievous error. If she believed, because he was ordinarily so undemonstrative, that he was without will power and incapable of being aroused, she certainly did not comprehend the man. Lincoln began now to feel the sting. Miss Todd's spur had certainly operated, and with awakening effect. One evening Lincoln came into our store and called for his warm friend Speed. Together they walked back to the fireplace, where Lincoln, drawing from his pocket a letter, asked Speed to read it. The letter, relates Speed, was addressed to Mary Todd, and in it he made a plain statement of his feelings, telling her that he had thought the matter over calmly and with great deliberation, and now felt that he did not love her sufficiently to warrant her in marrying him. This letter he desired me to deliver. Upon my declining to do so, he threatened to entrust it to some other person's hand. I reminded him that the moment he placed the letter in Mrs. Todd's hand, she would have the advantage over him. "Words are forgotten," I said, "misunderstood, unnoticed in a private conversation, but once put your word in writing, and they stand a living and eternal monument against you." Thereupon I threw the unfortunate letter in the fire. "Now," I continued, "if you have the courage of manhood, go see Mary yourself. Tell her, if you do not love her, the facts, and that you will not marry her. Be careful not to say too much, and then leave at your earliest opportunity." Thus admonished, he buttoned his coat, and with a rather determined look started out to perform the serious duty for which I had just given him explicit directions. That night Speed did not go upstairs to bed with us, but under pretence of wanting to read, remained in the store below. He was waiting for Lincoln's return. 10 o'clock passed, and still the interview with Miss Todd had not ended. At length, shortly after 11, he came stalking in. Speed was satisfied, from the length of Lincoln's stay, that his directions had not been followed. "Well, old fellow, did you do as I told you, and as you promised?" were Speed's first words. "Yes, I did," responded Lincoln thoughtfully, "and when I told Mary I did not love her, she burst into tears, and almost springing from her chair and wringing her hands as if in agony, said something about the deceiver being himself deceived." Then he stopped. "What else did you say?" inquired Speed, drawing the facts from him. "To tell you the truth, Speed, it was too much for me. I found the tears trickling down my own cheeks. I caught her in my arms and kissed her." "And that's how you broke the engagement," sneered Speed. "You not only acted the fool, but your conduct was tantamount to a renewal of the engagement, and in decency you cannot back down now." "Well," drawled Lincoln, "if I am in again, so be it. It's done, and I shall abide by it." Convinced now that Miss Todd regarded the engagement ratified, instead of broken, as her tall suitor had at first intended, Lincoln continued his visits, and things moved on smoothly as before. Douglas had dropped out of the race, and everything pointed to an early marriage. It was probably at this time that Mr. and Mrs. Edwards began to doubt the wisdom of the marriage, and now and then to intimate the same to the lady. But they went no farther in their opposition, and placed no obstacle in their paths. The time fixed for the marriage was the first day in January 1841. Careful preparations for the happy occasion were made at the Edwards mansion. The house underwent the customary renovation. The furniture was properly arranged, the rooms neatly decorated, the supper prepared, and the guests invited. The latter assembled on the evening in question, and awaited in expectant pleasure the interesting ceremony of marriage. The bride, bedecked in veil and silken gown, and nervously toying with the flowers in her hair, sat in the adjoining room. Nothing was lacking but the groom. For some strange reason he had been delayed. An hour passed, and the guests, as well as the bride, were becoming restless. But they were all doomed to be disappointed. Another hour passed. Messengers were sent out over town, and each returning the same report. It became apparent that Lincoln, the principal in this little drama, had purposely failed to appear. The bride, in grief, disappeared to her room. The wedding supper was left untouched. The guests quietly and wonderingly withdrew. The lights in the Edwards mansion were blown out, and darkness settled over all for the night. What the feelings of a lady as sensitive, passionate, and proud as Miss Todd were, we can only imagine. No one can ever describe them. By daybreak, after persistent search, Lincoln's friends found him. Restless, gloomy, miserable, desperate, he seemed an object of pity. His friends, Speed among the number, fearing a tragic termination, watched him closely in their rooms day and night. Knives and razors and every instrument that could be used for self-destruction were removed from his reach. Mrs. Edwards did not hesitate to regard him as insane, and of course her sister Mary shared in that view. But the case was hardly so desperate. His condition began to improve after a few weeks, and a letter written to his partner Stuart on the 23rd of January 1841, 3 weeks after the scene at Edward's house, reveals more perfectly how he felt. His illness and consequent incapacity for duty in the legislature continued for almost 3 weeks. On the 19th of January 1841, John J. Herndon announced his illness in the House. 4 days afterwards he wrote the letter to Stuart from which I have quoted a few lines. He says, "I am now the most miserable man living. If what I feel were equally distributed to the whole human family, there would not be one cheerful face on earth. Whether I shall ever be better, I cannot tell. I awfully forebode I shall not. To remain as I am is impossible. I must die or be better, as it appears to me. I fear I shall be unable to attend to any business here, and a change of scene might help me. If I could be myself, I would rather remain at home with Judge Logan. I can write no more." During all this time the legislature to which Lincoln belonged was in special session. Before a time he was unable to attend. Towards the close of the session, however, he resumed his seat. He took little if any part in the proceedings, made no speeches, and contented himself with answers to the monotonous roll call, and votes on a few of the principal measures. After the adjournment of the legislature, his warm friend Speed, who had disposed of his interest in Springfield, induced Lincoln to accompany him to Kentucky. Speed's parents lived in a magnificent place a few miles from Louisville. Their farm was well stocked, and they, in the current phrase, lived well. Thither he was taken, and there amid the quiet surroundings he found the change of scene which he told Stuart might help him. He was living under the cloud of melancholia, and sent to the Sangamon Journal a few lines under the gloomy title of Suicide. They were published in the paper, and a few years since I hunted over the files, and coming across the number containing them was astonished to find that someone had cut them out. I have always supposed it was done by Lincoln, or by someone at his instigation. Speed's mother was much impressed with the tall and swarthy stranger her son had brought with him. She was a God-fearing mother, and besides aiding to lighten his spirits, gave him a Bible, advising him to read it, and by adopting its precepts obtain a release from his troubles which no other agency in her judgment could bring him. He was much depressed. At first he almost contemplated suicide. In the deepest of his depression, he said one day he had done nothing to make any human being remember that he had lived, and that to connect his name with the events transpiring in his day and generation, and so impress himself upon them as to link his name with something that would redound to the interest of his fellow men, was what he desired to live for. At the time of Lincoln's visit at the Speed mansion, James Speed, a brother of Joshua, and afterward Attorney General in Lincoln's cabinet, was practicing law in Louisville. Lincoln came into his office daily. He read my books, related Mr. Speed in after years, talked with me about his life, his reading, his studies, his aspirations. Mr. Speed discredits the thought that Lincoln was insane at the time, although he understood he was saddened and melancholy over an unfortunate love affair. The congenial associations at the Speed farm, the freedom from unpleasant reminders, the company of his staunch friend, and above all the motherly care and delicate attentions of Mrs. Speed exerted a marked influence over Lincoln. He improved gradually, day by day, gaining strength and confidence in himself, until at last the great cloud lifted and passed away. In the fall he and Speed returned to Springfield. At this point, as affording us the most reliable account of Mr. Lincoln's conditions and views, it is proper to insert a portion of his correspondence with Mr. Speed. For some time Mr. Speed was reluctant to give these letters to the world. After some argument, however, he at last shared my view that they were properly a matter of history, and sent them to me accompanied by a letter in which he says, "I enclose you copies of all the letters of any interest from Mr. Lincoln to me. Some explanation may be needed that you may rightly understand their import. In the winter of 1840 and 1841 he was unhappy about his engagement to his wife, not being entirely satisfied that his heart was going with his hand. How much he suffered then on that account none knew so well as myself. He disclosed his whole heart to me." Lincoln wrote a letter, a long one which he read to me, to Dr. Drake of Cincinnati, descriptive of his case. Its date would be in December 1840, or early in January 1841. I think he must have informed Dr. Drake of his early love for Miss Rutledge, as there was a part of the letter which he would not read. I remember Dr. Drake's reply, which was, that he would not undertake to prescribe for him without a personal interview. In the summer of 1841 I became engaged to my wife. He was here on a visit when I courted her, and strange to say, something of the same feeling which I regarded as so foolish in him took possession of me and kept me very unhappy from the time of my engagement until I was married. This will explain the deep interest he manifested in his letters on my account. One thing is plainly discernible. If I had not been married and happy, far more happy than I ever expected to be, he would not have married. The first of these letters is one which he gave Speed when the latter started on his journey from Illinois to Kentucky. It bears no date, but was handed him January 1st, 1842, as Speed has testified in another letter to me, that he left Springfield on that day. It is full of consolation and advice how best to conduct himself when the periods of gloom which he feels sure will follow come upon his friend. "I know," he says, "what the painful point with you is at all times when you are unhappy. It is an apprehension that you do not love her as you should." What nonsense! How came you to court her? Did you court her for her wealth? Why, you say she had none. But you say you reasoned yourself into it. What do you mean by that? Was it not that you found yourself unable to reason yourself out of it? Did you not think and partly formed the purpose of courting her the first time you ever saw her or heard of her? What had reason to do with it at that early stage? There was nothing at that time for reason to work upon, whether she was moral, amiable, sensible, or even of good character. You did not nor could then know, except perhaps you might infer the last from the company you found her in. Say candidly, were not those heavenly black eyes the whole basis of all your reasoning on the subject? After you and I had once been at the residence, did you not go and take me all the way to Lexington and back for no other purpose but to see her again on our return on that evening to take a trip for that express object? The next paragraph is significant as affording us an idea of how the writer perhaps viewed Mrs. Todd's flirtation with Douglas. "What earthly consideration," he asks, "would you take to find her scouting and despising you and giving herself up to another? But of this you need have no apprehension, and therefore you cannot bring it home to your feelings." February 3rd he writes again, acknowledging receipt of a letter dated January 25th. Object of Speed's affection had been ill, and her condition had greatly intensified his gloomy spirits. Lincoln proffers his sympathy. "I hope and believe," he continues, "that your present anxiety about her health and her life must and will forever banish those horrid doubts which I know you sometimes felt as to the truth of your affection for her. If they can once and forever be removed, and I almost feel a presentiment that the Almighty has sent your present affliction expressly for that object, surely nothing can come in their stead to fill their immeasurable measure of misery. It really appears to me that you yourself ought to rejoice and not sorrow at this indubitable evidence of your undying affection for her. Why, Speed, if you did not love her, although you might not wish her death, you would most certainly be resigned to it. Perhaps this point is no longer a question with you, and my pertinacious dwelling upon it is a rude intrusion upon your feelings. If so, you must pardon me. You know the hell I have suffered on that point, and how tender I am upon it. You know I do not mean wrong. I have been quite clear of hypo since you left, even better than I was along in the fall. The next letter, February 13th, was written on the eve of Speed's marriage. After assurances of his desire to befriend him in everything he suggests, but you will always hereafter be on ground that I never occupied, and consequently, if advice were needed, I might advise wrong. I do fondly hope, however, that you will never again need any comfort from abroad. I incline to think it probable that your nerves will occasionally fail you for a while, but once you get them firmly graded now, that trouble is over forever. If you went through the ceremony calmly, or even with sufficient composure not to excite alarm in any present, you are safe beyond question, and in 2 or 3 months, to say the most, will be the happiest of men. Meanwhile, Lincoln had been duly informed of Speed's marriage, and on the 25th he responds, "Yours of the 16th, announcing that Miss Fanny and you are no more twain, but one flesh, reached me this morning. I have no way of telling how much happiness I wish you both, though I believe you both can conceive it. I feel somewhat jealous of both of you now. You will be so exclusively concerned for one another that I shall be forgotten entirely. I shall be very lonesome without you. How miserably things seem to be arranged in this world! If we have no friends, we have no pleasure, and if we have them, we are sure to lose them, and be doubly pained by the loss." In another letter written the same day he says, "I have no doubt it is the peculiar misfortune of both you and me to dream dreams of Elysium, far exceeding all that anything earthly can realize. Far short of your dreams as you may be, no woman could do more to realize them than that same black-eyed Fanny. If you could but contemplate her through my imagination, it would appear ridiculous to you that any one should for a moment think of being unhappy with her. My old father used to have a saying that, if you make a bad bargain, hug it all the tighter. And it occurs to me that if the bargain just closed can possibly be called a bad one, it is certainly the most pleasant one for applying that maxim to which my fancy can by any effort picture." End of section 12. Recording by Vickie Ranz.